It's one last hurrah at the spa before this incredible week of stakes action returns to its rightful home. And the stars are ready to shine. There's last year's Breeders' Cup winners, Ben Tornado and Nisos. Reigning champions Nitrogen and Bucumdano. This year's Kentucky Oaks winner, Always a Runner. Last year's brilliant Preakness winner, Journalism. And the Derby winner is back after passing on the Preakness. But this incredible week of action, a celebration of the sport of kings, kicks off showcasing the New York Breeding Program. Welcome to the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from Saratoga. Welcome everyone to Saratoga Springs, New York, and Saratoga Racecourse on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we kick off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival with New York Showcase Day. Good to be with you. I am Greg Wolf, and truly one of the great weeks of racing on the entire calendar in all of North America. Day by day, the races get bigger, the stars get brighter, and the purses, of course, more meaningful as we work our way to the third and final leg of the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes. We'll take a look at the field right now. We mentioned at the open of the show, the Derby winner, Golden Tempo, back in action for local resident Cherie DeVaux, who grew up here. Jose Ortiz back on board Golden Tempo, 9-2 of the outside post. Top two finishers and the fourth place finisher from the Kentucky Derby all return for the big one, worth $2 million on Saturday. With me, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, editor of the Saratoga Special, Joe Clancy. Good to see you both.
Can't think of a better way to start off the Saratoga week with you, my constant collaborator, and you, my good friend Joe, here to shed some light on the steeplechase races for us.
Yeah, we're going to give it a go. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it goes back to the 1800s. They've been jumping here since the beginning, so it's kind of fun to kick off the Belmont Festival with a jump race.
Yeah, we're going to begin things. We have 6 New York bred stakes on New York Showcase Day, but we start over the jumps with a Grade 1 Beverly R. Steinman Hurdle Handicap, named after Beverly Peggy Steinman, who for decades balanced ownership in both steeplechase and flat racing with some stars, including Dark Equation, who won the 2008 Grade 1 New York Turf Riders Cup, represented steeplechase game at the highest level for decades, particularly here at Saratoga, as we're now just 3 minutes to post. So Joe, 2 3/8 miles in this Grade 1. The favorite right now, Little Trilby, one of 2 Grade 1 winners in this field.
Yeah, it's a pretty good group, really, and you kind of never know. The Iroquois was a couple of weeks ago. That's a 3-mile Grade 1, so some of these horses cut back. You got some other ones that really like the racetrack that are showing up. Little Trilby's won the last 3 races he's finished, he's won, and he's in really good form.
Interesting story with him, too. He's really turned it on. He's won 3 of his last 4, and he's gone on this run as they've decided to change his tactics.
Yeah, it's made a difference, and then today is going to be very tactical. I don't see anybody who's a real front runner, and it's going to be interesting to see. Okay, I can see it breaking and nobody wants to go. Ricky Hendricks has 2 for the same owner. You would think maybe one of those goes, then it's going to be who's too strong or, who's not settled the way they want to be. So pretty tactical race.
I love that we have a race name for Peggy Steinman, and if you have been to Saratoga over the years, you may or may not know it, but you've seen Peggy around the racetrack, and I think it's really great that we have a race name for her, and it's such a fun way to start off such a big week of racing.
Yeah, she's at home in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Hopefully she's watching, not able to travel and throw the big party on 5th Avenue, but that's okay. She's missed, and it's a cool way to pay tribute for sure.
This one here, he absolutely, the 5, now he's blocked by the brush. But Jimmy P., trainer Kerry Bryan, says he's an interesting horse. He loves Saratoga. He's proved that the last couple of years, winning Grade 1s here when he's won the Jonathan Shepard back-to-back. That's the goal again, to try and win it a 3rd time. You concerned about that comeback race?
He's very in and out for me, and like I was talking before we came on, I've picked him multiple times. He gets beat every time I pick him, so I'm kind of leaning away. I love that he's by Slumber, New York Stallion, a horse who ran here. Plenty talented. If he shows up with his A game, yeah, he's tough to handle. He's proven he can win here.
5th, beat a long way in that return race May 2nd. Kerry Bryan said he's a lot further along than he was going into the Smithwick this time last year. Meanwhile, Ziggle Pops He is a grade 1 winner as well.
Yeah, he's my pick. He's won here as well.
The 7.
Comes out of the Iroquois 8. Zigglepop, sorry for Jack Fisher. He also has the 7. Rocket 1, who's interesting. I like McTighe at a little bit of a price. Zigglepop's kind of flattened out going 3 miles. He had to lead at the last fence in the Iroquois. Usually that's the winner of that race. He flattened out over the last quarter, didn't get home going 3 miles. It seems weird to talk about a cutback in a 2 3/8 mile race, but he's cutting back.
So the favorite, Little Trilby, and Connor Tierney will ride as they begin to line up.
There they go.
Grade 1, Beverly R. Steinman hurdle. Let's go to Frank Miramani.
And they're off in the Beverly R. Steinman. And right away, we're back again. Goes out for the lead. And the first jump, a little bit of an awkward jump there. And McTeague did lose the rider as a result. Number 6, McTeague, has lost the rider in the opening stages of the Beverly R. Steinman. So we have the loose horse inside. We're back again, is steadying as a result. But now Kutash goes on to take over. And so Kutash is the leader, opening up 3 or 4 lengths on. We're back again in second. They're followed by Rocket 1 third, and Little Trilby is fourth toward the back of the field as this loose horse has gotten well clear of the rest, and everyone's out of harm's way at this stage. Zigglepops is second to last, and a 3 wide Jimmy P. And so they're in the stretch run for this first time, and the lead belongs to Kutash. And Kutash is clear by double digits. Close to 15 lengths now for Kutash, who will jump over by himself. And Rocket 1 heads up the second flight, which has the rest of them. On the inside, we're back again. Zigglepops has inched a little bit closer on the outside. And the 2 trailers now, Little Trilby and Jimmy P. No turning back for Kutash. Kutash in a race of his own at this stage, with Rocket 1 well clear of the rest, heading up that second group. Rocket 1 is racing 3 lengths clear of Zigglepops, and then we're back again, followed by Little Trilby and Jimmy P. Kutash sailing along, goes over, a little bit of a jostle there, but all alone on the front end. Kutash clear by 15 lengths, with Rocket 1 second by 3. Then we're back again, Zigglepops. Zigglepops now gets clearly into third. Jimmy P is underway on the outside of Little Trilby. Kutash, the lead down to about 10 now, with Rocket 1 maintaining the second spot. Another couple of lengths back to Zigglepops. Zigglepops is racing in third, and inching up to his outside comes Jimmy P as they've taken much closer order. Jimmy P is now just 6 lengths behind Kutash, whose lead has diminished quite a bit. And now we've just lost another rider, the rider of Zigglepops, number 8 Zigglepops, unseating the rider in front of the stretch. So it is Kutash, the lead a length and a half. Jimmy P's solid progress, now racing a joint second on the outside of Rocket 1. The 2 trailers are Little Trilby, and we're back again is at the back of the field. Rounding that Saratoga clubhouse turn for the final time. And Kutash leads by a length and a half. Rocket 1, Jimmy P, side by side, 2 lengths clear of Little Trilby, and then another 3 to we're back again. Continuing their way in the Beverly R. Steinman. And Kutash, despite that lead diminishing, is still in front, trying to let it out a notch once again, a length and a half in front. Rocket 1 now closing in from second. Jimmy P had made that big move, but Jimmy P is now racing a distant third. He's lost significant ground after that move, followed by Little Trilby, and we're back again. Rounding the far turn for Kutash. Kutash and Rocket 1. These 2 go on, and they are in front 6 lengths over Jimmy P, followed by Little Trilby, and we're back again. It is Kutash being worked upon. Freddie Proctor and Rocket 1 turning up the pressure now, and Jimmy P is in third there at the top of the stretch, and Rocket 1, it was just a matter of when. Rocket 1 now opens up Jimmy P. Kutash softened up late, a 16th left. Rocket 1 in front. Jimmy P is trying once again. What a race from Jimmy P, closing stoutly on the inside of Rocket One, and Jimmy P gets nose and nose. Jimmy P gets up under Stephen Mulqueen to win the Beverly R. Steinman. Rocket One finished second, and Jimmy P was third in front of Little Trilby.
Jimmy P running down Rocket One to get the Grade 1 victory here in the Beverly R. Steinman Hurdle Handicap.
I'm going to ask for money because, again, if I'd have picked him, he would not have won. So that you could see the horse in front. He sort of got a little late, a little looky as he was coming through the wings, and Jimmy P just kept grinding away. That stamina pedigree paid off late.
He looked home, Rocket One.
Yeah.
A tough beat for the home team. Your brother being part owner of Rocket One, but Jimmy P for Madacat in the Slumber, getting up to win. He can do it all, Slumber.
He ought to be a great steeplechase sire. I mean, it just makes, they're the type of horses that should do it. I know that's not what they're breeding horses for necessarily, but as a second choice, if they reach a certain level on the flat and don't quite progress, this is an ideal thing for them.
Well, conditioner Kerry Bryant, she said he loves it at Saratoga, doesn't run that great anywhere else. Here it's a totally different story. Back-to-back winner of the Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard. He'll go for a third in a row this year, and now he adds another Grade 1 here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he obviously likes it here, and it doesn't really matter timing-wise. And I think he's capable of these kinds of races. I mean, some of his other races at other venues have been in and out, and he just kept grinding here where Rocket One got a little, I don't know if he's getting tired. I think he's a little more alone, and after stalking a horse the whole way. And when they come through, we see it all the time. Horses come through that stretch, through a fence that they jumped the last time. It's a little different for them, and they start, especially if they're alone like he was, they start to look at things.
Seems like, he almost didn't see Jimmy P coming, and then when Jimmy P got there, he battled back.
Yeah, he had another stride or two, yeah, for sure.
That was Kerry Bryant, jubilant as she should be, as this horse, once again, coming up huge here at Saratoga Springs. And now 6th career win over the jumps, and a 3-time Grade 1 winner.
6 wins, 3 Grade 1s, all at Saratoga. You'll take it. Yeah,
Pretty
nothing
incredible.
And it's great for the jump racing, the crossover of Madacat and 10 Strike with the other horse involved. That's good for jump racing when some flat people come over, crossover. Ken Ramsey did it for years. Other people have done it way back when. The Phippses would do it, and it's still thoroughbred racing. These are horses. This horse is related to Cy Dog, who's a graded winner on the flat. He just wasn't going to keep going as a flat horse, and in American racing, your chances or your options are basically drop him down, lose him for a claiming tag, or try something like this, especially with a horse bred like this. He's obviously thrives at it.
Well, think about Snap Decision, right? It was actually a pretty good turf horse in his own, and he became this monster in the jump races. And also the 7, it's interesting to look at Track and 1, is an Into Mischief. They really need to add that to their stallion thing. He also can breed a jumper.
Yeah, they used to worry about his distance pedigree, right? Now he's winning derbies, he's got jumpers, he's got everything.
5-7-2-1 finish. McTighe, Harrison Beswick aboard, Ziggle Pops, Jamie Bargery aboard. Both dumped their riders. We'll try and get you an update on their condition as soon as we can.
Yeah, it didn't look like either horse made a terrible mistake. Both riders came off from first glance. Looked like everybody was probably okay. Both horses got up and ran off, so hopefully everybody's fine there.
We cannot let you go without asking you about the Belmont Stakes. Your thoughts for Saturday?
I would probably lean toward Renegade. I mean, that Derby trip has got to matter. I'm sorry. I mean, he just got, that's not what you want. And he still ran great. He's still there at the end. I saw him train. He's the only Belmont horse I think I've seen train since I've been here. I haven't been here very long. But he came by and looked great. Very happy. They trained a little later when the track was a little quieter at Oklahoma, and he looked great to me. I think he's, he seems to run that quality race. Getting slammed the way he did has to count for something.
You'll have to show me that slam because I've yet to see it. I've tried to watch quite a few times.
All right, maybe slam is the wrong word, but he did not have an ideal trip, put it that way. And
yes, the fast pace coming from last.
I think he'll get a little better trip, put it that way.
I was going to tell Andy close his ears. Yeah, he doesn't believe that. A lot of other people
Slam,
do believe
okay,
that was not
slam's
an
the wrong word.
ideal trip out of that one post. We'll see. Andy disagrees. He was the runner-up, of course, in the Kentucky Derby. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a Pick 6 carryover that carried over from the Belmont of the Big A meet. That starts in race 5. Good luck today. It is not an easy Pick 6 to go after, but what a way to kick off New York Showcase Day and this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Mike Lee will see Skulko's Folly back in action. And Bravaro. cutting back in distance. You can play it all by getting signed up with Naira Bet's $25 free Belmont bet with that code right there, Belmont25, and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NairaBets.com. Joe, always great to get you on set and a good way to kick off the week. Thanks for coming on.
No, thanks for having me.
And we'll see you again, I'm sure, when we kick off the meet
back to
July 3rd.
Saratoga.
And thishorseracing.com is the website for the Saratoga special. And, if you can't make it to Saratoga, you can watch the show, you read the Saratoga special. Thishorseracing.com, and you'll feel like you're here.
We got 4 editions this week. First one's tomorrow, as long as everything holds together over in the office. But 4 editions this week, and then come back for the regular meet.
Guys,
Busy man. Thanks again. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Of course, the Derby winner back in action after passing on the Preakness. What will we get from Golden Tempo in the Belmont? Stay with us. Back with you on America's Day at the Races for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival from Saratoga. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. We ordered perfect weather, and we have received it to kick off this incredible week of action. 10 Grade 1s, 18 graded stakes this week, and we begin with a Grade 1 over the jumps. It's Jimmy P, who just simply loves Saratoga, Andy, with the victory.
Yeah, and it really felt like he was not going to get to the winner until late, and they ended up battling to the wire. An exciting way to start off the week, for sure.
Gary Bryan, Madacat Stables. Stephen Mulqueen winning connections to run down Rocket One for the victory in that Grade 1 Beverly Steinman Hurdle Handicap. 6 New York bred stakes races here on New York Showcase Day, and here's the first of those 6. The Bowery 7/8 of a mile. 3-year-old fillies, $200,000 purse, and Hot Currency comes in for Linda Rice with Manny Franco off a huge performance. 4-5 right now as we welcome in 4-time Major League All-Star Paul Lo Duca. Good to have you back.
Good to be here.
Haven't seen you in forever.
It's absolutely gorgeous out today. I mean, we couldn't order, like you said, Greg, any better weather for this weekend. Might have to dodge a tiny bit of rain on the weekend, but I think that rain will be much needed by that point.
This race, to kick things off, Hot Currency, 4 to 5, deserving of that shorter price here?
Well, I mean, obviously, if she runs her last race, it's going to take a Herculean effort to beat her in this race. Her prior races are probably good enough to win as well. I think the biggest question is the 4 Irish Lullaby, who ran very well in synthetic in her last start. She tries the dirt and New York breds for the first time. She has a lot of promise. Could be a dangerous player here, but Hot Currency is absolutely deserving heavy favorite.
A lot of big races this week. There's a really big one on Saturday. Got our ABR Race of the Week designation. Belmont
Really?
Stakes.
How'd they come up with that?
Can you believe it? Final time, the Belmont Stakes will be held here at Saratoga. Race 13 on Saturday, 7:04 Eastern Time. First, second, fourth place finishers from the Kentucky Derby, all coming back. Let's go back to the beginning of the Kentucky Derby. Renegade, obviously, that inside post. Your winner, Golden Tempo, toward the outside. Let's look at the start, and then we'll take it into the stretch. Chief Wallaby, of course, the fourth place finisher.
Yeah, listen, Irad was trying to force his way out, as he often does, and understandable, and the other riders said no, no, no. But the real problem was not that. The problem was Martin Garcia coming over severely and tightening things up on everybody. But here's the thing, Paulie. Okay, now he's extricated himself from the trouble. This is the point, though, that he completely drops out of it simply because they're going too fast up front, which I think helped him later.
Yeah, there's so many ways you can look at this. So many people have asked me, do you think being in the 1-0 helped him? At some point, yeah, you don't want to have that excessive bumping at the start of the race, Greg, but the way this race unfolded, he was able to launch basically with his brother with Golden Tempo.
I just feel, and well, he ran a huge race, so maybe it didn't hamper him, but we don't know. There's no way to say what that could have done to you or taken out of you in a race.
Of course, but horses do get bumped. It's the Kentucky Derby, and for me, I think more important than any perceived trouble at the beginning, how severe is up to you to decide, is the manner in which the race was run. And it happens in the Derby a lot, where the pace gets too fast and the race essentially melts down. And that's what happened in this situation. You look at where the winner was. You look at where Renegade was. You look at where the third place finisher was. These horses all came from way back. You're not going to see that kind of pace in that kind of scenario here. Now, to be fair to Renegade, he's run well when he's had less pace to run into. He's a very good horse. Why he's favored in here, though, I don't understand, because, Paulie, I think our first agreement of the week, you and I both think the Chief Wallaby should be favored.
I think Chief Wallaby, if I was a wager, I mean, that would be my wager. I don't really like Chief Wallaby because I think Renegade and Chief Wallaby are going to be around the 5-2 area, but maybe not, because Golden Tempo is going to take some money because he won the Derby. You know, Renegade's so hard to figure out because his totality of his races, he's basically closed in every start, whether there's been a fast pace or not a fast pace. So what's going to happen on Saturday?
Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale for the first time this afternoon. Maggie, who are you most excited to see in this Belmont Stakes?
Well, Greg, you couldn't have asked for any better timing, as I wanted to talk about Chief Wallaby, and guess who walked in the paddock to school just now? The horse that dons that name for trainer Bill Mott, as he looks to win back-to-back Belmonts. Now, you guys mentioned the pace that eventually evaporated in the Kentucky Derby, and Chief Wallaby was in that leading group. Now, was he right on top of the pace? No, not necessarily, but he was in that leading group. It was the first time he wore blinkers, so he was well in hand for jockey Junior Alvarado. So he was probably wanting to go faster than what he was actually allowed. He encountered some bumping and traffic in the stretch, and he kept fighting. And I've heard some chatter that this horse might have perceived distance limitations. I didn't see that. You know, he's a horse that has had to play a bit of catch up. He didn't run as a 2-year-old. So when that happens, you're always going to play a bit of catch up. So he was tossed into the deep end of the pool. I think he responded in both of his Florida stakes efforts. And I think with the blinkers on, we learned that this is a horse that was maybe waiting on horses without them and showing that he can finish a race, which he did in the Kentucky Derby, the only horse to be more forward, to finish in the top 4. As you guys said, maybe he should be favorite, but boy, Greg, he looks fantastic here in the paddock, a horse that is carrying excellent conditioning. He looks strong. And he's also pretty energetic, as he is kicking the stalls that they put him in the saddling stalls just to get him, well, used to Saratoga, as this will be his first appearance up here at the Spa.
Maggie, thank you. Second choice morning line, 3-1, Chief Wallaby, who was 4th in that Kentucky Derby, beat a half length, beat a neck in the Florida Derby and the Fountain of Youth before that.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good horse. There's no doubt. I just think Commandment's a better horse than he is. I thought he beat him on the fair square in the Florida Derby. And in my opinion, the rider switch to John Velazquez will help Commandment, who did not, in my opinion, get a particularly good ride in the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I think the race experience from Chief Wallaby has a lot of people thinking, okay, he's going to step up. And, you know, he probably ran better than looked in the Kentucky Derby. But I think a lot of people are thinking, okay, here's a kind of an inexperienced horse, got that race in the Kentucky Derby. I think coming up here also to Saratoga, you see a lot of horses with a serene environment thrive. And I think the other part of it, a lot of people are going to say Belmont and going to see Sovereignty. So I think Chief Wallaby's going to take that extra money.
All right, so we heard from Maggie. Andy, who are you most excited to see? Not necessarily who you think is going to win, most excited to see in the Belmont Stakes.
Well, I mean, I'm excited to see Emerging Market because I'm a fan of his, but the horses that I'm most interested in are Commandment and Emerging Market. And frankly, if I could make a pick as they go in the gate and take whichever one's a bigger price, that's probably where I'd go. But Commandment's a horse that came in the Derby with incredible credentials. He had run well in all of his races, and he just got the wrong ride. He's a deep closer, and the last thing you wanted to do was to be too forward in here. So he was rushed against the pace. He made a huge wide move. Everything you could probably do wrong in that Kentucky Derby, Commandment did wrong. And I don't still think he ran that badly, all things considered. Gets a rider switch to John Velazquez. I think he gets a more patient ride in here. And I believe the real Commandment will show up on Saturday.
Had won 4 in a row before being beat, running 7th in that Kentucky Derby. Paul, what about you? Most excited horse to see in the Belmont?
Well, I think it's Renegade, right? A horse that a lot of people are wondering how good was his race in the Kentucky Derby. Was it aided by the fast pace? Probably what happened with his result, running a good second. But you look at his race record, Greg, he's done nothing wrong. Like I said, his totality of his efforts, he's been right there at the wire. You know, that 2-to-1 morning line kind of puts a little pressure on him. And Mr. Rapoli as well, but I think with Todd Pletcher's success in the Belmont, he's the most exciting horse to see.
Andy, does he have the feel a little bit of Epicenter, who got run down by Rich Strike, and then he blossomed in the summer, wound up winning the Travers?
No. Because Epicenter ran really well in losing those races, whereas my problem with Renegade is not that he can't win this race, because he can win this race. My problem is I look at his PPs and nothing about him says a heavy favorite in this race. And he has a gigantic fan base. I don't believe he'll be 5-2 or 2-1. I think he could be under 2-1. And there's nothing in his PPs, at least to me, that suggests he should be an overwhelming favorite in this race. Absolutely can win. I just think he'll be an underlay.
See what happens on Saturday. Again, race 13, the final Belmont Stakes ever to take place here at historic Saratoga. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Tomorrow's card, late in the day, a golden ticket to the race that stops a nation on the line in tomorrow's Belmont Gold Cup. Who will earn a trip down under to the Melbourne Cup? Stay with us.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets. Tomorrow on America's Day at the Races, great racing continues from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Thrilling stakes excitement includes the Belmont Gold Cup at 2 miles on the grass. America's Day at the Races live from Saratoga tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the miler. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.nyra.com.
We're back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage, America's Day at the Races for the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. And this is coming up tomorrow. The Golden Ticket, winner of the Belmont Gold Cup, earns a berth in the race that stops a nation down under in the Melbourne Cup. And last year, Parchment Party Belmont Gold Cup, it came off the turf. He's a dirt horse. Connections, very sporting, decided to give it a go anyway, go down under. Did not go all that well on the grass, and Bill Mott has said, yeah, we're not going to go on the grass anymore.
It's Greg's favorite race because he gets to go to Aqueduct in the middle of the night to handle the duties covering that race. It's really fun, and I like this. And I love that Parchment Party took a shot in it, and I think it's really cool. It's great to have Matt here as well, and a very valuable trophy.
Indeed it is, which we've had the pleasure of having on our set before. Just incredibly lucky to be able to see that, hold that in person. We have internationally acclaimed racetrack announcer Matt Hill with us, who calls these big races. Talk a little bit about this partnership with the Victoria Racing Club and NYRA, Matt.
Great to be on board again, guys, and hello to everybody watching. Well, of course, tomorrow it's a special day where we run the Belmont Gold Cup. It's a special race in its own right here in the States, but to also have it as a golden ticket race for the race that stops the nation, it's the most iconic sporting event in Australia. We have a public holiday for a horse race. So to connect it to something so special in American sports culture, the Triple Crown, in particular the Belmont Stakes, is so important. So the Australians love coming here. I can already tell you they've got a bit of a booking for the tap room in the middle of town tomorrow night. The fourth traveller's coming, the actual Melbourne Cup. So it's going to be a fantastic trip once again.
Matt, that race tomorrow, Corruption, is he a massive standout?
He's certainly a standout, a horse that's been racing in classier races than this, but just like the Melbourne Cup, the horses have to get 2 miles, and that's the most important thing. Some of these horses going around the helter-skelter of Saratoga here, 2 miles around the inner turf, they get to Flemington and they'll enjoy it. I think Parchment Party certainly enjoyed it last year. It's not the real heavy tactics that you get early in these races at Saratoga. So looking forward to it. Corruption's the horse on top. There's a couple of little smokies that can go close too.
Matt, thank you very much. That is tomorrow, race 10, 5:36 Eastern time. That golden ticket to the Melbourne Cup on the line. Back to our first of 6 New York bred stakes. New York Showcase Day, and here's the 3 to 5 favorite, Hot Currency. This is the Bowery. Let's check in with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Jock's about to be up here for our first stakes on the main track on the flat, as we'll take a look here at your favorite Hot Currency on numbers and form. She is much the horse to beat, and I totally respect her here for the ever dangerous Linda Rice barn. But there does feel as though there's a lot of other speed in here. Now, she does have the advantageous outside post. She looks fine overall. I did notice when she came in here, though, she was a bit hot under the collar. It's not particularly warm. It's really lovely, and nobody else was as hot as she was, but since getting the tack on, she has chilled out a bit. I just wish she looked maybe a touch better in her coat, just as such a prohibitive favorite. As we'll check in with the wild card in this field. Coming in for Owen Hardy is number 4, Irish Lullaby. She has never been on the dirt. However, she is a daughter of Justify, whose progeny is best actually at dirt sprints, hitting at 19%. She is a half sister to multiple stakes winning New York bred Barise and 3 of the 4 other siblings have won on the dirt. So I see no problem with her handling the dirt and getting an extra furlong. She actually looks as though she should appreciate this extra distance. A bit of a longer bodied filly who comes in here incredibly fit looking. She's very laid back and poised in the Saratoga paddock, which we all know can be a little overwhelming, especially when it's your first view around this iconic area. But I think she's very intriguing in this field. Greg?
Thank you, Maggie. 9-2. Yeah, the X Factor runner in this field, the 4 Irish Lullaby. Maggie mentioned Barise, 4-time stakes winner. Sister to that one, Owen Hardy trains, and Flavien Prat, reigning 2-time Eclipse Award-winning rider, will be aboard.
I have no idea, Paulie, why she's not the second choice in this race. To me, as a wild card, ran a fast race in synthetic, has dirt pedigree, as Maggie mentioned. I think she is absolutely the biggest threat to the favorite.
Yeah, I'm with you. You know, her first race at Turfway Park, she kind of broke flat-footed, but that next race at Woodbine, she was very good. Now, she's been working well over the synthetic service at Turfway Park. Hasn't seen the dirt yet, but, you know, you draw Flavien to ride your horses for Owen Hardy. I saw that it looked like David Duggan had saddled the horse, but I'm with you. I think this is the main danger to the favorite.
Yeah, I'm against the second choice, Galinda. I prefer everybody else to her.
Galinda, we'll get to the 5, ran 2 very big races to start her career. She's not really run back to those. Here is Veneta coming off a maiden win for Danny Gargan.
Expect Kendra Carmouche to come out running from the inside. She may get in Galinda's way, and while she'll have to get faster, she has run okay in her 2 starts.
Pinky Breyer, 13-1. She actually owns a win over the odds-on favorite.
Yeah, claim 2 back. Will bring a lot of speed to the party. Just missed against Galinda last time.
Victory Hall has beat Galinda. She's a much bigger price.
Yeah, she's probably too big a price. She, too, though, would have to get faster, and she did have a delicious trip when she beat Galinda.
Here is Irish Lullaby, first time on dirt.
And the filly by Justify for Kasner Racing. If she improves, she's the main danger.
Galinda, 7-2 for trainer Miguel Clement, a stakes winner in the Eastview.
Yeah, I believe she's going to have to deal with some pressure on the horse in the inside, and I just don't think she's been getting better with her racing. Her first 2 races are better than her last 2.
And the 3-5 favorite coming off a huge performance, Hot Currency for trainer Linda Rice.
Her last race makes her very tough to beat, and even though she lost to Pinky Breyer by 3/4 of a length 2 back, she was on a dead rail that day, and I think she actually ran much better than Pinky Breyer, even though finishing behind her.
Pick 5 begins here in our first flat race of the afternoon with the trainer of the odds-on favorite. Let's go back to Matt.
Linda Rice with Hot Currency, so impressive. A high rating win the other day. Can she back it up, though?
Well, we hope so. We had a few little hiccups between races, but we are here today, and we're hoping for the best. I think we have a good draw on the outside. Hopefully, you know, I think maybe there's 2 speed in there could set up for us.
I was going to ask you what happened after the last performance. The track work's been okay?
Yeah, she had spiked a little fever after the race, after that win, and so we, you know, gave her a little time, and but she made the race today, so we're hoping for the best.
And just jumping ahead to the True North on Saturday, Acoustic Avenue, any thoughts there?
No, it's a very tough event, you know, with the Breeders' Cup Sprint winner in there and Bookham Dano. So it's an ambitious spot for us, but our horse has done, you know, he's been a terrific colt. We've had him for about a year now. He's run first, second, or third most of his starts, so we're going to give him a try.
Good luck here. Really exciting to see Hot Currency again.
Thank you, Matt.
Good luck.
There is Hot Currency, 4-5 favorite. As we're 4 minutes to post, coming off a career best performance in this race, the 4-star Crook, back on April 11th.
Obviously, she's gotten very good for Linda Rice. She draws a very good post on the outside. Paulie, she has enough speed to be in contention in this race, so she's not going to be compromised by the dynamics. She's the worst to beat, but my question to you, she just drifted to even money. Wow, a big bet must have come in on the number 1. It went from 8-1 to 7-2. Even money is probably a more fair price. 3-5, a little overboard?
Yeah, 3-5 is a tiny bit overboard because, you know, you see in her line she did get beat by Pinky Breyer. But, you know, listening to Linda there, I think the outside draw does help her. You know, one time she did lose to Pinky Breyer, you mentioned she was on the inside. But Veneta, horse that won on the mud, is taking all the money right now.
Well, let's stick with this horse for just a moment. And, Andy, that last race, that was just next level from her. Is she that filly, or do you think she comes back to earth a little bit?
Well, you know, you and I talk about one-number horses that sort of run this huge race and they get bet off it and you want to see it again. I don't know that she runs back to it, but I still think if she runs the kind of figure she ran 2, 3, and 4 back, she's still the horse to beat. Not the even money shot, but the horse to beat. And the other thing is, Greek Goddess, who finished a distant second in that race, was coming off an extremely impressive win in her debut. Now, maybe she didn't run back to that race, but she's a horse that has some real talent.
Yeah. Since they put blinkers on her 4 starts ago, she's obviously been a lot more focused and been more, I guess, on the bridle. The race 3 back, I thought wasn't a bad race when she lost as the favorite. She gets to the outside. I think she's going to try to sit and wait. My one worry would be is get too confident with her with Manny. Because if the 4 gets in front of her, that's the kind of horse that can kick away from her.
Meanwhile, we're going to send it back to Maggie. Maggie, Galinda was great. Her first 2 starts, she's not been quite as great her last 2, even though she is coming off a win.
Like what you did there, Greg. Well done. I agree. She was, it's kind of a double-edged sword when you break your maiden first time out because, you're able to get the job done, and she did so impressively, but then you're held to this kind of high standard, and you often have to take on, more experienced, maybe better horses at the time. But I feel like while her numbers have digressed, she is still capable of running, the first 2 figures that she did in her first 2 races, because I think today she looks better than ever. She has put on weight and conditioning. She is a horse that, while she's been training steadily along at Belmont leading up to this, I just think maybe the turn of the season has done this filly incredibly well. I loved everything about her, and I'm not one to usually like her. And again, maybe it's who she's facing and maybe them not looking quite as good as they had in the past. But I do like what I'm seeing from Galinda. I, however, did pick number 4. I just really like her in this spot facing New York breds on the dirt for the first time. We've seen some fillies be a bit obstreperous since hitting the track. One of them happened to be your favorite in number 7, Hot Currency. I think she got back over to the gap where she usually goes home to Linda Rice's barn and was wanting to do that. But Veneta, number 1 in here, when she got on track, we saw her misbehaving with the pony. She, in her last start, was really quite calm and cool and collected. They did have to hose her off in the paddock that day, but it's like somebody lit a fire under her on this particular occasion. She has been on the muscle throughout the paddock and out in the racetrack. As you see Kendrick Carmouche there kicking his feet out of the irons, trying to keep his hands low, keep her on the bridle, keep her contained, which I can tell is a little bit of a tough task. She has strengthened up since that last race. She is taking a ton of money. You look at, the 2 and the 3. The 3 is a stakes where the 2 has consistently run faster races at times than Veneta, and she's taking a lot of money. So there's smoke. Will there be fire, Greg?
We will see. Let's go back to Irish Lullaby, the 4. Again, dirt debut, Andy, coming up 9-2 right now.
Yeah, I think one of the concerns for her is she doesn't have speed. I know, you see her a little bit forward in those races. That was a slow pace last time out. Now, Flavien is very good at getting position, even though there's not much speed, but she could be badly outrun, whereas a horse like Veneta, assuming she breaks cleanly, is going to come running out of the inside and probably be in front in this race with Galinda and Hot Currency stalking. I worry a little with Irish Lullaby. First time in the dirt, on the dirt, she may take some dirt.
Yeah, she's going to probably take a little dirt. Maybe that's why, they kind of debuted her on synthetic. But, Owen Hardy's stable is there. You really don't know. As you can see, there is a little kidney sweat going on, maybe a little bit nervous. I think the way the 3 and the 4 can win this race, the race got to fall apart.
Yes.
4-5. Hot Currency was as low as 3-5 at one point. We're over $565,000 in a pick 5 that begins here in race 2 as we had a jump race to kick off this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, our first flat race of the afternoon, the first of 6 New York bred stakes on New York Showcase Day as we kick off an incredible week of action here on Fox Sports 2. It begins with the Bowery. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Thank you, Greg. Waiting on Irish Lullaby, Galinda, and Hot Currency. 3-5 on the board in the final stages of wagering. They're in the gate, and they're off in the Bowery, and Victory Hall breaks very alertly. Galinda has a little more speed, though, and Galinda takes the lead. Hot Currency is up and on the pace as well, and is just about 3/4 of a length behind the front-running Galinda. Then comes Veneta, who's inching up and taking that third spot away from Victory Hall. The two trailers are Irish Lullaby, and Pinky Briar is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 22 and 4/5 seconds. And it's Galinda dictating terms, prompted by Hot Currency, who's right off her flank in second. Veneta, a clear-cut third now with Victory Hall fourth. Now it's a big gap to the two trailers, Irish Lullaby and Pinky Briar. Around the far turn, Hot Currency is trying to get by Galinda. Galinda just in front, the half in a snappy 45 and 2/5 seconds. These two arrive at the top of the stretch together, with Veneta angling to the outside third there at the top of the stretch. Galinda and Hot Currency, neither giving an inch. Galinda goes toward the rail. Hot Currency in the middle of the track takes the lead, has to fend off Veneta, who's coming with big strides down the center now. Hot Currency or Veneta. Hot Currency, 3/4 of a length. Veneta's getting to her. Hot Currency, Veneta. Veneta gets on by to win the Bowery, going away. Hot Currency was second. Then it was Galinda in third, and a photo finish for fourth.
Things went bad from the break. It seemed like race over for Veneta. She still gets up to win this race, getting by the odds-on favorite.
I didn't get all the money she took. I figured when she didn't break in this race, Paulie, she had no chance to win. It turned out she worked out a very good trip behind it. Yeah. No excuse for Hot Currency in this race. She simply got beaten by a horse that ran a better race.
Yeah, you know, these three just kind of kicked away from everybody, and you can see Hot Currency just couldn't put away Galinda. But Veneta is just, you know, not at the beginning. We'll take you back to the start. This horse has been bet off the board the first two career starts. Kind of what happened in the first start where she got left. She kind of doesn't break that bad. I think that she's just really not that fast, Greg. She was able to settle.
She got completely eliminated in her first start.
Yeah.
It wasn't her fault. In this race from the rail, she just didn't do her braking, but maybe it put her in a better spot. Instead of having to battle inside of the number 5 with Hot Currency stalking her, she was able to sit back behind them. So there's an argument that getting left in this race ended up being a blessing for her because of the trip that she worked out. And I think it's something that people have to remember. Sometimes getting left or having some trouble at the start, a renegade, is not necessarily the worst thing that happens to you.
This horse won easy at the end, Greg.
Impressive performance, 1-7-5-3. The filly who was behind her in that maiden win she was coming off of will race tomorrow, race 6. That's Careless Whisper, so maybe keep your eyes on that filly tomorrow. There's Danny Gargan making that winning phone call for Sequel Racing. Now, back-to-back victories for Veneta, and not just a win, not just overcoming Paulie, that poor start, beating a horse in just incredibly sharp form right now, too.
Yeah, coming off a maiden win. I thought she was ultra impressive. Not many times you see a horse win on the mud by a nose, come back and bet like she did. She kind of carried Kendrick into the race, and you know, we talked about Kendrick last year at Saratoga. It just had a phenomenal, seems like, ROI with a lot of these winners, and again, a double-digit winner.
I think with Galinda running more strongly maybe than some of us may have expected, and even Manny Franco, I think it softened up Hot Currency enough because he really had to use her a lot to go after Galinda, who hung in just long enough to sort of soften her up in the late stages for Veneta. But take nothing away from Veneta. She ran well.
That was like falling behind by 20 at halftime and rallying to win. Hopefully the Knicks don't encounter that problem tonight as the NBA Finals kick off.
I hope they do.
In San Antonio. Always a runner. She's going to enter undefeated in the DraftKings Acorn on Friday. The Kentucky Oaks winner putting that perfect record on the line for Chad Brown. Jose Ortiz will preview her chances when we come back. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Those coveted picnic tables. And the fans already getting into it in our first flat race of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival in the Bowery. Veneta. Poor break. Able to run down the odds-on favorite to begin things here in the first flat race of the afternoon. Danny Gargan, Sequel Racing, Kendrick Carmouche with the win. Back-to-back victories for this 3-year-old filly as we go to Maggie.
Here with Danny Gargan, who's trying to be gentlemanly and hold my dress because it's uncontrollable here. But Veneta,
it's a beautiful color. I love it.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you.
This is nice.
I try. But Veneta, her third start, I think we can throw the first one out. What a step up today. You said to me this was the ideal trip for her going the 7/8.
Yeah, the other day we kind of put her on the lead, and Kendrick told me, that she's better if we let her sit back. It's just one of those things. And then today, he said, I'm going to break running and then sit third or fourth. And he got lucky and got around the outside. Because when she gets around the outside, she really engages the bridle and wants to run. And I think she wants to run longer. And I think the further she goes, the better she'll get.
Definitely finishing today, talking about going longer. And the commentator a little bit later, Russian Realm, 10-1 on the morning line. You told me he's a little bit of a difficult horse to ride. Why is that?
Well, he carries his head real low. And, you just have to have the confidence to let him relax, get himself under him. Flavian's rode him perfect all winter. He probably should have won his last stake. He just got stuck in behind a wall of horses. And, Irad's going to be capable of doing it. You just have to let him sit, relax, and make that big, bold move. And he'll come running inside or out. So hopefully we can have a little more success today.
Danny, we're up here as it is the final Belmont at Saratoga. You won the inaugural one with Dornick. Take us back to that day 2 years ago.
I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Tear up every time.
I know.
Especially here, you're back ride train 6 months out of the year. This is my favorite place. I love being here. I love watching the 2-year-olds develop here. I'm just blessed the owners give me the opportunity to be here and train here. It's such a beautiful place.
Absolutely. Well said. Congratulations here off the duck early, my man.
Thank you so much.
All right. Veneta here in the Bowery, guys.
Not a bad way to kick off the week, and I love that. That tells you how much it means to win a race of that stature. Just being asked the question about that victory at Dornick in the Belmont, Danny Gargan gets emotional.
Yeah, it was a huge win for him, obviously. Jason Worth as well, and certainly propelled Jason into being a huge part of the game and a real positive force.
No, and he franked himself, obviously, in the Haskell. But Veneta gets the job done. Kendrick Carmouche starts off at least the racing day, not the flat day, with a $10 win.
Mount Vernon is next. Fillies and mares 3 and up on the lawn at 1 mile and a 16th. Huge change in here. Awesome Check was overwhelmingly the one to beat, comes out of the race.
No, you're taking out a horse that was going to be a gigantic favorite in here, and that makes 5G a big favorite. Now, I like 5G, who I think is returning to a surface she may actually be better on than the dirt, and they've done well running her on the dirt, but her 2-year-old race in the dirt, she lost a horse named Laura Lynn, who was one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country on the turf, but now she's no price, Paulie.
No, she isn't. I thought 5G and Being Betty, although Being Betty hasn't really run well here at Saratoga, now under Lisa Barkowski's here, she's really been blossoming late, so I thought she had a big shot.
Last race was good.
Yeah, really good. Yeah.
So 5G back on grass for the first time since her 2-year-old campaign. Let's look ahead to Friday. So many races to talk about, but the DraftKings Acorn and the undefeated Always a Runner will be 4 to 5 in the morning line. Chad Brown, Jose Ortiz, your Kentucky Oaks winner in a compact field.
Yeah, it's a compact field, but the right 4 horses are here. Maybe Bob Baffert explained to me why he didn't run Explorer, who would have been lone speed and probably had a good chance. But Paulie, Always a Runner, just keeps getting better with her races, and there's no question she's the horse to beat.
Yeah, she's a scary proposition. When you watch Chad after that race, it's almost kind of he knew she was going to run her race. And, a lot of the runners that Chad's had, I go back to ways and means and some of the fillies he's had. I think this might be the best one, and that's kind of scary. But I think Andy's right. Prom Queen comes back, didn't have the best of trips. Meaning ran well. Counting Stars, a lot of the horses that ran their shot in the Kentucky Oaks are taking a shot back at her.
Counting Stars gets Irad, a switch from Francisco Arrieta, which is not going to be a bad thing. I agree with you, though, on Prom Queen. Prom Queen's the one horse, and it's not anything Javier did wrong. I think she's a tricky horse to ride, and I think Prom Queen might be the biggest threat to the favorite.
5 3-year-old fillies will line up in this DraftKings Acorn $500,000 purse, but no question. Center stage, always a runner, the Kentucky Oaks winner. Those to win the Kentucky Oaks Acorn pull off that double. Of course, Torpedo Anna did it back in 2024.
Yeah, and keep in mind, 4 of those races, I think, were at a mile down at Belmont Park. We'll be returning next year. Obviously, Torpedo Anna did it. And listen, who knows with Always a Runner? She could be one of the ones as she moves forward in her races. And as Greg knows, Chad Brown told me before she made her debut, I could win the Kentucky Oaks with this horse. We didn't think it would happen after the race she ran in Tampa, but it did.
Incredible call to know that early on. That was pretty amazing list of 3-year-old fillies. If she could join that group, that would be pretty elite company. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Much more to come. John Velazquez, what a career this Hall of Famer has had. Been pretty great in the Belmont as well. We'll take a look at his Belmont Stakes journey and success when we come back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
And they're off. Oh, and the filly bobbled at the break. Rags to Riches stumbled coming out of there.
There are certain things, the storylines are really easy. The funny side in Empire Maker, it's as old as the Bible. It's David against Goliath. Curlin against Rags to Riches is as old as biology. Boy against girl, colt against filly. Curlin against Rags to Riches. And Curlin was a terrific horse.
On the inside is Curlin, just inside of the filly Rags to Riches.
He had every chance to beat that filly in the stretch. It was an unadulterated, head-to-head, who's better, you or me? Who's going to win the battle of the sexes?
And at the top of the stretch, a filly is in front of the Belmont, but Curlin is right there with her. These two in a battle of the sexes in the Belmont Stakes. It is Curlin on the inside, Rags to Riches on the outside. A desperate finish. Rags to Riches and Curlin. They're coming down to the wire. It's going to be very close, and it's going to be a filly in the Belmont.
What an incredible performance. That was stumbling out of the gate and going on to beat an eventual two-time Horse of the Year in Curlin. What a thrilling Belmont that was. And first ever Classic win for Todd Pletcher and first breakthrough in the Belmont for John Velasquez.
No, that was an amazing performance. To beat a horse like Curlin like that in a stretch battle, even without a bad break, would be a remarkable achievement. Unfortunately, she only ran one more time in the fall at Belmont in the Gazelle, where she lost to Lear's Princess, but that race was an all-time great race.
John Velasquez, winningest rider in the history of this incredible racetrack, his journey in the Belmont Stakes. The veteran now, he was a newcomer to the Belmont back in 1995, made his Belmont Stakes debut. The race we just showed you, Rags to Riches, stumbling out of the gate. His first Belmont win, the first filly in 102 years to win the Belmont. Then Union Rags, tight opening on the rail, ran down Painter. 28 mounts and counting in the Belmont Stakes for the Hall of Fame veteran John Velasquez. Over 41 miles he has traveled in that race alone. Pretty incredible.
Well, he's going to possibly have his third Belmont winner this weekend, as I think, Paulie, the Commandment is a huge player in this race.
I'm kind of with you. He looks tremendous. He's 4 for 6 lifetime. Didn't have the best trips, obviously, in the Kentucky Derby. But you could argue, so many bad trips in the first Saturday, man. It's really hard to tell. You can argue that you're going to probably get a really good price on this horse. He's kind of that middle type horse. You get 7-8 to 1 maybe. With all the others, you think Golden Temple should take money. Renegade should take money. I would think Chief Wallaby will take money. This horse is going to be a nice price.
You expect him to be a little forgotten as well?
A little bit. I mean, I think he and Emerging Market will be similar prices as they are in the morning line. And I want horses that were forward in the Belmont Stakes and the Kentucky Derby in this race. I think Emerging Market was clearly too close to the pace. It was his third start. He's going to got a lot of experience out of that. I believe he's going to run much better. They need to be forward with him. And I think Commandment's going to run very well. But, a friend of mine made an interesting point about this race, about growth equity. There's a fair argument that it was a very disappointing Kentucky Derby. It was something I was talking about with trainer Brad Cox, where a lot of horses just didn't really run. And even Renegade, who ran fine, is not a particularly fast speed figure, a fast race. Growth Equity, who seems to get better in every one of his starts from a speed figure standpoint. He stretches out an eighth of a mile every time he runs. He's not from the Derby. Maybe you don't want a horse from the Kentucky Derby, Paulie.
I thought Power Shift was kind of interesting, too. I mean, if those are those are the two horses that are like haven't run in the Derby that you're like, these horses are not far off these other 3-year-olds. We'll see.
Power Shift coming off a maiden win. Did compete, though, in a Derby prep as a maiden for Todd Pletcher. As we get back to today's action, our second of 6 New York bred stakes on New York Showcase Day. The Mount Vernon, mile and a 16th on the turf coming up for fillies and mares. 4 and up in this field. We have a 4-5 favorite. Again, big change with the 3. Awesome check coming out. 5G getting back on grass. The 4 we're talking about. Even money right now for the first time since her 2-year-old campaign. Let's go to Maggie.
And Greg, those 2-year-old races for 5G on the turf were pretty good, as Andy said, beaten in that Tepin by Laurel Lynn, and I think she handled the turf very well. She's kind of one of those dually talented horses who seem to handle both surfaces very well, and she's definitely built to handle the turf. Now, there is not an abundance of pedigree. Obviously, Vekomas, they can kind of handle whichever surface you throw them on. The second dam, she was 3 for 11 on the turf, but not much immediate pedigree. So just something to think about. The thing I love about 5G today, though, is what I noted in her last start in the Grade 1 Apple Blossom, which did not go to plan, I do admit there, but is that as a now 4-year-old, she's so much more mentally mature. She's so much more relaxed and taking her racing in stride. This was a filly that in the beginning of her career as an early 2-year-old and then onto her early 3-year-old campaign, she would get really washed out and kind of overly revved up. She'd still run well, to give her credit, but I just love the way that she has mentally and physically matured overall. So I like her getting back to New York breds for the first time in a very long time, and to the switch to the turf. Now, from the favorite to a long shot, down on the rail is number 1, Trail of Gold, and she came back for her 4-year-old campaign in a pretty tough spot. It was an A other than, but Sandtrap, who was 1-4 that day, was incredibly impressive in winning, and she was at the back early. Then she went up 4 wide on the backside. It was a day where it definitely didn't hurt to be saving ground on the inner turf course there at Aqueduct. So she wasn't able to close the gap. I know she was well beaten, but there are better races in her resume. And you'd have to think that having a race under her belt just moves her up quite a bit. Now, at the tail end of last year, I didn't think she was particularly doing that well. She just had really lightened up. She kind of looked like a tired horse after a fairly arduous turf campaign. She's come back as a 4-year-old looking better than ever. Fantastic weight and conditioning, great coat to her. Now, you're not going to reinvent the wheel with her. She isn't one that has much early speed. She tends to just kind of, as we say, fall out of the gate and not get her feet underneath of her that quickly. And that's how she is. She's very laid back here in the paddock, but maybe with a little bit of speed signed on here, obviously with 5G and spinning colors, she does get a little pace to close into, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Well, the post parade coming up shortly, approaching the 8-minute mark to post in this Mount Vernon that will kick off a pick 4. Even money, as you see, Jose Ortiz, 9th rider in the history of our sport to pull off an Oaks Derby double.
It's a pretty incredible achievement, getting the right horses. You know, talking about the pace in the areas, there is some speed with the 2, the 4, and even the 5. I think if you think this race can fall apart, which I don't know that it will, I think the 7, Midnight Concerto, Paul, is the one you want to look at. Her last race was very, very good, making a big premature move. And, you know, Jimmy Jerkins is the assistant to Kenny McPeak for the horses in New York. And he might just have this horse improving because she was able to get a little closer last time. And that was a very, very early move that she sustained. And I think if you want a horse as a price, if you think it's going to get a hot front, that's where I would look.
Horse is 3 for 7 at this distance. There she is right there on the screen. Yeah, you're getting 8-1. You're getting the right price. It's just really tough for me to take even money. I do think the 4 is the one to beat. Even money?
Well, the problem is, you know, you were going to get a better price with Awesome Check.
Yeah,
now, maybe
true.
she wouldn't have beaten Awesome Check. If you're the Connections, you're glad Awesome Check is out. If you're better, you might have wished she was in the race.
Yeah. She's trained by George Weaver as she just exits our screen. Standing by with Matt Hill.
Yes, indeed. George Weaver, gee, she looks well. Back on the turf today. What are your thought processes there?
Well, early on as a 2-year-old, she ran a couple of really nice races on the turf, and following that, we got in the dirt, and she put together a nice string early on in her 3-year-old year. But, you know, we're against 4-year-olds. You know, this is her first year against 4 and up, and, you know, we won a nice allowance race down there, but we kind of got our head handed to us over there at Oaklawn against really good fillies, and I guess we're still trying to find out what exactly she wants to do best, and I think there's a chance it's the grass, so that's why we're here.
And has she become a little bit harder to manage as a result?
No, she's, you know, she's out of condition. She's already won a Grade 2 race, so, you know, we're trying to look for avenues to perhaps make her a Grade 1 winner or you know, explore avenues that let her show as good as she is. And hopefully today she'll do it.
They have you even money. Is that fair?
I wouldn't bet against her.
What about the day today? Would you want to do another profession, training in this beautiful weather?
No. It's we're here at Saratoga like this. Can't get any better.
Good on you. Thanks for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
George Weaver, Met Mile winner, which
like
will be
that.
coming up on Saturday with Vekoma a few years back. And we're looking forward to, that's one of the premier races this week. That looks like it's going to be quite a battle.
Quite a battle, especially between Nisos and journalism, but there's quite a few in there with a chance.
Here is Trail of Gold, trained by David Donk.
You know, she's not a bad horse. I just don't think she's good enough to win. She doesn't have a race that makes her a major contender.
Jose Ortiz rides. Spinning Colors, Mark Hennig trains.
6-year-old mare by Hardspun does like Saratoga. 3 of her 5 wins here.
Here's George Weaver's 5G, back on turf for the first time since the 2-year-old season.
Yeah, she lost to Laura Lynn, who's a nice little filly now as a 4-year-old.
Being Betty comes in off a victory.
Comes off a very, very good effort last time out as she is improving.
National Archive, Flavian Pratt for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, this one for Oak Bluff Stables. A horse that's going to kind of in between. Maybe this mile 16 should be right for her.
And I'm with Andy, interested in Midnight Concerto for Ken McPeak. Christopher Elliott rides.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's a likely winner, but I do think it's worth noting how well she ran last time out. You make a premature move like she did last time, it usually blows up in your face. In this case, it was the right move by Relu.
Coming off the best performance of her career as we go back to Being Betty. Arad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, just won at a mile distance on the turf in this race at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and she beat a nice European. You see the outside in Peter Brandt's Green Silks. Matilda coming over here, and maybe the horse who Dead Heater could have been best if she didn't have to battle through traffic, Rayosh. But Paulie, both of those horses are pretty good.
Yeah, they're really good. I like this effort. When you look at Being Betty, she's got the horse that her races in Saratoga have not been good, but that was under the Phil Serpy care. If you look under Lisa's care, this horse kind of, in 2026, has really turned the corner at age 5.
Yeah, Lisa worked with Phil, so it's not like she didn't have wasn't involved with this horse earlier. And Phil is serving a suspension, and Lisa's taken over and done a good job.
Last 2 times on the grass for this 5 Being Betty, both victories by a nose. Those were both at a mile, however, but has one at this distance before. 5-2 second choice right now as we approach the 4-minute mark to post in a race that will kick off an early pick 4.
And it's a race that did really change when you saw the scratch of the 3. And that leaves the 4 and 5 as very obvious contenders near. Everybody else will have to improve. I guess Spinning Colors is the one, Paulie, that has some of the back races that make her good enough. The problem is she seems to have lost that form that she once had. But if she could find the form she once had, she'd be a major player here.
Well, she won this race last year, gate-to-wire fashion, off a layoff. I think she's going to have to do the same thing. The only worry is you do have 5G, the 4, and the 5 Being Betty, not as fast as the 4, but I think will keep her company. But if they let Spinning Colors alone for a long time, she could get dangerous.
Well, 5G's going to be right on top of her.
Yeah,
Isn't she? 5G's not slow, and I don't think Johnny's looking to cede any advantage. There may be an argument that 5G's actually faster than she is, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But she's not going to be waltzing on the front end, and if she is, she's probably going to have a horse that has some real talent stalking outside of her.
There was a time when there's no question she would be in front. Those last couple of starts, and one was on synthetic, fine, but that last start, she was not the speedster we've come to know.
Yeah, I don't know if she just kind of lost her speed or if the rider last time decided not to use it. Johnny didn't use it. That was synthetic. I'm not going to pay any attention to that race. The problem really is how badly she declined later in the fall last year, and she just hasn't gotten back to it. Mark Hennig has given her some time off. Basically 4 months since her last race. Maybe she just needed a little bit of a freshening because she is the one horse. You look at her, she has the fastest race of anybody, Paulie, on the turf.
Yeah, she does. She has a couple of races here at Saratoga that would win this race.
And we kicked off this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, Maggie, with a Grade 1 jump race. It was won by a horse who loves Saratoga in Jimmy P. I don't know if it's quite to that level, but certainly this Mark Hennig runner has shown that she likes it here at Saratoga.
Yes, that is very true, Greg. As Spinning Colors number 2 in here, she is 3 for 6 here at the Spun. When she won this race last year, it was on the inner turf course, which I often find is a little bit easier and kinder to those speed horses to extend their speed. This is, however, on the outer turf course. Now, you see her on the outer rail with Manny Franco. She has been freezing and acting up here. I think they're just happy that they got her moving. So I don't love to see that because, look, she comes into Saratoga, as Paul said, off a little bit of a layoff last year, but her Gulfstream races were very good then. She's coming in off of poor Gulfstream form. Now, whether or not she just had the earmarks of a horse that was a bit tired through a long campaign, possibly. And I do like the fact that she has shown historically to run well fresh, but I don't love this behavior. She is a very robust mare, so she always carries a little bit more conditioning than you would like to see from a horse that you would perceive in being fit. So she looks fit enough for her. I just don't think she's in as good a form, honestly, as what she was when she won this race going back to this week last year. Moving on to number 5, Being Betty. Lisa Barkowski, I caught up with her in the paddock, and she was like, she is a little devil because she is not very nice, but I like that. What you lack in size, you make up in attitude. And boy, does Being Betty have it. She was so game in beating some talented runners last time. Dead heating with Grayosh and the highly regarded Matilda in that particular race. And she just wanted it. I think she wanted it more than any. She has been a live wire throughout the preliminaries here, but keeping it contained. That's her. This is what she always does. She looks great. I do wonder, and while she's won at this mile and a 16th distance, I feel like it just stretches her just a bit. We'll see, maybe being a year older, she's able to get there. As we'll move on to number 7, that is Midnight Concerto. As I agree with the guys, her last race was great. Now, we did see the favored Scythian come back to win in her next start with a 79 buyer. Obviously, Midnight Concerto proving that she was the superior animal on that occasion. I remember Acacia, who covered that race, said that she thought she came back as a 5-year-old, really having filled out and much more robust, and I see it. I mean, this is a now mare that I've always liked, but she is getting a little hot on the track. I'm not too concerned because she's not fizzy. She's not acting up, but she looks tremendous, and I'm hoping she gets the right setup at 7-1, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Maggie. There's Christopher Elliott in those silks of Harold Lerner, trained by Ken McPeak, and ran down. It was a very slow pace in that race and was able to get up and win by 2 lengths, and that was off the bench. Can we see improvement off that? If we do, certainly a player.
Well, you know, this is a horse that maybe she's just coming to hand. It's not like she was really good enough to win this on her previous form, and she's never had any speed. She's just like a plodding horse, and Raylu got her even a little closer. It was a very slow pace. Yeah. Raylu's took a chance. You know, those are the kind of moves, Paulie, that when they don't work, you're the goat of goats.
Yeah,
and you get abused by jerks like us.
Yeah,
it worked.
She's the kind of horse, though, I almost think like she wants a slower pace. It looks like the faster paces she's gotten, she really hasn't made that kick. When she gets a slower pace, you look on September 26, 116, 141 again, and she came running.
I'll give you another possibility. Jimmy Jerkins started working for Kenny McPeak last fall. She only had 1 race for Jimmy, going 1 mile and 3/8, where she lost by a head on the turf. Maybe she's improved for Jimmy.
Now, back to the even money favorite, and Paul asked me a question off camera with this one. The last filly she faced on the grass, that was Laura Lynn. What price would she be in here? They wouldn't even run the race. They'd just take her picture and give it to her. She's that good.
Yeah, Laura Lynn
compared to this group.
Laura Lynn she is that good, period. It's not even, yeah, you're right, but also, I mean, she was one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the turf last year. You know, this is not and for people who are looking and saying, what are these guys talking about? She got a 75 buyer. Be very careful, particularly in route races, about 2-year-old turf figs. We routinely see those horses move up 10, 15 points. I won't be surprised when she runs a race that is simply too fast for these. And going back to Laura Lynn, she won the Saratoga Oaks last year. She was second in the Grade 1 QE2 behind Lush Lips, who's been incredibly tough to beat. I mean, she kept great company for Grand Motion. She is good.
We'll see her in the Grade 1 New York on Friday.
Thanks, Greg. Greg's got everything going on here. You've like moved in.
And I think that's why. And I think that's why you're getting that even money.
Yeah,
I really think so. You see Laura Lynn on that line, and she just might be unbeatable in here.
You know, you combine with the fact that she's run big races on the dirt, and then you go back and realize she can handle the turf. She's even money for a reason, and I agree. You know, as George said, you know, she should be a short price.
And we'll see how forward she is going to be as well. And if Spinning Colors, the 2, can sort of refine not just that form, but that speed that she used to have. If so, she could certainly be a danger at double-digit odds. But the even money favorite back on the turf for the first time since her 2-year-old campaign. 4-year-old filly 5G, John Velasquez for George Weaver. It's the start of the early pick 4 here on Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, New York Showcase Day. We go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the Mount Vernon. And Spinning Colors gets the first call, immediately tackled by Being Betty. And those two will lead the field. 5G gets a good spot on the inside of Midnight Concerto, who's 4th. The 2 trailers, National Archive, Trail of Gold, is at the back of the field. So Spinning Colors and Manny Franco to lead the way, opening up 2.5 lengths now. Being Betty backs off in 2nd as they swing on to the backstretch. And they're followed by 5G 3rd, the opening fraction 24 and 4/5 seconds. Then comes Midnight Concerto, who's 4th at this point with 4 lengths to make up. Then National Archive and Trail of Gold. Down the backstretch, Spinning Colors uncontested. 1.5 lengths to Being Betty in 2nd as 5G is forwardly placed and eager to get after the top pair. They're followed by Midnight Concerto, the half slowed down in 49 and 3 moving into the far turn, where it's still Spinning Colors in front by a length. Being Betty, 5G, second and third the entire journey, with Midnight Concerto 3 off the pace in fourth, followed by National Archive and Trail of Gold approaching the top of the stretch. And Being Betty has taken the lead from Spinning Colors. 5G angles out. Midnight Concerto, widest of all, is finishing nicely with 1 furlong to go. 3 clear of National Archive. Coming to the 16th pole, it's Being Betty, running strongly through the stretch, holding a 2-length lead on Midnight Concerto and 5G. Being Betty by 2. Being Betty has won the Mount Vernon. Midnight Concerto a solid second in front of 5G, and National Archive was picking it up late.
Last 3 starts on the lawn, all victories for Being Betty, trained by Lisa Bartkowski. Arad Ortiz Jr. aboard for the win.
She has really stepped forward recently for Lisa. Got a very good ride being in the stalking position. John Velasquez decided to rate 5G. It didn't look like a bad move. She angled out and looked like a winner for about half a second, Paulie. And then we thought Midnight Concerto would get there, but Betty G was just too good for these.
No, she was. She broke right on the button, was able just to sit right outside your pace setter of the 2. She put that one away. You know, Midnight Concerto, you talked about, might have the best kick, started getting into stride late, and even the 6 who was launching from way out of it. But yeah, the 4 was a little disappointing here. Second choice gets it home.
I guess, you know, and I don't think that 5G was winning this race the way she ran, but I guess in retrospect, you ask yourself, maybe they should have been more aggressive, because it was a super slow pace, and it's not saying that hurt 5G, it helped Being Betty.
I think they were just thinking, okay, let's lay in the inside. We'll be able to outfinish these horses. But, you know, at the top of the lane, when you got Midnight Concerto and Being Betty, these horses got some bottom under them. You're not going to go buy these horses.
They were confident going in, and it turned out maybe a little overconfident. I was too, so I'm not going to disagree with that. She was not good enough today. Being Betty was best.
4-5 favorite defeated. There's winning trainer Lisa Bartkowski. Good for her. This 5-year-old mare picks up the 6th win of her career. 6 wins now from 14 starts on the lawn for Hillyfield Stable, homebred, and Arad Ortiz Jr. in the irons.
No, she's really gotten good. She beat some nice horses last time. She's run well against Open Company, and she gets the job done in a stake race. A really nice win for Lisa. Congrats to her and the connections.
Being Betty, much the best. 141-3, final time for the mile and a 16th in the Mount Vernon as New York Showcase Day continues. We'll take a timeout. Prices for Being Betty's victory when we come back. This is coming up. Broadway after the races. This is where everyone from the track hits for the restaurants, cocktails, the scene in Saratoga. Part of what makes this town so special, not just the racing here, so much to do around town. Just such a special area. Being Betty, last 3 times on turf, she's gotten her picture taken every single time. Lisa Bartkowski trains Arad Ortiz Jr. on the board. His first win of Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Week.
Congratulations to Hillyfield Stable, the 5-year-old mare by Weekend Hideaway. The courageous cat mare, Lady Joan. Hillyfield Stable breeder 2 as well, getting the job done. You see Being Betty just laid right off the 2-horse here and held everybody else off, Andy.
And Weekend Hideaway ran for Phil Serpy, and I believe these connections as well. And he doesn't have a lot of horses, but he gets them to run on dirt, gets them running turf, and she really has gotten so much better in here. A very nice trip stalking the outside. But I tell you what, on the turn, you felt like 5G was just going to blow by her. Then it looked like Midnight Concerto was going to beat her, but she was not letting them get by. A very nice win for her.
5-7, 4-6 finish, $7.38 for Being Betty's victory. Let's go to Maggie.
So pleased to be here with winning connections of Being Betty in this Mount Vernon. Lisa Bartkowski and co-owner Mike Hoffman. And they just mentioned Weekend Hideaway. I mean, that was your big horse, Mike. And for him to have a progeny winning on New York Showcase Day has to be so meaningful.
It's just a once-in-a-lifetime experience. And Lisa and Phil picked out Weekend Hideaway, and I've known Lisa for close to 27 years now, and that was the single greatest training job in the history of horse racing.
Well, he says that, I think, because she's not easy, Lisa. As you said, you get on her yourself, and let me tell you, I can attest you're one of the best riders, horsewomen I've ever seen. But she makes you work for it.
She is so difficult to ride. You have to be ready every moment. She's tough to gallop, but you can't ride her with your irons up like a tough horse because she jumps all around. And as a matter of fact, 2 days ago, I was about 1/2 inch from falling off at the top of the stretch. I lost my goggles, I lost my irons. She almost ran off with me. But you know she's doing really well when she acts like that. So we were happy.
And what you often get with small fillies is that attitude. They make up for it, and then they fight for it out on the racetrack.
That's her every step of the way. If you watch her last 2 wins, that's exactly, they were closer, and she just would not be denied. Both times I thought she was going to be third, and she just would not let horses by her. And that's just, her mom had that trait. You know, Mike owned her mom and her grandmom and her great-grandmom, etc. But Betty is probably the toughest in that department. I mean, she's just incredible.
Yeah, Lisa's trying to age you, Mike, a little bit here, but to win on a day like this, kicking off Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Week on New York Showcase Day as an owner breeder, I mean, it doesn't get any better, right?
It means simply everything to me and my family, and it's been a great, great run. I do want to mention Tom Carroll and his wife, Kathleen Ventrella. Being Betty is named after Tom's late mother, and Tom was from Saratoga. He's watching on TV now, so thank you for interviewing us. Thank you for always being part of the Weekend Hideaway team. Thank you.
You know it. I will always carry that badge. But guys, congratulations, Being Betty. She was tenacious yet again in this Mount Vernon.
Good for these connections, and what a performance. This one has really blossomed now as a 5-year-old.
And I think, you're seeing the connections and the owner in the winner's circle. It's what's so great about state bred programs, the New York bred program, because you talk about Weekend Hideaway, who he raced, and he has a foal from her, and, run the family, and to win these big races, it shows how much it means. I think that, to me, is one of the best things about these state bred days, something that started with Jim McKay's Maryland Million, but we've had in New York for many, many years.
Who's that man with the hat holding the trophy? Najah Thompson.
Yeah, Najah's looking to get a lot of... I'm just glad he's winning a trophy because he's been blowing up my phone with texts all day, so I'm glad to get a break from him.
He's channeling his inner Crocodile Dundee.
Rolled up into the racetrack, heard him on the radio. Can't get away from him today. This is his day.
Can't get away from him today. I can't get away from him in life.
Kingston, and that's a good thing. We love Najah.
We do.
Kingston, mile and a 16th on the turf. The boys get their turn coming up here. Right now, it's Spirit of St. Louis. At one time, you can make an argument this was the best turf horse in North America.
when he won the Turf Classic at Churchill on Derby Day last year, he was at that point the leading turf horse in the country. He had won 2 Grade 1s, and it's a horse that Peter Brandt originally owned. They ended up selling him. He was a gelding, and he can run in the dirt. He can run in the turf. Chad Brown's had him, done well, but he's getting a little older. He's not as good as he once was, but he's still good enough to be competitive here. So we'll see if he can get it done as the older statesman, or George Briggs, who Chad Brown had trained for Peter Brandt. Peter moved some of his horses. This one to Miguel Clement. We'll see if the young upstart can beat him here.
Yeah, Spirit of St. Louis, the old
veteran.
Yeah, the veteran. You look at his races. He even won the Pegasus World Invitational, too. I mean, he's won some unreal races, some Grade 1 races. You know, he's age 7 now. Is he long in the tooth? We'll see what happens. You'll still see that late kick. He'll be coming late.
You guys have any plans tonight?
I'm having dinner with Naja, as a matter of fact.
Really? Well, before dinner, you guys should hit Broadway. They're closing it down. Free concert, as we've been doing here the last couple of years. Belmont Week at Saratoga, with more on what's going to happen tonight downtown. Let's go to Matt.
Yes, it's all the talk at the moment, boys. This is my favourite part of Saratoga. As much as it's fantastic to be in the yard, having a look at the horses and the jockeys, etc., just sitting around with all of the spectators here under the beautiful trees. You get a beautiful drink of water from the springs to my right here, and we're enjoying ourselves. But it's going to be rocking in the main street of Saratoga tonight. Belmont on Broadway. It is Fitz and the Tantrums. Now, obviously, being from down under, not that familiar with them, but I do know that they've had 6 albums. It's Neo Soul and Man on the Moon is their biggest hit. And I've had a listen to it, and I really like it. And I can tell you that the whole street is going to be closed down. So Saratoga is going to be the place to be past 5 o'clock tonight. Let's get rocking.
Look at that turnout. And, Paul, you're a little bit familiar with Fitz and the Tantrums?
Yeah, I'm going to be dancing the hand clap.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a really good song by Fitz and the Tantrums. Listen, we had Maggie there last year. Maggie was on the loose, and it was an absolute...
She stole the show.
She did. She stole the show. And listen, hopefully, I don't know if Maggie's going to be able to go back again, but maybe we can get Andy on the loose.
All I know is I saw the name of the band, and I thought the show is Greg and the Tantrums with the two of us up here.
You don't want Andy on the loose. But, yes, if we get Maggie on the loose again, we're all in favor of that. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. This week of action last year ended with a fairy tale story, deterministic in the Manhattan for Miguel Clement. Can he do it again? We'll have a preview when we come back.
You know who that is in the left.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Ascendee.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
$44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima, and a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
Rude Velocity, a sharp 3-length winner of the Pate Mile.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Deterministic, the one to catch, leading it by 2. Far Bridge has been tracking intently, and he's guided off now to come after this front-running Deterministic. These two are clear by 3. Integration is 5 behind them, but it is Deterministic who keeps on rolling on the front end. 2-length advantage. Far Bridge, Integration, Deterministic on the outside. Here's Integration. Here's the line. Deterministic!
That is how the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival ended last year. Miguel Clement taking over the barn of his late father and getting the first Grade 1 win of his career.
Nah, it was a highly emotional way to end the meet, and Kendrick obviously celebrating that win. He's a terrific racehorse. They've done very well. He's been aggressive, and he'll try to wire this field. The race will be a 16th of a mile longer this year, and with a horse like Rhetorical, who won the Turf Classic, as well as Bright Picture, who comes from Europe, who likely will be favored in there. This is a very, very tough field, Paulie.
No, it is a really tough field. You make the point about Rhetorical, who just, like you said, Greg, we were just talking, he was dynamite last race at Churchill Downs.
But with Deterministic, he's not going to get the lead. Now, he doesn't need it to win, but I think that had something to do with him being able to dominate last time. And listen, he was very, very good last time. He better be very, very good on Saturday, because if Bright Picture shows up, they are all running for second.
We'll get to him in a second. Here's that performance, just next level from Rhetorical. Destroys this group in a Grade 1 and a 107 Beyer speed figure in victory. Incredible performance, but will we get it again? That was at 1 1/8 miles at Churchill. Third start now off the bench of his 5-year-old campaign for a trainer that seems just to be winning everything.
I think he's training at 100%. I know it shows a couple of losses there, but I can't remember him losing a race. And I'll tell you one thing, all of the connections in this race are glad this New York bred is not in here.
Yeah, it is true. He's just really good. And, you know, they gelded him at young in his age because he's always been a kind of horse that's kind of full of himself. You know, the Maker's Mark Mile, I thought he ran even better. He was not really having it behind the gate. He's the kind of horse, he minds his manners. He's going to be really tough to beat.
Bright Picture, though, the big horse in here, obviously Rhetorical is as well, but a horse who's a multiple group winner overseas, and talk about the race he comes out of.
Well, he lost to Deriz, and if you're not familiar with that horse, he won the Arc de Triomphe, which is really that along with the Melbourne Cup, maybe one of the biggest races of the year. And he beat him last time, but it's not just Deriz. It's if you look at the companies keeping, they're all top quality Group 2 Europeans, and a Group 2 European is going to be mostly better than our Group 1 horses here. And I really feel like the connections are probably bringing him here to avoid Deriz and the Prince of Wales at Royal Ascot. And this has a bigger purse, so more people should have done what he's done. He's going to be a handful coming in for Andre Fabre, who there's an argument might be the greatest trainer in the world.
He's up there. I mean, this horse is a 7-time winner. You win that many races over there, you're pretty accomplished.
Grade 1 Manhattan, mile and 3/16, race 12, 6:11 Eastern on Belmont Stakes Saturday, which is one of the best days of racing anywhere in the world in this sport. We hope you join us on Fox if you can't make it out here to Saratoga. Back to today's action. Kingston in this fourth race, mile and a 16th over the inner turf. And a look right there, better lucky than good. 6-1 on the board for Miguel Clement. Of course, trains Deterministic we just touched on. We'll see you in the Manhattan. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with number 7 in here, Spirit of St. Louis on the outside. As Chad Brown has been quoted as saying, you know, if he steps up and wins here, he could very well go back into open company, which he has been very competitive at. I mean, obviously winning the Grade 1 Turf Classic once upon a time, as well as the Pegasus World Cup Invitational Turf. And if not, he stays with New York Breds, as this will be his final year. However, I noted last time that despite him coming in off of a subpar performance in the Appleton, that he still looked great. I still think the same thing, yet he still lost. Now, sounds like a plan. Was able to have things his own way. So we'll see what Spirit of St. Louis is going to do here. He draws on the outside, which isn't the greatest spot for him overall, but he is a horse that comes with one run, so he could tuck over and save some ground. Now, Mibago, he's going to be trying to go for it, as he is the speed of the speed in here in this race. He's on the inner turf course, which we'll see if that plays well to front runners. He does take the blinkers off for the very first time in his career. He's a horse that, like we said, has a lot of speed, but he doesn't necessarily show it here in the paddock. It's more when he gets outside in the warm-up. He can be very aggressive out on the racetrack. He looks great. And, you know, it's always kind of relative when you see horses that haven't run against New York breds that often, how they stack up. And he does stack up very favorably as he comes back to them for the first time in a long time. Number 5, Funny Factor, is a private purchase for Wachtell Stable et al. In Pentofel Stable. And I talked to Adam Wachtell here. I said, why did you go for this horse? And he said, well, I use sheets, and this horse, as a 2-year-old, ran actually a 13 in that stakes race in the notebook, going a mile without Lasix. And he really thought that was impressive. He said, for reference, you know, Rhetorical ran 13s as a 3-year-old early on in his career. So he is taking on some stalwarts of this division, and he might not be as good as them as a current 3-year-old, but I do think there's a lot of quality and class to this horse, as Will Walden does take over training. And nothing against Jimmy Ryerson. I own a club to the Jimmy Ryerson fan club, but Will Walden, he's winning and has won a lot of races in his young career. This horse looks incredibly strong, even more so than what he did coming back off the bench, in which he was able to win going the 6 furlongs. I definitely don't mind him getting a little bit more ground too, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Post parade coming up as we approach the 6-minute mark to post. 8-5 favorite, the back class of a Grade 1 winner, Spirit of St. Louis. And as you look at those 2 races, guys, as a 7-year-old for Spirit of St. Louis, how far off is he from when he was at his best?
It's a great question, and Paulie, I don't really have the answer. I think he's maybe it's hard to say. Is it 2-3 lengths? I don't know. He's obviously this year, his last 2 races, these just aren't the kind of races he was running at his very peak. He's a 7-year-old. I mean, they don't have, you know, most of these horses can't hold that for him that long. And he's still competing at a very high level. And he also got wired last time. And one thing I think he'll get in this race is at least a little more pace, because you've got Mibago, who's a bit of a runoff, and you've got Funny Factor stretching out. So I think he'll get at least a more honest pace to close into today.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe he's, you know, his best races were 103, 104 buyer, right in that area, 102. Maybe his best could be 94, 95. I will say this. His last 4 races, just on the form, in New York bred stakes, he was 94 cents on the dollar. He just lost. We just saw the replay, Greg. In the Mohawk in 2024, 60 cents on the dollar, 40 cents on the dollar. So he's always betting in New York bred races, and he's never been worse than second in a long time.
Post parade coming up shortly. Let's go to Matt.
Well, Will, how long have you had this horse for?
About 3.5 weeks, I think we got him.
Nice, strong horse. What are you making of him?
Yeah, I mean, look, Jimmy Ryerson and his team did a great job with him, and he came in with a lot of condition, really healthy, and, you know, we just tried to keep the wheels on the bus, so to speak. He's, you know, been trained at Churchill Downs, been breezing well, and, you know, hopefully he likes his spot.
Stretching out to the trip, not a problem?
Yeah, I mean, he did it last year. Was second, I believe, 3rd time, 4th time out. So he's done it before. I spoke with Manny, who rode him before, the time before, and, you know, asked his opinion. He thought he'd stretch out with no problem.
You've got an important day coming up over the weekend in the Manhattan. How's your star horse going?
Yeah, he's doing well. You know, off a big effort, you know, had the 5 weeks, and he's coming into it without a hitch, and, you know, we're just excited to get him out back on a turf course that he loves.
I hope that wasn't a rhetorical question. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Matt Hill. Of course, that is rhetorical, who we will see in the Manhattan over the weekend as our post parade begins with Leon Blue, named after someone DRF's Matt Grenning called a Damon Runyon type character.
He was. I knew Blue, and he was. And let me tell you something. Blue had no fear when he went to the windows.
First memory, he said, of watching a race was Seabiscuit beating War Admiral. Not a bad way to kick off your horse racing career. George Briggs, Miguel Clement.
Went into the Miguel Clement barn and resulted in a W. See if you can repeat that again.
Smooth Breeze for Jorge Abreu.
I like Smooth Breeze in this race. He got completely shuffled out of it last time out, and I thought ran an improved race, and I think he is a viable upset possibility.
Miguel Clement, better lucky than good, 7-1.
I thought this horse was a little unlucky, no pun intended, last year in the Kingston. I like this horse at a price.
Here's Will Walden's funny factor. Just spoke to Matt.
Will wins a lot of races. He's winning over 30% this year. He's 0 for 6 off trainer switches on the turf. If this horse win, it would be nothing short of a miracle.
Yeah, first start in his barn. Here is Me Bago. Blinkers come off.
First time in the career the blinkers go off for Me Bago. I actually ran without him in the career debut. The last 15 starts with blinkers.
Multiple Grade 1 winner, Spirit of St. Louis.
He's not as good as he once was, but that still could be good enough to win in this race. And I do think with the presence of Me Bago and Funny Factor, we should get a more honest pace for him to close into, which could enhance his chances. We'll see what he does today.
Favoritism on this gorgeous Wednesday afternoon for the Kingston. It's gone back to the 2. Terrific crowd on hand. It's going to get bigger and bigger throughout the week as the races get more and more important. George Briggs moved to the Miguel Clement barn in that most recent start, May 17th, and came up with the biggest performance of his career.
And he had been with Chad Brown until very, very shortly before this race. And he ran well. He got an extraordinarily good trip in this race, but he still did run well to win. He's the up-and-comer, so you've got a horse, Paulie, that's on the come, that's favored right now over a horse that maybe is past his best races, but is the young upstart good enough to beat the old pro?
It's 49 cents on the dollar on this day, so he's kind of supposed to get the job done. Obviously, a lot tougher, I thought, today. I don't know. I mean, right now at 8-5, I thought there was just better horses to go to in here. And don't forget, by the way, this is the mandatory pick 5 payout.
It is.
Starts here.
So, yeah, mandatory pay pick 5 begins here in the 4th. $146,000 in that pool and growing. As George Briggs will have Flavien Prat back aboard. He was on board for that win we just showed you back on May 17th. And if he can produce that kind of race again, he's going to be very tough to beat, and the board reflects it.
Yeah, I think he's an underlay, personally. I don't think it's just that he's running against Spirit of St. Louis. I think Better Lucky Than Good and Smooth Breeze are both very good horses. And I happen to like Iron Max, who George Briggs beat last time. But Iron Max is not as good as these horses. He is taking a big step up. And I'm not saying George Briggs can't win, because he can. But, Paulie, I think he's an underlay meeting a much more seasoned, tougher group of horses.
I'm with you. I not at 9-5. I thought this was a way tougher group. I only know it's a 7-pack in here. But I thought you could point, Leon Blue might be a little bit tough, but he's also going to show some speed. I thought all other runners, unless the 5 completely moves up, could win this race.
So 9-5 favorite. There's George Briggs. Meanwhile, next door, Smooth Breeze. John Velasquez will ride. Let's go to Maggie.
Guys, I didn't see George Briggs in here, being totally keen to take him as the favorite either. As Smooth Breeze is a horse I picked last time. I thought he looked tremendous in the paddock. I think the same yet again. And as Andy said, he did have a little bit of trip that day. So he just kind of stayed on evenly. We'll see if being inside is going to help him out here. But I really feel as though he has moved forward a bit, at least physically, from 3 to 4, which you always like to see. As we'll move on to that big long shot on the rail, Leon Blue. I know people might want to automatically dismiss him, and maybe he isn't as good, but as we often talk about, Mel Giddings horses run up here at Saratoga. And furthermore, in the paddock last time at Aqueduct, he just seemed really nervous, and on top of that, just not fit. And he broke on top, and he was taken in hand. Then he got quite keen while having to track the pace on the rail. He was running with his mouth wide open, as you do see him have a rubber figure 8 on and a ring bit. So that's kind of an upgrade of equipment, giving Christopher Elliott a little bit more leverage and to hopefully keep his mouth closed again. So he is a bit more fit. He does seem, definitely in the paddock, he seemed a lot less nervous. And he draws on the inside with some speed, and we know he has run well here on this racetrack. And then number 4, Better Lucky Than Good. Miguel Clement has been quoted as saying that he was too keen off the layoff. Well, yeah, maybe going a mile and 3/8 he was, and obviously cutting back, he won't be as keen, but he will be ridden more patiently, which one would expect, as well as picking up Arad Ortiz Jr., who's looking for back-to-back stakes victories on this turf course. He was the horse that caught my eye. When they walked into the paddock, I thought he looked best of all. I'm going to go with Smooth Breeze here again, Greg, but Better Lucky Than Good, I think, will run better here in his second start off the bench.
Better Lucky Than Good, the 4 double-digit odds. You don't get that a lot on Arad Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, I mean, he's not impossible to get a piece in here as well. I picked him third, but I do like Smooth Breeze, a horse who I thought was improving for Jorge Abreu. He's a 4-year-old who has upside, who, while he did save ground last time, Paulie, he got badly shuffled back during a key part of the race, and I still think he ran fairly well considering.
He should sit a really good trip. I think he gets right to the rail. Look for the 1 to go. I would say, obviously, look for the 5 to show some speed, and then the 6, Mibago, cutting with those blinkers off. And I think you're going to see a cavalry come home. I think this is a very competitive field.
Opening day coverage of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival on New York Showcase Day continues with the Kingston, the 8-5 favorite. Multiple Grade 1 winner. Spirit of St. Louis, not quite as good as he was at the peak of his career, but still very good and certainly capable against a field like this. The one to beat from the outside post for Chad Brown and Manny Franco. Set it upstairs here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage to Frank Miramati for the call.
Moving into line for the Kingston. Just a little hesitation at the gate. And now they're guiding Leon Blue in. Here's George Briggs. Smooth Breeze and John Velasquez. Better Lucky Than Good will follow him in. Walking up. It's a little bit of hesitation. These are some well-experienced individuals, but a couple of them taking their time, including Smooth Breeze, who gets a little bit of a cue from the assistant starting team just behind the gate. In the meantime, we look at Spirit of St. Louis. A win here would put him just under the $2 million mark in career earnings. The 7-year-old has won 11 of his 21 starts and is the 8-5 co-favorite in the final stages of wagering. As we watch Better Lucky Than Good going in and Arad Ortiz Jr. Here's Funny Factor, Mibago, and Spirit of St. Louis. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Kingston, and Mibago bounces out very smoothly. Leon Blue along the inside. Those two lead them by the stands the first time, with George Briggs in third, Funny Factor a close-up fourth. It's another 3. Smooth Breeze settles in fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. Then Spirit of St. Louis, and it's a gap of 4 to Better Lucky Than Good. They round the clubhouse turn, and Mibago sets the pace. Opens up a length and a half. George Briggs moves into second. Leon Blue at the rail in third. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. They're followed by Funny Factor fourth. As they swing on to the backstretch, Mibago has opened up 4 lengths now. The next flight headed by Smooth Breeze. Spirit of St. Louis will do his best running later on, and Better Than Lucky Than Good is at the back of the field. So Mibago loose on the front end. The half went in 47 seconds flat. Jose Ortiz and Mibago take them into the far turn with a close to a 5-length lead. George Briggs patiently handled in second, yet to be asked to go after that front runner. Funny Factor now third, rounding the far turn. Spirit of St. Louis revving up. He's on the outside of Leon Blue. Smooth Breeze, 3/4 went in 1:10 and 3. Mibago turns for home with a 3-length lead. George Briggs closing in. Mibago, plenty left in the tank. George Briggs, Spirit of St. Louis, are chasing Mibago. Mibago showing no signs of weakening, and he waved goodbye. It will be Mibago. A dazzling display here. Winning the Kingston by 5 emphatic lengths. Spirit of St. Louis rallied into second. George Briggs, and better lucky than good.
Mibago, speed, the blinkers come off. Nobody can catch him, and very sharp final time, 1:39.3 for the mile and a 16th.
It's been a long time since this guy has run against New York breds, if he really ever has, for Mark Casse. And he ran off like he always does, Paulie, but I think most of us, I think the other riders, assumed he'd fall back. He never did. I don't know how you come up with him having this performance, but he just ran huge.
Beyond huge. I mean, he's 3/10 off the track record here. 139 for a mile and 16th is the track record. And 133, 110, and he just kept on going.
I mean, if you believe the fractions, no reason not to. He went a 23 flat fourth quarter, and then he came home in under 6 seconds the last 16. I mean, I think that both George Briggs and Spirit of St. Louis ran fine in here. This horse just ran a race. He should have been a greatest stake, the kind of race he ran. What
kind
a performance.
Top of the
Where
lane,
did it come from?
It looked like better lucky than good. They were all coming, and this horse kind of just said, see you later. And Greg, this is your play. Blinkers off. Only since the career debut and on the front end, my goodness.
Get to the front, able to relax with that equipment change, and you're just able to finish and find more. Mibago does just that, and as Paulie mentioned, not far off the track record.
He was extending at the
He
end.
was. He was.
Extending from those two. And the horses behind him, they're pretty good, and he was running away from them after doing that. I don't know what to say. That was a jaw-dropping performance. It's going to be very hard to believe that anybody is going to run as well as this horse just ran today. He's the star of the show.
He certainly is for now. What a performance. Mibago with the equipment change. Mark Casse, those bright pink silks of Gary Barber. Wow, they won a lot of big races together over the years, including a 4-star Dave with a filly. Jose Ortiz, the man of the moment as well. Oaks Derby winning rider with the victory here in the Kingston. We're going to take a timeout. We, of course, are here this week because that is being built. The new Belmont. We move in September 18th. We'll have more on our new home when we return. Back with you on America's Day at the Races, Belmont Week at Saratoga, and of course right across the street from this historic racetrack, Horse Racing Hall of Fame. An incredible afternoon. If you can make the visit before the races, one day perhaps this summer. Gorgeous Wednesday afternoon to kick off this incredible week of action on New York Showcase Day. Mibago basically gate to wire once getting the lead with this incredible victory and a sharp final time, not far off a track record as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with winning trainer Hall of Famer Mark Casse as Mibago. Obviously getting in with New York breds helps a lot, but you said there were a few other factors that really, proved to be in his favor today.
Well, yeah, he's every time I put him, it rains. So this was probably his fastest turf course that he's seen. I think the inner turf suits him as well, and Jose said he was amazing. Said he exploded. I think he went the last 16th and 5 and 4 or something.
As Andy said, this is so far the performance of the day by a mile. About the decision to take the blinkers off.
Just to get him to try to relax a little bit,
Well, this is just the tip of the iceberg for you. You have a big weekend.
Hopefully it's the start of some good things.
Exactly. Well, let's visit Nitrogen in the Ogden Phipps. Has she just been running against some fillies and mares that are maybe in raging form? Can you come up with an excuse for her running her race but just not getting to the winner's circle?
I think her first race she ran very well.
She did.
The track, muddy tracks are different everywhere. She was exhausted. Jose knows her better than anybody. He said when he pulled her up in her third place performance, he said she was exhausted. We came back and we ran, and we were second best. Jose said he could have been on Rachel Alexander and not beat her. And I think if you look, the two fillies that beat her the previous race in the mud, she handled pretty easy. She's 2 for 2 here. She likes it, and she's extremely happy right now. She loves Saratoga, as do I, so we're going to see.
We're going to keep things rolling up here at the spot. Well, Mark, congratulations with Mibago. It was nice to see him do that against New York Bred Company.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Mark Casse here. As we said, so many more horses to come. Could be the start of a successful week up here at the spot.
So much success, as we mentioned, especially with the Silks of Gary Barber over the years for Mark Casse, who just last summer became the newest member of the 4,000 Win Club.
And he's also a dream for people like us that do these shows because he's always available, always accessible, and it's a pleasure to deal with somebody like Mark as well.
This is a coming out party for this horse. They gelded this horse at the beginning of the year, and, blinkers off, so a lot of different changes. Might be a new lease on life, my goodness.
It was a big class drop. It didn't, I didn't see it, but wow, did he run today.
Critical Eye will kick off a pick six carryover from Belmont at the Big A, so we have that to look forward to. This race named after this pretty good one here that won the 2000 Gazelle.
Trained by Scott Schwartz. She was a very, very nice racehorse who ran quite a few very fast races. I don't know who she's beating inside of her, but she really ran well. Gazelle was a grade 1 back then. They used to run in the fall. You'd see horses win the Alabama and come back 2 weeks later and run in the Gazelle.
Yeah, right? So the Critical Eye, this year's version, seems like there's quite a few ways to go in this race. There's 4 really key contenders in here, but the favorite 9-5 right now, Wesley Ward with Landed. Wesley Ward, we know him especially in sprints, a lot of turf sprints. He has a horse actually going long later in the card, and then he has Landed here at 1 1/8 miles.
And she's won a stake race for New York Breds at 1 1/8 miles up in Saratoga. Now she's going to have to deal with the speed of Bernie Takes Charge on the outside and then hold off closers. Horses like Walk With Me, who I like on the rail, and the 4 Valtellina for our friend Ray Handel. This is a really good race. Got 2 quality horses with speed and 2 quality horses that can close.
Yeah, I mean, it is unusual for Wesley. He's even got a horse in the Belmont Gold Club, a 2-mile race. You always see Wesley with a lot of these 4.5 furlong races, but you make a good point. 2 for 2 at Saratoga is the 3 Landed, 5 for 12. Hasn't really run a bad shot. And, if they don't put pressure on early, I'm with him. The 7 Bernie Takes Charge should take,
has to go.
Should show some speed in here, but we'll see what happens.
Navy SEAL, yeah, that Wesley Ward runner says I don't get a lot of stayers, but that's one who loves to go longer the better. That is where we're going to be moving into once summer at Saratoga concludes. Friday, September 18th, brand new reimagined home at Belmont Park, and we'll open with the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, September 18th. As you can see, the building is getting closer and closer to being finished. But, you know, the courses are down. The turf course is the dirt. We've got the synthetic course for racing in the winter and off the turf races. And I can't tell you how excited we all are to get back to Belmont Park.
It's incredible, not just for the New York Racing Association. We're all excited about it for this entire sport. With more, let's go to Samantha Perry.
The new Belmont Park paddock features an experience like fans have never seen before. The paddock is 33% larger than the old Belmont Park paddock and still is anchored by the historic Japanese white pine centered in the middle of the action. The new Belmont Park paddock has 15 saddling stalls, an owners and trainers lounge, and a tiered viewing experience that brings fans closer to the thoroughbred athletes before they step out onto the racetrack.
Incredible that this sport is going to have that kind of really monument to this sport. Almost $500 million put into the construction of this new reimagined Belmont Park.
And a huge investment into the future of racing in New York, and it's going to be great, you know. And we appreciate really how much the horsemen have helped out over these years. It's hard. They're all stabled at Belmont Park, and they ship over their horses every single day to Aqueduct for quite a while. And to be able to run out of their backyard is going to be a big improvement. And I tell you what, the future of racing in New York is more than bright.
Yeah, it's unbelievably bright, isn't it? I mean, just to go look at the renderings and what we've now seen coming into kind of in focus now, it's kind of amazing what it's going to look like. Obviously, we're so excited to be there, but you make a good point. It's what the industry needed, and the Breeders' Cup coming back in New York is what the industry really needed.
Well, that'll happen 2027. Yeah, visit from the Breeders' Cup in the fall. We're going to take a timeout. All so much attention, of course, as it should be on the Belmont Stakes, but maybe the best three-year-old lurking out there is a horse that will line up in a different race. Crude Velocity for Bob Baffert will put his perfect record on the line. Stay with us.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First Mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga. Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon. Sun's up.
Danzig Connection has a neck in front. On the outside, Ferdinand and John's Treasure, they enter the stretch. Danzig Connection still leads narrowly. Ferdinand on the outside, challenging that lead. Farther out is John's Treasure. On the rail is Personal Flag moving into fourth as Danzig Connection now draws clear. This is going to be the fifth Belmont for Woody Stevens. John's Treasure on the outside of Ferdinand. Danzig Connection has the lead.
After this victory, there were chants of Woody. Woody, fifth consecutive victory in the Belmont Stakes for the great Woody Stevens. This one probably the most improbable of them all, winning at 8-1 as he beat out John's Treasure and Ferdinand with Chris McCarron aboard.
I was happy to bet on basically any horse that Chris McCarron rode at that point, and that achievement by Woody Stevens, winning 5 straight Belmonts. He ran Gone West the next year because he just wanted to have a horse in the Belmont. Now, he could have won the Belmont if they ran it in heats, Paulie, but he couldn't win it a mile and a half. It's an incredible horse. And Creme Fraiche, by the way, we got to do a story on Creme Fraiche one day. He beat Java Gold. He beat Turkoman. He won the Belmont. He beat a Fleet in the Meadowlands Cup. He's one of the great untold stories in racing.
And Woody Stevens will laugh because he'll say, of the 5 horses, the 6th one, Gone West, was my best sire of all the horses when he went to Sud.
Gone West was a tremendous horse. He just couldn't get 12 furlongs. But Woody Stevens, I mean, he obviously accomplished many great things in this race. And here's a trivia question. Woody Stevens trained the horse that was favored in Ruffian's debut when she won by 10 lengths, a horse named Suzette. Wow. That's how much respect Woody got at the window. Favored against Ruffian. Ruffian won by 10.
Pretty incredible. Race named in his honor, and a horse some think maybe could steal the show on Saturday. The undefeated Crude Velocity for Bob Baffert. Perfect 3 for 3 to this point. His graded stakes debut, the Pat Day Mile. Again, a slow break out of the gate. That's sort of his M.O. Brilliant ride by Florent Geroux and beat a very good horse in Englishman who will face again.
He may be the best 3-year-old in the country. I think a lot of people feel that's a possibility. But I'll tell you something, Paulie, and Greg brought it up. He has gotten left a little bit, not, but like a half length in all of his races. Jose Ortiz is right outside of him this time with Englishman. And Jose, and he's right, is going to have his left eye peeled because if that horse breaks slow, Jose is going to shut that door as quickly as you can. And that could give Englishman an advantage, and it could be bad for Crude Velocity.
Englishman is talented. If you would say before the Kentucky Derby, in Cherie DeVaux's barn of 3-year-olds, who was a better 3-year-old, Englishman or Golden Temple, I think she would have probably wavered a little bit, might have said Englishman, and then Golden Temple goes out and wins the Derby.
Are you so sure she wouldn't still say it now? I mean, she's blessed with a lot of good horses. These are 2 serious, very different horses.
Bob Baffert had said if he got started a little sooner, Crude Velocity would have been in the Kentucky Derby. Plan after this, one step at a time, but the Haskell would come next. See what happens in that Grade 1 Woody Stevens race 10 on Saturday. As we get back to New York Showcase Day, Critical Eye, $200,000 purse at 1 1/8 for fillies and mares 3 and up as we go to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with the 2 speed horses that will take some money in here, beginning with Landed, who does come in here for trainer Wesley Ward, and she's coming off of a second-place effort at Keeneland against Open Company, in which she was beaten by the favorite, who did come from last that day. And Landed, she is drawn more inside, so her foot, if you will, is a little bit more forced because she is to the inside of Bernie Takes Charge, whom I'll get to in a moment. But the last time they met in the Bay Ridge, Bernie Takes Charge took it to her and she took the race. However, Landed did not look as good in the Bay Ridge in the paddock as she does here for this race here in the Critical Eye. In that, she just didn't look that fit. She was coming in off of a couple-month layoff. Her coat wasn't great either. That is not the case today. She is a lean, mean fighting machine here in the paddock and just great energy overall. So much better version of Landed, at least physically, going to take on Bernie Takes Charge here, who we'll get to now. She's number 7 on the outside, so she gets to play the break a little bit, though going this 2-turn 9 furlongs, it can be a little tough because the turn does come up fairly quickly. And she tried some open company in her last 2 starts, finishing behind Scalable, who was the winner of both the Top Flight and the Ladies, and Lost Horizon, who finished 3rd that day, would come back and win the Serena Song with a 93 buyer. Bernie Takes Charge. We know her deal. She is a high energy horse who likes to go out there and flaunt her speed, but we also know that she can take a punch and keep on running. She can take a horse running with her. So we'll see, back with fellow New York breds, how game she is today against Landed. I love what I'm seeing from her. The Saratoga paddock can get to her a little bit in that at Aqueduct, she's a lot more calm. She is with the pony today, but the last time I saw her, which was for that Bay Ridge victory, she was really composed, which I appreciate, and I think that led to her running particularly well on that occasion. So I always respect Bernie Takes Charges. We'll take a look at the horse who's hoping they do heat things up, and beating the aforementioned runner before is Valtellina, though she has a longer layoff to deal with. Yes, she looks fit from a leanness type of perspective, but I wish she looked a touch stronger. I've always liked this distance for her, though, as she's had a steady diet of the 9 furlong races in her last 3. So I think she does make a good deal of sense here. It's just, is she strong enough for this comeback race? Greg?
Maggie, thank you. We will have the post parade when we come back. Critical Eye next on New York Showcase Day and the start of a Pick 6 carryover. Stay with us. We'll be back. Back with you on America's Day at the Races from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. Critical Eye, 4 minutes to post. As we get a look at the post parade, we start with Walk With Me, Flavien Prat for David Duggan.
Yeah, I like Walk With Me. It's a huge rider change to Flavien Prat, and she's had some trips and excuses, and I think she's poised to pull the upset.
That's how I got introduced to wine. Boxed wine. Jorge Abreu.
I thought this, mare by Vino Rosso, obviously a Belmont winner. The distance should be right up her alley. You're 14-1. I thought she was one of the long shots that maybe can hit the board.
There's nowhere to go but up when you start there. Landed. Wesley Ward, the favorite.
She'll have to deal with a 7, who's a very talented speed horse on the outside, but she's obviously consistent and talented.
Stakes winner Valtellina, Dylan Davis rides.
Last time she ran a mile and 8, she had a bad beginning, and if she runs any like her trainer's dressed, she's going to be a W.
Yeah, we're going to have to get a shot of Ray Handel, her trainer. He is dressed sharp today. Hello Beauty with Junior Alvarado.
Paulie's mint ice cream, Ray is sherbet. Hello Beauty would have to run her very best race to be competitive here.
Ruben Silveira on Like a Rolling Stone.
I think she's at least going to be part of the pace to dictate that and make it go a little bit faster on the front end.
And multiple stakes winner who won this race last year, Bernie Takes Charge.
I think she's an overlay at 3-1. She's taking a class drop. She ran much better than Landed when she beat her in the Bay Ridge, and her second behind Valtellina was a tremendous effort 4 back. I believe she probably should be vying for favoritism. She may be the one to beat.
Pick 6 carryover, as we told you, $23,600 plus, an additional more than $100,000 bet into today's pool here on New York Showcase Day. And here's a look at Valtellina. So Ray Handel, Dylan Davis team up. Does have a win at the distance. I'm going to go back to the Empire Distaff. 2 starts back in the win at a mile and an 1/8.
Yeah, well, she won the war. But I got to tell you, the horse who really ran the best race was the second-place finisher, Bernie Take Charge, who took all kinds of heat and a fast pace up front, and Dylan gave a great ride to Valtellina to get it done. I bet her that day, but she was fortunate to beat Bernie Takes Charge.
Yeah, she went back out to that mile and 8. She didn't break well that day, but I thought she was able to really get a good trip, like Andy said, and win. The time before that, she was in the Fleet Indian. She kind of was like 4 wide all the way around there. I guess Dylan knows her the best. I landed on her tepidly. 5-2 is okay price.
You wear that suit that Ray's got on today, you better end up in the winner's circle.
You ain't lying. I don't know what's more yellow, the silks of the 4 or his suit.
He claims he's pulling it off. Well,
I'd look pretty good to me. Okay. We'll see if we get a shot of Ray in a moment. The crowd's taking in the action here to kick off this incredible week of action. And again, just day by day, more important races, bigger stars. Saturday is going to be off the charts. If you cannot be here, do not worry. We have you covered on Fox Sports. Here's Walk With Me, Flavien Prat for David Duggan.
Where do you want this horse, Andy?
6-1.
In the winner's circle. Listen, she is going to have to run, in all likelihood, a faster speed figure than she's ever run before. Her win 3 back was during a time period when there was a super bias of a gold rail, and speed and inside horse were dominating for almost 2 weeks. She was not only not on the inside at any point, she was nowhere near the lead, and she overcame the bias. That's a huge effort. In her next start, she actually ran very well behind a couple of good horses in Cupid's Heart and collected that. And then last time out, she had a little bit of trouble. It was exaggerated by her rider, who just completely stayed her out, and she just got lost in a race that was dominated up front in a slow pace. Now she gets a little bit of speed, she gets a good post, but more importantly, she picks up Flavien Prat. Today, for me, is the day for Walk With Me.
Her win at a mile and an 1/8, it was on the lead. Does that concern you?
No. It doesn't concern me. Flavien will probably, one of the things he does so well is get her into more contention. She can't be in front of Landed and the number 7,
right.
Bernie Takes Charge, unless the two of them completely fail to get out of the gate, which is almost impossible to happen. But I do think that Flavien Poli will use her speed a little to at least get position. That's one of the things he does as well as any rider I've ever seen.
That's what I was going to ask you, like where, that's what I was asking, where do you think she sits? And I think maybe in that 3-hole behind the speed, probably where it would be the winning position for her if she's going to win this race.
I'm not sure she's quick enough to be there, but I hope she's certainly close.
5-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
And we're taking a look at number 1, Walk With Me, who's Andy is interested in, and I get it completely here. There has been some trouble in her, well, at least her last start, when she was just completely steadied back. And, I was talking with Connections, and they were saying, obviously we've, been very loyal to some of these lesser known riders, but the fact that she gets to step up to this stakes race again with a rider like Flavien Prat aboard gives us that much more confidence. She looks tremendous. I've always thought that the 9 furlongs was well within her wheelhouse. I've written that on several occasions in my notes. And yes, Greg, I think brings up a valid point that the only time she won, though, going this distance was on the front end. But I do think she is arguably a better horse, as we do see her getting a big warm-up with the pony, I should say. So I don't see her beating Landed or Bernie Takes Charge to the lead, but look for her to tuck in right behind the pace, and thinking that she might get the right kind of setup today. She's really done well for trainer Dave Duggan. So walk with me, a very, very interesting horse at 5-1. I couldn't resist the 5-2 on Bernie Takes Charge, though. I've always loved this kind of overachieving mare. Greg?
For Dominic Schettino, Manny Franco will ride outside post. Bernie Takes Charge. Again, won this race last year. 5-2 right now.
I think of the horses that are the shorter prices, the 3, 4, and 7, the overlay is Bernie Takes Charge. She's been keeping much better company. And listen, I didn't like Nibago, but Paulie, you have to acknowledge, she's been running in much tougher fields. She got significant class relief. He did, and so is Bernie Takes Charge.
Yeah, you know, listen, Bernie Takes Charge won this race at 9-1 last year, and I only think the reason why she did is because she came in with that 20 buyer, and everybody kind of like, oh, it was on a muddy racetrack. You know, if you draw a line through that and the personal ensign, her races against restricted breds are much the best in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure she's not really the horse to beat on her best races.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't, you know, she's now 2-1, and Valtellina has gone up to 5-2. I was very surprised that she was a bigger price than that one. Now she's shorter.
We know Landed the 3, wants to be forward. Outside post, this turn comes up immediately at 1 1/8 here. It's only a 7-horse field, but does Manny Franco have to be extra aggressive? And she has speed, Bernie Takes Charge.
He does, because he has to make sure he gets around like a Rolling Stone and Hello Beauty, because if either one of them gets a bit of an aggressive ride, as you say, they hit that turn so quickly, it's definitely going to compromise her, and Manny is aware of that. And listen, as you know, Manny's a great, great gate rider.
Yeah, and you know, the one thing about the 3, her New York bred races are good. You know, and so you kind of look at her and go, okay, is she and Bernie Takes Charge going to cancel each other out? I'd beware of that, because sometimes that gets you in a problem.
The 3, Landed, has never failed to hit the board in any of her dirt races. One time she finished 4th was a turf effort. So she's an honest horse who shows up every time. She has the advantage of being inside, so she gets to save a little more ground going that first turn. She sort of eases her way into the lead, where Manny has to be more aggressive with Bernie Takes Charge. On the other hand, if Bernie Takes Charge is able to clear those ones early, he's in the better position of being the hunter on the outside, where Landed is getting stalked inside.
I know it's hot out. I get it. The 7 getting a little bit tilted here a little bit.
She might have seen that jacket you're wearing, Paulie, and just got a little worked up.
A little wet in
Actually,
the
they kept her away from you. It may have been the reason that she was all the way over there.
Pick 6 carryover pool. You see it on your screen. You can play it there at NYRABets.com. Looking over this Pick 6 just briefly, is there anywhere where you see a race to heavily narrow down?
The 6th and 7th are wide open. I think we'd both agree. I would lean on Bravaro, though obviously that is a very tough field in the Mike Lee. I think you and I both like Winstock. I mean, I'm betting against Ross Bay in the last race, but that is a horse a lot of people will lean on, at least. I'm not saying single, but lean on.
Yeah, I thought the last race, the 1, I also think the 4, blame it on Cage. I thought you could go maybe 2 deep in there. I don't know if there's anybody else. I like Winstock. I don't think you're going to get to 6-1.
Winstock last 2 times.
The favorite scratch, so of course
on a fast track for Winstock. The figures he's run on those fast tracks, no one seems like they can touch it.
I liked him, but when they scratch the favorite out of the race, it takes away some of the value, so that disappointed me. But I'm heartened to see that you like the horse as well.
But don't you think the one in the last race would probably be the most singled?
Yeah, probably.
It was
a mile 16
race,
the turf,
though, wasn't it?
I don't love the race he comes out of. I mean, Bravaro is in a very, very tough race. I think Bravaro is going to be extremely hard to beat in the Mike Lee. But listen, School Close Folly is very, very good. The draw, though, for Bravaro really does help him on the outside. And, you know, we've mentioned the Wood Memorial. Of the 12 horses, 9 of them have run back. 7 of them, including the first 2 finishers in the Preakness, have dramatically improved their speed figure the next start, so much so that Andy Beyer moved that figure up. One of them was basically eased, and the other one ran badly in the Derby, the winner. But there are only 3 horses from that race that haven't run back. 2 of them have not worked since that race. Bravaro's the only one we're waiting for, and he actually ran well in the Wood. He was close to a fast pace. Dag sort of had a little trouble on the inside. Now he draws a perfect outside post. In my opinion, Bravaro is going to be very tough to beat, but he's in a very tough race.
Loading up, Critical Eye kicks off this Pick 6 carryover as we kick off the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. On New York Showcase Day, the favorite 8-5 landed for Wesley Ward. John Velasquez rides. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati with the call.
Here is Landed walking in for the Lale Stables. Next will be Valtellina, who broke her maiden at first asking here at Saratoga, going 7/8. Not an easy task, and she accomplished it. Showed her promise right away and is well back to 2-1. Hello Beauty next. Like a Rolling Stone. And Bernie Takes Charge, who won this race last year in a thrilling stretch drive. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Critical Eye, and Bernie Takes Charge is asked to run right away by Manny Franco, and Landed is flashing sharp early speed too. These two hook up into the first turn, and it's Bernie Takes Charge who gets the lead. Landed will settle behind 1.5 lengths behind front running Bernie Takes Charge as they make their way toward the backstretch. They're followed at the rail by Walk With Me and Like a Rolling Stone right next to one another. Hello Beauty is 3 wide. Valtellina tucked inside of her, and Boxed Wine trails 23-1, a contested opening quarter mile for Bernie Takes Charge, who leads the way. Landed will keep her honest and sits right with her second. It's now 7 lengths back to Walk With Me by herself in third. Valtellina gets a little nudge and starts to pick it up. Then comes Like a Rolling Stone, 1.5 lengths back to Boxed Wine, and Hello Beauty at the back. 46-1 for Bernie Takes Charge, who moves into the far turn with a 2-length lead. John Velasquez and Landed second, and Valtellina is moving in now, and moving in nicely. She's within 3.5 lengths of the lead with less than 3 furlongs to run, 6 furlongs in 1:10-1. Behind them, Walk With Me and Boxed Wine. They're 1/4 mile from home. Bernie Takes Charge. Valtellina angles out and is poised to tackle her, and Walk With Me is gaining momentum in third, far outside Boxed Wine, then Landed. They're in the final furlong. Bernie Takes Charge, hanging tough, maintaining the lead 1.5 lengths. Valtellina's trying her best, but 2 lengths behind at the 16th pole. Bernie Takes Charge, Valtellina, Bernie Takes Charge, back to back in the Critical Eye. Valtellina clearly second best. Walk With Me third, and then it was Boxed Wine fourth.
Back to back indeed won this race last year. Bernie Takes Charge leads just about every step of the way, and we'll go back to the start momentarily to show you how she got that lead.
I'll tell you something. Obviously, she was helped by the fact that Landed stumbled very badly at the start. I don't think it mattered, Paulie. She was much the best today. She's such a good horse.
She really was. You got to give her a ton of credit. Even though Landon kind of went to, obviously, a terrible beginning, she put a lot of pressure on the 7. They were going fast, and it just kept on looking like, here comes a 4 Valtellina, here comes a 2 Boxed Wine. But she turned these horses away again, back-to-back winners. This was a heck of an effort. She finished up in 12 and change. That was pretty good for the heat she took early.
7-4-1-2 finish. Bernie Takes Charge. Manny Franco being aggressive, had to be, as we talked about, from that outside post, but a filly who wants to be, or mare who wants to be forward anyway, and comes up with a huge effort.
And trainer Damas Coutinho's been on a monster run. He had a bunch of winners down at Aqueduct before we came up here, and gets a nice win here, and he's done a good job with his filly. Nice to see her get the job done, and this was a very good effort. I mean, we all thought Valtellina had her in her sights and was going to get by. Bernie Takes Charge said, not today, you're not getting by. And at the end of the day, with Walk With Me, she just wasn't good enough.
We're only 5 races through the start of this incredible week. Already that performance from Mibago, sensational. Another huge performance here. And a few more stakes to come on New York Showcase Day.
A lot of good racing left to come today and a lot of great racing to come this weekend. It's been a pleasure being here with you guys and with you at home as well for these first few races. But, man, the best is yet to come.
It's such a great way to kick off this week of action, too, showcasing this New York breeding program.
Yeah, it really is. You can see everybody here is so excited. And you know, the other part about it is with the New York breds, the smaller connections are running for 200, 300,000. That's what it's all about. And anytime you get a win up here in Saratoga, even if it's for peanuts, people have joy.
And they're running for more than peanuts in these
sir.
races, aren't they? Bernie takes charge with the victory. Here in the Critical Eye, we are done. We're going to send it over to the next crew after a break. Still to come, we will find out who is the beast of the 3-year-old New York bred division. Multiple stakes winner Skolko's Folly. Can he keep rolling? Or Bravaro comes off the Derby Trail. They meet in the Mike Lee. Still to come when our Fox Sports 2 coverage continues.
Drain the clock. Jackie's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
Has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race.
National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
Tomorrow on America's Day at the Races, great racing continues from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Thrilling stakes excitement includes the Belmont Gold Cup at 2 miles on the grass. America's Day at the Races, live from Saratoga tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern on FS2. Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on this New York Showcase Day to kick off Belmont Stakes Racing Festival Week up here at the Spa, and back-to-back victories in the Critical Eye for Bernie Takes Charge. Please be joined by Winning Connections trainer Dominic Scatino and Manny Franco. Climbing aboard her today, Manny, you quarter-horsed her out of there. That was quite impressive to get her to the lead.
Yeah, that was our plan. Plan A was to put her on the lead because that's the way she loved, and she delivered. I mean, when she was on the lead, I know she was going a little bit faster than we won, but she's doing it comfortable. Like, every time he feels the horse outside of her, she just jump on the bridle. I say, okay, so she's here for me. So I just leave it alone for a little bit, and in the quarter pole, I asked her for all, and she was fighting. She was giving me everything.
I love watching her run, Dom, because she is so game, so tenacious. She's, just that overachiever, that true kind of New York bred quality of gameness.
She tries every time. And to win this race 2 years in a row, that's a great feat for her. But she tries all the time.
And well done, you. Manny, hold on, I need you real quick. Don't leave me. No, I want to ask you a little bit about this weekend because obviously it's Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. You have won at Belmont. It was a weird 2020 year with Tiz the Law. But take us back to the Travers win here. There were no fans, but I remember interviewing you after the race, and there were people cheering at the horseshoe. What was that experience like for you? And will we see you back in the Winner's Circle Growth Equity coming up on Saturday?
Yeah, Maggie, it was weird year, but like you say, when I saw everybody cheer for in the outside of the bench, I was happy. I know it was quiet here in the stand, but it means a lot. Mean everything because those kind of races, you don't win that kind of races every year. So I was just happy to be aboard Tiz the Law, and now I'm happy to be on Growth Equity. I brought him for his when I break his maiden. So he won the Peter Pan last out, and happy to be aboard.
Maybe we'll see you back here again. Many congratulations here with Bernie Takes Charge, and to you, Dom. Really well done training for you.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, happy connections. As you see, Bernie Takes Charge gets the job done here in this critical eye in back-to-back years, as she was a little bit of an overlay, as we heard from Andy going in. She paid nicely over Voltalina and Walk With Me, rounding out your trifecta, $858 for the win. As we will come back on the other side of this break with a whole new crew to welcome you back. Lafitte Pingai the third and the gang will be back, but we'll talk a little bit more about this running of the Belmont Stakes coming up on Saturday on Fox Sports.
Three years in the making. It's almost ready. The new Belmont Park. Reimagined, rebuilt, and very soon, the next chapter. A new era in New York racing. Until then, we'll just spend a little more time at our summer home. A few more days with our summer family. Because it is that time of year.
While things may look a little different,
this is still New York's signature horse race.
Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
The third and final jewel of the Triple Crown.
Sovereignty goes right by journalism once again, leaving absolutely no doubt who the best 3-year-old in the world is.
So welcome back to Saratoga. One final time, home of the Belmont Stakes. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. Day one of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Ideal conditions on this first Wednesday in June. And look who's on campus, Mr. First Saturday in May. Golden Tempo, Kentucky Derby hero, passed on the Preakness. What'll he do in the Belmont Stakes? Trained by Cherie DeVaux, make history, become a household name. That's the way it works, as it should. As for Todd Pletcher, decades of success at Saratoga, 4-time Belmont Stakes winning trainer, seeking a 5th with a colt who did everything but win the Derby. Renegade, a neck shy of becoming the 152nd Kentucky Derby winner, denied by Golden Tempo. On Saturday, they meet again. After 9 months, so good to be back. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse. And great to have you with us on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races. You see that? The Belmont Stakes on Saturday only on Fox. Just outside the paddock, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai, and welcome to the first of 51 days of racing this year at Saratoga. Not a bad way to get it all underway. Often running in this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The New York Showcase Day continues. 5 races down, 5 to go, including a pair of stakes races. The Mike Lee coming up, and the commentator following that one. But the reason we're all here and what this is all building towards, the 158th running of the Belmont Stakes. Take a look at the field, drawn Monday. Top class 3-year-olds, 1.25 miles at Saratoga. Number 9, Kentucky Derby winner Golden Tempo, third chase 9-2. Number 2, Derby runner-up Renegade, 2-1. Belmont Stakes favorite. As I welcome in my co-host, a strong crew, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin, champion jockey Richie Migliori, and multiple Grade 1 winning trainer Tom Amoss. Guys, it is great to be back with all of you here at Saratoga, especially on a week like this, Belmont Week at the Spa. We have so much to get to, and we'll get to all of it, Richie, but wanted to start focusing on this particular afternoon and New York Showcase Day. What makes it so significant?
Well, the way the New York breds have evolved over the years, going back to the early 80s, you could pick the New York bred out of the crowd. They just didn't look like their Kentucky bred or Florida bred, Virginia bred counterparts. Now, New York breds can compete on the major level. They've won Grade 1s. We've had Kentucky Derby winners. Funny side, a Kentucky Derby winner was born about 4 miles from the track here at McMahon Farm. And it's a chance for the New York Thoroughbred breeders to shine. You know, they're so proud of their product, and to come out and to see the best New York breds compete, it's like a mini Breeders' Cup for New York breds. And one in particular, Tom, I know you're really excited about seeing today by the name of Bravaro.
Bravaro running in the Mike Lee, that is restricted to 3-year-olds. Bravaro going at a mile or less, guys, is undefeated. He cuts back to 7/8 of a mile here. I think he's a horse that could not only shine today, but shine in the future, not only with the New York breds, but in open company as well.
Look, it's pretty simple for me. It's 83 degrees. I am currently located at Saratoga Springs. I'm at the racetrack here. There's a lot of people here, and there's horses running in a semicircle, sometimes a circle if it's 1 1/8 or longer. And I get to bet on them.
Wash, rinse,
getting better than
repeat.
this. Yeah.
Can't wait to ask you how you feel about the late pick 5.
I always feel good about everything.
How quickly I can irritate Jonathan Kinchin. A lot of that coming your way. It's New York's biggest race, the Belmont Stakes. What better way to get it all started? The celebration, New York Showcase Day. When we come back, on top of everything else, that's right, the late pick 5 fast fillies and mares will be in that gorgeous paddock when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
They're off in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch, headstrong in the early going. Mind Frame is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, New York Showcase Day, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. You need a fallback venue to host an American Classic? You could do worse. Welcome back, Saratoga. Picture perfect Wednesday afternoon. And the updated odds you just saw for race number 6. Of course, they're New York Breds. Philly and Mare Turf Sprinters wide open as we welcome Acacia Clement to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock, Acacia. So you're on air all week. You handled the draw on Monday. As I understand, still had time to judge the window decorating contest in town, yes?
I did, Luffy. I judged yesterday. My 3rd year, all 3 years at the Belmont, has been up here in Saratoga. And it's just such a wonderful display of the community here in Saratoga Springs, how there's so much involvement and so much connection between downtown and the greater Saratoga community with what's happening over at the racetrack. Lifestyles was our winner, incredibly creative, guessing people and historic figures all the way from John Morrissey to Mary Lou Whitney to Dave Portnoy, and just loved seeing how so many shops downtown incorporated the racing history into their fun windows.
You're making us all look like slackers. You know that, right? Acacia.
Not my intention.
So here at Saratoga, getting ready for that late pick 5 in this upcoming 6th race with the horses in the paddock. This might be, Acacia, the most challenging handicapping endeavor on the afternoon. What are you seeing in the paddock?
This is a tough one, and we'll start things off, Lafitte, with a horse that is taking quite a bit of attention in the number 3 Lightning Strike for my husband, Miguel, as she does come off of a big layoff, and she is worth talking about for me in the paddock because she has that layoff and she's getting a surface change today. Now, she is clearly a horse that has had some issues along the way, given that big layoff, and the turf can be a kinder surface. She does have pedigree for it as well. The dam's only win was on the grass, and she had 2 siblings to win on turf. She's one that breezes exceptionally fast in the morning. She is a dazzling workhorse and sometimes almost a little bit too fast for her own good. See if she can transfer that again to race day. She looks incredibly fit coming back, and like I said, she's always been a very impressive workhorse. I think she should have no problem with the turf. We'll see if she is ready off the bench in here today. Now, the number 1 Disco Star, I think she is the class of the field as she ran 2nd last time out, just 2nd best behind one last knock, but I think she just kind of had to shake the ring rust off of a little bit. She is a filly that typically can be really on the muscle prior to her races, and while she's gotten on her toes now, this is really good for her. She has settled a lot this year. She looks well tucked up, well defined second off the bench as well. And I know that she's not the winningest type, but she's faced some very good horses and some very good company throughout her career. And I like the way that she's acting here in the paddock. I thought the 5 Boston's Finest was a little bit interesting for Bruce Brown. She comes out of that same race, and she was the one that kind of made the first move into the pace setter in there and then just kind of flattened late. So I thought that there was certainly a reason for her to take a step forward, and she's a big burly type of filly that I think really needed that last race and should move forward at a price second off the bench, Lafitte.
Boston's Finest, currently 7-1. As we welcome Megan Burgess to the broadcast, standing by with Hall of Fame trainer Mark Casse. Already one big win this afternoon. Megan.
That's right, Mibago, just incredibly impressive. We've got to talk about that horse and just being able to, he was just extending upon some pretty nice rivals there late.
I always, you know, he brings rain. I've had him in many times and it would rain, and finally we got him healthy and got a fast turf course, and Jose was like, he said going down the backside, he said he was just floating. And then when he asked him, he said he exploded. I think he went the last 16th and 5 and 4 or something, which he was impressive.
He surely was. We've also have Disco Star in this race, second start of her 4-year-old campaign. Mark, what have you taken from her as a 3-year-old and some of those stakes tries now moving forward?
You know, she's had her issues. We've got her. She's probably as healthy now as ever, but we have the 1 hole going 5.5, which is a little short for her, but we don't have it. You know, she can't go 2 turns, so we're going to hope for best. Peter Deutsch asked Dylan what he's going to be doing at the top of the lane, and I said praying. He'll be looking for a spot, you know. So she's really good right now, so I expect her to run well, but it's a tall task. It's 5.5.
Thank you for the time, Mark. Best of luck here.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
He'll be praying to find a seam. Dylan Davis, Disco Star, the first we'll see in the post parade because she does motor late. Look out for her in the stretch.
Interesting that she's such a strong closer when her father, Disco Star, had a Disco partner, had so much speed. He holds a track record at Belmont still, 105 and 3.
Fan favorite. Number 3 here, Lightning Strike, just burned too bright in that debut 15 months ago.
Yeah, that was an impressive race on the dirt. Acacia mentioned that there's turf in the pedigree. A repeat of that race on a new surface would make this horse the winner.
Lupine, Miguel Clement trainees to break side by side.
Yeah, last couple of starts are against much lesser. I don't trust this one.
Boston's Finest, should improve off her 4-year-old debut.
I like what Acacia had to say there. That last race was off the layup, big middle move, got a little tired, should improve today.
Number 6, Queen's Cat, lightly raced mare, turf debut.
I love me some speed, turf sprint, and she has it.
Currently 7-1 if you like her. Olivia's Grace, who graduated here last summer.
Graduated last summer, another one that's coming off the bench with 1 race back, should improve.
Christopher Elliott in the saddle currently 10-1. Olivia's Grace followed by Trading Trouble. Ricardo Santana, 6th rider in as many races.
Yeah, look, Ricardo and Maker won a turf race in the Breeders' Cup together. I don't trust this horse.
Fire It Will Fire for the juvenile turf. He paid a monster number at Keeneland back in 2020. There's Tenacious Child, John Velasquez, 5th rider in as many races.
Yeah, only had 1 turf start. It wasn't impressive. He's going to have to improve on that.
Sacred Goddess, 7-1. Kentucky Derby winning jockey Jose Ortiz seeking a 2nd win today.
Yeah, one of a couple of horses that are exiting that May 8th race. It just feels like all of them kind of needed that race, should step forward off of this.
Sinead, Ortiz brothers to break shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse that perhaps this 5.5 distance is a little too short for that late run.
I broke all the rules. 11-1 out there somewhere. We promise. Broke all the rules. There she is. Idle since December, and Flavian Pratt takes over.
Yeah, I get Flavian Pratt at 12-1. Something tells me that the public feels the same way I do about this one. You break your maiden for a tag, facing a group like this, I'm always going to underestimate.
A group like this, a deep and competitive group like this, a nice, easy race to kick off the late pick 5. So who's fastest? Wide open turf sprint next at Saratoga. We're looking at the 9-5 favorite. Tom, I know you like Lightning Strike going in, despite the fact we haven't seen her in a long, long time.
You know, Lafitte, we had an interesting scratch in this race, the 2-horse Dancing with Destiny, which was one of the speed horses in here. It really narrows down the group as to who's going to show some front-end speed. Lightning Strike, if she takes to the surface, will be one of those horses that's up front. And I don't see a lot of other speed to go with her except maybe the 6 Queen's Cat. That's going to make it tough on the horses that close, Richie.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought Queen's Cat was really interesting. The sire, Courageous Cat, was a Grade 1 winner on turf. He gets 12% better numbers with his turf sprinters. And she doesn't need the lead, but I think there's a possibility she can play out as the speed of the speed.
To Megan trackside as we get closer to post time.
I managed to stay and catch up with Mark Cassidy a little bit. I couldn't escape the paddock, Lafitte, but my top selection in here, Olivia's Grace, is a horse that I really liked her last time out. And I find second off of the bench, Lafitte, she could be incredibly enticing as she's one that's suffered in some of her trips. I do find she's better for it second off of the bench as far as her fitness is concerned. And that winner last time out, one last knock, came back to win with a 72 Beyer speed figure, where I do find she did have a fairly good run off of the bench, all things considered, having not seen her since August. But Lafitte, this is a handicapping puzzle, and I wouldn't settle for anything too low as far as a price in this one.
All right, Megan, who has time to make her way trackside to watch the race. Up close and personal, you see the selections with Acacia and Megan. Acacia going with Boston's Finest, Megan the 7, Olivia's Grace. You're looking at the 7 still. Olivia's Grace, but Disco Star, who we touched on earlier, drawn inside. Dylan Davis at 9-2. Let's revisit her latest. This was last month. Similar competition, a key race in Aqueduct. JK Disco Star, Boston's Finest, Sacred Goddess running 2, 3, and 4.
Yeah, I think it's arguable that all three horses in this race probably needed this race, wanted to maybe get a little fitness out of a race like this. It's a little bit concerning to hear Mark Cassidy feel like the 5.5 is a little too sharp. He knows his horse better than I do based on looking at this paper. He sees the horse every morning. I will say this, though. When you're going a little bit shorter, at times you're going to get a little bit more pace to close into. And I think that could help Disco Star. Of the horses that ran in this race, I thought Disco Star probably was the one that I wanted out of here, but they're all likely to take a step forward off their last performance.
And they're all likely to close. So they need some pace up front, Richie. They're saving that energy for the end of the race. The faster it goes early in this race, the more competition up front in the race early, the better it is for those horses.
And a seam, clear running, traffic, something to watch for as the field, as the real running starts in this 6th race. Acacia, we have Lightning Strike making her turf debut, and same can be said for Queen's Cat first start on grass.
Yeah, she is a very intriguing wild card in this race, as you guys were touching on in the post parade and beyond, given her early speed. Now, it's interesting looking at the pedigree for this horse in Queen's Cat. There is a half sibling that was multiple stakes placed in Queen's Dancer, who was a dirt sprinter and could barely run on turf. And yet that one was by War Dancer, a prolific turf sire. However, there is a full sibling to Queen's Cat who is a 5-time turf winner. So I guess the Courageous Cat cross really works on the grass. And this mare has a turf hoof. I'm seeing it and pretty confident that she should handle the surface switch in here. She's very sharp in the preliminaries. Wanted to touch on the 7, Olivia's Grace, who Megan touched on. Highway Harmony took a ton of money that day and wired the field that afternoon. We have seen in the past, trainer Melanie Giddings, her horses tend to peak up here at Saratoga, particularly throughout the summer. So keep an eye on her barn. I thought Olivia's Grace, who mentally has come a long way since her 3-year-old season last year, she also looked far more fit second off the bench today, Lafitte.
Triggered some serious long shots last couple of summers at Saratoga. Trainer Mel Giddings, as the fans look on from the 1863 club. And circling back, Richie, to Queen's Cat, who you're expecting to run well in her first try on grass.
And this is a mare that has 5 furlong speed at Finger Lakes. Now, people might dismiss Finger Lakes. You got to be fast to show speed up there. Naz Alvarado comes in to ride her. He's been her only rider. And I think there's a chance she gets loose here. And you got to remember, this course has not been run on since last Labor Day until today. It's pristine, and I think that helps speed horses.
JK, Lightning Strike, 8-5 at post time in a race that looked that competitive, that evenly matched on paper.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for speed and turf sprints. You know what I mean? Especially going the 5.5. This horse ran so well first time out. And for Miguel Clement, who spent a lot of time throughout his development working with his father, knows his way around a turf horse. And if he makes that decision, I'll side with him.
She burned bright, did Lightning Strike. Aptly named filly. What'll she do off the bench? What'll she do in her first start on grass? Is the 8-5 favorite. Race 6, Saratoga. Time for the late pick 5 in this day one of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. The voice of Saratoga, Frank Mirmati, with the call. Race 6 from the Spa live on FS2.
Thanks, Lafitte. Here is Sinead going in. A little bit of movement there from Trading Trouble. She's fine. Broke all the rules. Completes the lineup. And they're off. An even beginning, broke all the rules. Disco Star comes through along the inside. Boston's Finest is flashing early speed. In between horses, and Lupine comes through now to take that lead. Lightning Strike is close up, only 4 lengths off the pace. She's currently right behind Queen's Cat, who's in between horses, as this group covered by about 4 lengths. Trading Trouble 4 wide into the far turn. Racing 3 clear of Olivia's Grace, who was just passed by Tenacious Child. The back 2 are Sacred Goddess as they pass the quarter pole, and Sinead is passing some rivals now. 21-3, broke all the rules, has made it over to the rail, and turns for home in front. Chased intently by Lightning Strike at the 8th pole. These two are battling it out with the gray Disco Star coming after the top pair. Down on the inside, Boston's Finest, 16th pole, broke all the rules. Boston Finest takes a crack by swinging out late. It's broke all the rules in front, and broke all the rules under Flavien Prat. Gets the job done. Boston's Finest was second, Disco Star third, and the battle for fourth included the oncoming Sacred Goddess.
Idle since December, her 4-year-old debut. Trainer Rick Dutrow had her ready to rock and roll. Broke all the rules from the outside post, and Flavien Prat just too fast to catch.
Seemed like very appropriately named, Tom, to be able to clear this entire field as fast as they went early, 21 and change. And that's one thing Flavien Prat is so good at. He can be aggressive when the situation calls for it. If he wasn't aggressive, he doesn't get it done here.
Yeah, look, that won the race. The first 50 yards out of the gate to clear this group. There wasn't a lot of speed in the race to begin with, and able to hang on. Watch the, if we get a chance, we want to watch the break again of the 3-horse Lightning Strike. This is a horse that broke sharp first time out, but was almost last time.
Yeah.
This time around, then rushed up into a spot. Just wasn't the favorite's day.
And in contention right there inside the final 16.
Well, and she made up all that ground in the fastest part of the race, the first quarter of a mile. You know, it's one thing to get left and make up that ground later when horses are tired. She made it up when the rest of the field was fresh.
Being forward in turf sprints is the place you want to be, even when you're going fractions 21 and 44. It's just the place to be going 5.5.
At 11-1, broke all the rules. 12, 5, 1, 10. Broke all the rules to kick off this late pick 5, race 6, Saratoga. And Flavien Prat, well documented, Richie, what he has done since shifting his tack, since riding here the last few summers and shattering records at Saratoga.
You really have to respect and admire what Flavien Prat decided to do. He was in California riding in 5, 6-horse fields, riding favorites in every race. It would have been easy to just take that, easy kind of spot he had. And he said, no, I want to challenge myself. If I want to be the best, I got to go compete against the best. And he came east, and he has made some impression here. 2-time Eclipse Award now.
2-time Eclipse Award winner. There's owner Michael Dubb there. A little bit of a shrug, broke all the rules, and Prat, Tom, who took it right to him right from the start here.
Oh, he really did. And, it's funny, the other speed in the race were both horses that had never been on the grass. As a trainer, you recognize style from one surface to another can change depending upon whether a horse goes for it or not. Neither of those horses showed their customary speed out of the gate, the favorite and the 6 horse as well, and it gave the lead to our 11 horse, broke all the rules, who took them all the way home.
Broke all the rules at 11-1 in his 6th race at Saratoga. 12-5, 110 results. When we come back and much more, still have a pair of stakes races, the Mike Lee, the commentator. But first, broke all the rule, runs them off their feet in the 6th. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Beautiful Saratoga Lake on this postcard kind of afternoon near Saratoga Springs, and in the winner's circle, where this filly broke all of the rules. 11-1 upset to kick off the late pick 5 to Acacia in the winner's circle.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning owners Stuart Grant of the Elkstone Group, along with Michael Dubb. And Stuart, we'll start with you because I understand you gave the instructions to Flavien.
Yeah, and he listened to him perfectly, so he rode a great race. He rode an absolute great race.
You did a great job. But how impressive to clear from the 12 hole like he did?
It's not an easy task. You find out in a sprint that you're all the way on the outside like that, and you say, I'm going to be strung out 5-6 wide. But he cleared, and he did it. That's why he's one of the best.
He certainly is. And Mike, for this filly, I know she's tried a bunch of different things, but it just seems like turf sprinting is what she likes.
Yeah, I think she can stretch, but I don't think we need to. I think we found her game. Rick's done an excellent job with her. He was very confident in her, to be honest with you. When I said, Rick, 12 hole, he said, I'm not worried. So God bless.
He was absolutely right. And you and Rick will team up in a bit in the Mike Lee with Skolko's Folly, who has been on a tear recently.
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited. The horse has just been running lights out, but there's a class test everywhere, and this is Saratoga, and you get tested for class at Saratoga. So we're running against some real good horses in there. So I hope he runs like he has been running.
We look forward to seeing him, but congratulations to you both on this win here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Skolko's Folly, also trained by Rick Dutrow. Could have claimed her for $25,000.
Well, gotten good now.
Gave you a couple opportunities at that level.
In a zone. Much more on him later on in the broadcast. The commentator here, JK, but broke all the rules. Flavien Prat, not often at that price. Do you catch him? But some of these handicappers that just go with jockeys, maybe Pratt's your guy, you're getting paid.
Oh, absolutely. There's somebody sitting over there in the backyard that's got to be pretty excited about, when they walked in today, they said, I'm going to bet Flavien Prat in all these races here today. He just picked up $25 for $2.
That'll work. That will work. That was the start of the late pick 5. If things didn't work out, fear not, you reload. Late pick 4 coming up next, race number 7. Take a look at the field here. Starter allowance deep and competitive, 1 1/8 on the inner turf course. Tom, who'd you come up with?
I like the 2-horse a little at first. This is a horse that comes off a layoff, had one race back in May, and gets Lasix for the first time today. A maturing kind of 3-year-old that looks the part to me.
Yeah, I like the 8, 645. I know the horse hasn't won in quite some time, but his last 3 or 4 races at 13-1, 19-1 a few times, he's actually run much better than it looks on paper. I think he's very interesting at a price.
This one will be all about trip, Richie.
Turf racing is about trips. The favorite right now is the 7 Homewood Hustle, who was so professional on debut, and he sat the pocket and eased out, and you like to see a horse with that kind of professionalism. His sire, Slumber, small book of horses, stands in, Hudson in New York, gets 19% with his turf runners, without a huge book of horses.
If you're getting 19% and you're not getting cream of the crop mares to breed to, you're a top turf stallion.
Yep.
See what happens in this upcoming 7th race as our coverage continues. Day 1 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Still a couple of stakes races coming your way. And that's a wide open 7th race to start the late pick 4. Plus, she wasn't crowned champion until January, but this is where she clinched it. Nitrogen, last summer's Alabama winner, champion 3-year-old filly, back at Saratoga for Friday's Ogden Phipps.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the third leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the NYRA Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is NYRA Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Every racehorse has a beginning. For Bond Racing Stable, it all begins right here. At Song Hill Thoroughbreds, generations of horsemanship come together to breed, foal, raise, break, and train the thoroughbred athlete. From first steps on the farm, to mornings on the racetrack, to the winner's circle, every horse is cared for like family. Want to be part of Bond Racing? This is where it all starts. Visit Bond Racing Stable today.
And it's Nitrogen in front by 2. Good Cheer is trying to run her down. These are the 2. Nitrogen still full of run with a 16th to go. She's shifting about, but maintaining the lead while going wide. Good Cheer opts to go inside. Nitrogen and Jose Ortiz to win the Alabama, presented by Keeneland Sales.
And Ortiz wins everything, man. The ability, the versatility, the endurance, Tom, Nitrogen, what it takes to win in Alabama, and eventually a title.
You know, Lafitte, she was widely considered a turf filly going into the Alabama. She had won a race on the dirt, but it was an off-the-grass type of race. This cemented her as a top 3-year-old filly. Multiple graded stakes winner on the turf, now a Grade 1 stakes winner on the dirt. She's worth a lot of money on the track. She's worth even more off the track.
DJ Stable Homebred Nitrogen, JK. Yeah, this week last year, Belmont Week, when we learned she could handle the main track just fine.
Yeah, she was sensational that day. It was disappointing. I wanted to see her run on the grass that day, but she came off. She had a small field, but she blew them away. I think giving the connections confidence she would handle the dirt.
Look at the stats, the accomplishments. 2-year-old champion filly in Canada, 3-year-old champion filly in North America. They're going to add to her resume this week, and we'll see her in the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. But the competition, remember, Nitrogen has been defeated in her last couple of starts. She's trying to get back on track. Megan Burgess is with us. Megan, fully subscribed. What do you make of her chances to upset the champ in the Ogden Phipps?
I find Fully Subscribed Lafitte to be the horse to beat coming into this Ogden Phipps. Now, I know as far as just looking at her raw Beyer speed figures, Nitrogen might be a touch above, but coming off a 5-month layoff last time out, Chad Brown, I thought she ran incredibly well in the 3-path against a horse in Shred the Gnar who had the seasoning and the advantage that day, where it definitely was a La Troyenne that was dominated up front. You really weren't making up a whole lot of ground on horses that perhaps were tactically more in front of you, and also, as mentioned, contending with that layoff, as this is an interesting older filly and mare division this year. We don't have that breakout star, and as far as Nitrogen's last couple of efforts, it leaves that question mark. Who is going to cement their place at the top, especially in this Ogden Phipps that we do not find a La Troyenne winner coming back, of course, in. So Fully Subscribed, to me, got a later start as a 3-year-old. She is the filly that we haven't seen the best of just yet. Now, second off that aforementioned layoff with Chad Brown, Lafitte finding her as a filly that could cement herself atop this division with a race under her belt come Friday.
Winner, a spot in the Breeders' Cup Distaff starting gate for this Grade 1 Ogden Phipps. Richie, circling back to the champion Nitrogen, you were at Oaklawn all winter, watched her trained, watched her race. What have you observed from her thus far as a 4-year-old filly?
When she made her comeback in the Bayakoa, and Mark Casse even stated this publicly, he thought he had her about 75 to 80% fit for the race. And then she delivered a stellar performance. But I've always been under the impression that horses regress when they run that big and they're not completely fit. And then the Bayakoa, she looked like a much fitter filly, but she didn't run as well. And I think it was because that first effort showed up on her. And then in the Apple Blossom, she ran her race. She just ran into a superior rival on the day.
Tom, for trainer Mark Casse, can you expand on what it's like when expectations are set? I mean, she's a champion, right? When a champion loses, it's like questions need to be answered. What's that like, training a champion that, who has lost a couple of races?
I think the hardest part is post-race. So, I mean, you take a look at her Apple Blossom, where she couldn't catch the lead horse in that race. She still ran very well. There's questions from outsiders that don't understand the stable, don't understand the horse necessarily. That's the hardest part, and staying on course with how you want to train is so very important when that happens. Mark Casse, Hall of Famer both in Canada and the United States, he's not listening to that noise. He's got it going on.
And by the way, just because she hasn't won a couple of those races doesn't mean she's not running her race. Sometimes you can bring your A game. Somebody's just faster on the day.
That's what happened last time. It's interesting, Tom. I never thought about it from a trainer's perspective. As a jockey, you hear it, and you don't want it to affect you. I didn't realize trainers kind of listen to that noise as well.
Well, this one does.
Horses.
Not anymore.
Horses in the paddock for this 7th race. And as we're looking at number 11 here in Will Powered, Flavien Prat. Let's go back to her maiden win, his maiden win. This was a 2 starts back at Tampa Bay Downs back in January. Richie, Will Powered towards the inside. Going to be able to hold on to graduate in his 2nd career start.
Yeah, and this is a horse that's only ran against New York Breds once, and that was an off the turf for here last August. Now he's getting back against New York Breds. He's winning against Open Company at Tampa. You like when you see a horse brave on the inside like that, because turf racing is about saving ground, getting the right trips, and you need a horse that's brave to come through gaps.
That horse started off the race pretty darn aggressive, and down the backside finally relaxed, understood the job to be done, and got through along the rail and was a very good finishing first.
Will Powered, lukewarm favorite 3-1 to Acacia in the paddock, starting with a little at first, a contender 2nd start off the bench. Acacia.
For Horacio De Paz, and I think this one, if you look through the Daily Racing Form Clocker reports, get some credit, I should say, for the company that he has been keeping in the mornings. His last workout being with 26 Black, who is a turf sprinter, but a multiple stakes winner, who is pointing to the Grade 1 Jaipur. Now, this horse came in with an iron halter on. It's something that Horacio has actually used a lot with 26 Black and some other horses. You may be able to see it a little bit around his nose, but basically it's a metal loop that goes around their face and loops across the top of their head, and that metal, the iron, will try to keep them calm. And he's saddled with a pony. He has cotton in his ears. He is a very forward type. So a lot of steps being taken here in the paddock to keep a little at first calm, as this one is also the full brother to 26 Black as well. So he has pedigree to be a good one, but he is sharp. And I do think that maybe if it's not even just physical, probably mentally, he probably really benefited from that race last time out, where he actually was blocked in the stretch, I thought, and had to wait for room. I do expect that he should be able to take a step forward today, hopefully if he can mentally keep things under wraps as well. Now, the number 7, Homewood Hustle, was very impressive on debut, and he's making just his 2nd start here today for Will Walden. He is the full brother to stakes place runner Nana Lynn, as we have seen a lot of slumbers be very effective, particularly on the turf. And I'd written down first time out that this horse just looked incredibly athletic and well prepared for that first race. I do think that once again, as he comes back here, he's been very relaxed and laid back, as there are some very sharp horses here in the paddock. And while he's not the biggest to suggest physically longer would be better, his demeanor really lends you to believe that he will appreciate more distance on top of that pedigree. He is also a horse that I thought was still figuring things out in that first race. late switching his leads, just in the way that he was running, not the quickest out of the gate. So probably a horse that should move forward after a start under his belt, but a big test as he stretches out and faces tougher company today. The number 9, Jack's World, is another one that's second off the layoff, and this is a horse that I have not seen since 2 starts back, where he was a real handful prior to the races, just kind of running off a little bit in his warm-up, just really his jockey, who was Flavien Prat that day, having to really take a hold of him. He had a ton of energy past the wire. He didn't cover his last race, but he was a little bit keen early on in the running of that race too, and actually did run on a bit. Looking at him here today, he's so settled in the paddock. I'll watch him on track, but he has developed and filled out so much from 2 to 3, which I appreciate, and I've always felt like longer is going to be better for him if mentally he can keep a lid on it, because it certainly is that fine balance, Lafitte.
Putting it all together, coming around, Jack's World, 8-1. Tom, you told us you like a little at first, number 2, and you're invested in this late pick 4. Let's see the ticket.
I am. Let's take a look at it on the board here. So, look, I want to keep this thing cheap. So we're looking at a $32 ticket there, and I'm building this ticket around the Mike Lee, the 8th race, and the outside horse, Bravaro. Bravaro is a horse that wants to come from back. He never shows a lot of speed out of the gate. There is plenty of speed in the Mike Lee to set up for Bravaro's late run. Look for him to come around horses with Irad Ortiz and set it up for those spread out races I'm in.
Be the best $32 you ever spent. A late pick 4, Tom's ticket. Coming up next, race 7 here at Saratoga. Looking at probability, would be a shock 42-1. Richie, for you, circling back to the laid-back Homewood Hustle.
Yeah, I just was really taken with his debut, and I think that he can take another step forward. He did get a good trip, and he did show a lot of professionalism. I'm also a big fan of his sire, Slumber. You know, he's got all that good Juddmonte pedigree backing him up, and the quality seems to rise to the top in different areas.
JK, the 8, 645, your top selection at 10-1.
Yeah, it's just one that, he hasn't won since earlier in the year. He ran well enough that day down at Tampa. And then he's got a couple of races that, he comes running. He doesn't quite get there, but he's been big prices. 13-1, 13-1, 19-1, 5-1. I think he's just kind of knocking on the door. And at, 10-1 on the board in a wide open race, I just think he's at least interesting enough.
Mile and an eighth on the inner turf course. All right, so Richie, we just saw Flavien Prat win a turf sprint from the far outside. What magic does he have to work to give Will Powers, who is the current favorite, his best chance to be effective from that outside draw?
Well, this is a completely different circumstance, right? 2 turns, less of a run to that turn. And he's got a horse that's not so slow that he's going to drop completely out, and he's certainly not fast enough to clear. But if anybody can pull a rabbit out of their hat, it's Flavien Prat. He just needs to find a gap between flights.
So for our viewers watching, what's a win? What is a win for Prat and Will Powers? Where would he be situated going into that turn?
If he's no less than 3 wide into the first turn, I think he's done a good job.
Surprise you, JK, that he's the favorite? Just given the circumstances, given the post?
I got to tell you, this is one of those races where any of the horses that were favored, I would say, yeah, it surprised me that horse is favored, because they all don't feel like they should be favored. I think that there's a lot of different interesting angles. If you're alive in that pick 6, if I was you, I'd hope I had as many as I possibly could after hitting that $25 winner in the previous race. I do think Homewood Hustle is interesting. I think Will Walden is a formidable trainer. I think a guy that can really get horses to run. I think he's paying a lot of attention to the horse he's getting. He's got a horse in Rhetorical running this weekend, who I think might be one of the best turf horses in the country.
New York bred.
Yeah. And who knows? I mean, who knows? Maybe Will Walden will get on a cart and ride around with somebody in the near future.
Is that an invitation?
In the bank yet, or?
In the bank.
Yeah, I was going to say that one's in the can.
There's
no way to that.
We'll have a Belmont Week version of Cart Talk. Always one of the favorite segments here every summer at Saratoga. And with riders up and horses making their way front side, a post parade shortly. But first, we go to Acacia, standing by live with Amelia Green.
As she sends out 2 horses trying the turf in here today in Probability and Who's Your Zaddy. Amelia, give us a little bit of the reasoning behind the surface switch for these horses today.
The biggest thing I think for both of them was the distance. I think both of them will like the distance, and The way they move, I think they're going to take to the grass. Obviously, it's a question. I haven't been able to breeze them over it or anything really. But definitely the distance for both of them is what drew me to them.
Probability a new gelding as well. That might help.
Hopefully that helps him with his seconditis and not liking to pass horses. Obviously, our plan as the day he won would be to get the lead. Hopefully the one post helps us with that. And Jamie's pretty aggressive too, so that always helps.
Wanted to ask you as well, as you had a big week, of course, for your stable coming in, but you also got to breeze Met Mile contender Journalism. Of course, you have a long relationship with trainer Michael McCarthy. How was it?
Yeah, that was very cool. It was nice to feel a powerful horse underneath you like that. I was just privileged to get to be his passenger. I didn't really do anything, you know, I was just staying out of his way and letting him go through the paces, and he's a complete pro. Like I said, everything he did was all by himself, and I was just privileged to ride him.
You looked amazing. Well done. Good luck with your runners here.
Thank you so much.
Lafitte?
The perfect segue to the Amelia Green trainee, probability pedal to the metal. Jamie Rodriguez, we saw a little at first. Tom's top selection, then Haute Couture, and last year's Belmont winning jockey, Junior Alvarado.
Does have one turf sprint under his belt. Is going to have to improve and step forward, but possibly could as a 4-year-old.
Landauer, co-owned by Steve Bick at the races. Listeners, big price, then the 6. Who's your Zaddy turf debut?
Yeah, I mean, there's some pedigree in here that suggests this horse could improve getting to the grass.
Elmwood Hustle, contender, impressive debut winner at Aqueduct, 2-1 favorite now.
Just really liked his first race, and maybe it's something to build on.
Laid back, relaxed, Homewood Hustle. Manny Franco seeking a second win on the afternoon, followed by a 9-1 shot, 6:45. Sonny Leone of Rich Strike fame aboard.
And this is where I'm going to land. This horse is going to need some pace to close into, but in a wide open race, I think he's got a shot.
Keisha liked what she saw with Jack's World. Dylan Davis rides.
Yeah, lost any position early last time.
He ran off. Did Jack's World, Richie, and I blame you. We'll see him in a moment. Moscone, number 10, 70-1 would be a shock. Then the 11, Will Powered, Human Element, intact, bad post.
Yeah, getting back to New York Breds has to work out a trip, but has the right pilot to do that.
Nagil here with Christopher Elliott at 12-1.
He's got the speed to clear if he wants to try to be aggressive or at least be able to get over and save some ground.
Honoree draws in with a Rod Ortiz.
Yeah, probably a little bit, needs to find a little bit more, but he's always going to take money when you get Irad involved.
There's Jack's World.
Yeah, like I said, didn't have any position last time at all and actually closed with some interest. I think he needs to get into the race. He looks like he's being a little bit obstreperous, a little bit difficult to handle for Dylan Davis.
So if you were on his back, would you have the pony alongside you, or would you take him away from the pony like that?
Well, I might have left the pony, but I'd have gone right back to him.
Yeah, right.
As for your top selection,
Speaking
Tom,
of horses doing a lot on the
first giving
racetrack.
out your Castellano handful. Look at that.
Water
Feet in the
scan.
dash.
Yeah, feet in the dashboard, aggressive warm-up. It looks like he's trying to get him to come back to him. If this horse goes to the gate and is, relaxed, calm, cool, and collected, I don't hold this warm-up against him. It's not exactly what I want. That's the outrider I had to catch him, by the way, not his pony person.
You saw
so he did
Javier
a lot.
Castellano trying to shake the bit in his mouth to get him to release it a little bit. Goes the outrider. Now the thing what you have to do is walk him back to the gate as much as possible.
Get their temperament right.
Yeah, get him kind of that boiling point down to a simmer.
As a trainer, when you're watching that unfold, what's going through your mind?
Well, it's uncomfortable, I will tell you that. What's going through my mind? This is deep cable or just regular cable? I'm not happy. Let's put it that way.
You calling the
I wouldn't take any chances. You have a big assignment on Saturday, my friend.
Yeah, that's true.
You calling the derogatory things at that point?
Well, I've been known to, but I'm a much quieter, calmer person since I've stepped away from it. I love them all.
Over to Acacia.
Yeah, there were some aggressive warm-ups out there on the track. As I touched on with Jack's World, that's quite normal for him, the number 9. And as far as the 2, a little at first, his connections knew that he was going to be like this with the iron halter and just everything that they've done to try and keep him quiet. But I thought Javier did a really good job in linking back up with the outrider pony as quickly as possible, because now look how much more settled he is. When he kind of got free, he had his mouth open. He was trying to pull away. You have to use, as a jockey, your full body weight to hold a horse like that, and he was not happy about it. That's why we have lead ponies, and in this case, an outrider pony helping out. They're like a security blanket, a coach, an older horse to say, hey, buddy, there's nothing to be worked up about. You're good. And he's far more settled now when linking back with the pony. The 11, Will Powered, he took a lot of early money. This is a horse that I think has been the unluckiest that I have seen with weather. He's been rained off New York bred turf races.
I want to say at least 4 times between last year and then once again this year as well. He was supposed to run once in the spring and got rained off. So that's why there are some gaps in his races. It's not by design. And he is a massive horse, as you can see. There is a lot of him. He looks like he wants every inch of the 9 furlongs, and he has been fit for a while. He's a little bit of an aggressive type of horse as well, but that's just his demeanor. But finally gets back onto his preferred surface here today against his state-bred company, Lafitte.
That has to be frustrating. I get it, outdoor sport, play the hand you're dealt, but as a trainer, you have your horse ready to go out and do his thing, and you keep losing that opportunity by something completely out of your control.
You know, and it's the relationship you have not only with the horse, but that you have with the owner as well. So, you know, to make those calls and say, hey, we're going to be pushed back, we're going to be pushed back, it's not only frustrating for the trainer, it's frustrating for the owner, you know, who's paying the bills. And, you know, that's the detriment of investing in just a turf horse. Yep. You take the chance that the races come off the grass and you have to scratch, because a lot of horses, turf horses specifically, don't take to the dirt. Very few are like Nitrogen, who we talked about earlier, that can take their game on the turf and move it to the dirt. Usually it's one surface is better than another for thoroughbreds.
No such concerns on this afternoon for Will Powers. Flavien Prat looking to go back-to-back. See him there in those West Point thoroughbred colors as we check in with Megan.
Well, incredibly astute observations by Acacia, and to my eye, looks incredibly fit, and it does make sense as they've had this horse ready to run and just haven't gotten the opportunity to look or to do so. But as far as his races, I feel like he's been unlucky there as well as trips. And two back, when he ended up breaking the maiden, he's enormous, as Acacia alluded to, and he was in tight, and I found he had some of those spots of him being a bit green and was able to overcome that in a strong run. And then he came back against open foes where Thundering got the golden of the 2 trips and he had to settle wide. So I find Will Powers has the trips that make sense. I do find he's taken a step forward, and one that Lafitte I just find could have the right trip coming underneath Flavien Prat. With that outside draw, we'll see how he manages himself tactically, Lafitte.
Mad scramble, Richie, for these jockeys trying to figure out and get themselves situated in the best possible position so as to save ground and be best to maximize potential later in the race.
Yeah, and it, you know, a big field, turf racing, it is about saving ground and getting horses to settle better. Turf races I've watched so far today, though, speed's been very good. So I do think you want to try to be as forward as you can without using your horse too much.
JK 6:45 and Sonny Leon 9-1. What do you want to see early on?
Yeah, I mean, I want to see them going as fast as they possibly can. 6:45 to be able to tuck in.
Them.
Yeah, them, the other ones. You know, look, I wasn't happy when Rich Strike won, but maybe something similar to that would that kind of trip, that kind of ride, I'd be appreciative of that.
I think you get some pace. I do think you get some pace up front, Lafitte. You know, the 1, 6, 7, and 12, that could set up for a nice close.
I will say this. I do believe that while the 7 and the 11 certainly can win, I just don't think in a race like this it makes a ton of sense to bet those types of horses. There's just so many in here that seem so similar. One of them gets a little bit of a better trip. Next thing you know, there's another 10-1 shot.
Tom, you like a little at first. Richie watching him fight Javier Castellano and trying to keep him settled down. Can a horse waste that much energy fighting there right at pre-race and still go out and deliver a winning performance?
So I watched him go to the gate, and you'll notice on the 2 horse, Castellano's feet were in the irons. Yep. Whereas with the 11 horse, Will Powers, Prat had the feet out of the irons. He was trying to make his horse relaxed. The 2 was already there and relaxed.
Late pick 4 begins here. Race 7, day 1 of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Will Powers just stepped forward. Flavien Prat seeking back-to-back wins. Post-time favorite, Homewood Hustle, 9-5. Frank Mirmati with the call. Race 7, Saratoga Live on FS2.
Who's your Zaddy? The horse, not yours, Lafitte. And Honoree to the outside. Follows Homewood Hustle. Looking to duplicate his outstanding debut here. Here's Honoree. Honoree just a tad hesitant, gets a nudge, and he walks right up to the gate now. Honoree going in. Backs right away. Others are motionless. 7-1 on the board in the late stages of wagering. Homewood Hustle down to 9-5. And they're off. A Little at First gets the first call out of the gate. Hoosier Zaddy is up close too. And now here comes Nagil out in the center of the course, and Nagil will take command. Just in behind this group, it's Probability, along with 645, Will Powered, moving up outside of that pair to be a joint second as they get into the clubhouse turn. Probability is next. Homewood Hustle settles in mid-pack. He's got about 7 to make up as the field rounds the clubhouse turn. Landauer is just inside of him. They are followed by Mosconi. Oak Couture is at the back of the field with the 2 trailers that are Jack's World, who is second to last as they went through that opening quarter in a snappy 22 1/5 seconds. And outside of him is Honoree. They are strung out behind the front-running Nagil. Nagil has a 4-length lead. A Little at First has the target in front of him heading to the half-mile pole. It's another 4 lengths back to Will Powered, who's in third, just in front of Hoosier Zaddy, 645. Down at the rail, Probability. Homewood Hustle is next. He's got about 12 to make up, just got his cue and responded immediately under Manny Franco passing horses, as is Honoree from the back of the field. They're closing in, swarming in on Nagil. A Little at First comes to him in 1:10-4. On the outside, Honoree continues to march right into contention, and he's in front of Homewood Hustle with 1 furlong to go. A Little at First has a 3-length lead. Honoree, Will Powered, second and third. 4 lengths back to a closing Jack's World. Jack's World is closing, and on the far outside is Mosconi. It is A Little at First, a perfect trip under Javier Castellano to get the money. Photo for second between Will Powered and Honoree, and finishing into fourth was Haute Couture.
A difficult pre-race at his best when it mattered most. A Little at First in the 7th at Saratoga, and the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano.
And he worked out a beautiful trip. He settled nicely in the race, as strong as he was in the post grade. But it's easy to settle when you get a horse like Nagil, the 12, running off on the lead, basically.
I think that's what won the race for the 2 horse, because he broke super sharp. He was aggressive, obviously from his pre-race warm-up. But he got that 14 horse Honoree to get in front of him. Castellano was able to put him right behind that horse. He sat like a statue on him, was able to relax him, get him back behind horses. He was the first to make a move on the lead horse, and he's the first home.
It was a good call, Tom. And he looked like a winner, though, at the half-mile pole, the way he was traveling. Like you said, Javier was an absolute statue. And getting that running block, right, so you don't have daylight in front of you, horses will switch off better. They call it being covered up. He relaxed beautifully when he was covered up.
Yeah, look, some of those times those inside draws end up working out to be great trips. You can, in turf racing, saving ground, geometry matters. He was able to do that.
Tracking beautifully throughout. A Little at First, Tom's top selection. The winner here in the 7th race, Saratoga, Horacio De Paz en route to the winner's circle. Good trainer, Tom. Top trainer.
Absolutely. Very good trainer. Look, you can't compete up here at Saratoga without the right athletes. And good athletes make good trainers, just like they make good jockeys. But you've got to be able to know what you're doing with that horse in the mornings, and he obviously does.
Really good horseman, really good trainer. He grew a mustache over the winter, and he was on a tear. And then he shaved it. And things went a little cold. He grew his mustache back.
That thing ain't going anywhere. That thing ain't going anywhere. Bless you.
Yeah.
And your 9-2 shot that checks in on top, all smiles. Horacio De Paz. A Little at First. Javier Castellano, 7-time Travers winning jockey here at Saratoga. Boots him home. A Little at First. 2-11-14-3. Results when we come back. And much more on this first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Cavalry charge to the wire. But A Little at First had flown the coop. Great to have you with us. America's Day at the races from Saratoga on FS2. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Rogers Himbora's a little at first. Javier Castellano figuring things out now, having won 2 of 3, 9-2 in the end, to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And with winning trainer Horacio De Paz is a little at first. It was very professional throughout the running of the race, but Horacio, I know you took a lot of steps to keep him settled between the iron halter. He was strong in the warm-up. Talk about preparing him to stretch out second off the bench today.
I think he's bred for it. I mean, he's a half brother to Can't Fool Me, so they seem to grab the distance. But also being a full brother to 26 Black, who's complete opposite. He was ready and he won off, going long first time. So no concerns.
How rewarding was it to see him really put it all together with that nice effort like he did today, after being strong and maybe working with him a little bit to get him to this point?
Yeah, no, it's really rewarding. I mean, he needs to learn to run. He's kind of had some bad luck in his races, but when everything kind of falls into place, he seems to show up.
You mentioned 26 Black, his full brother, who he actually worked with as well. He's a turf sprinter, pointing to the Jaipur on Saturday. How's he doing?
He's doing very well. He kind of had an unfortunate race off the layoff, but he came out of that in good order, and at least we showed that he still wants to compete. So, tall task, but he likes Saratoga, so we'll see how it goes.
A very cool New York bred. Good luck with him, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Laffit?
Doesn't need luck. He has the mustache working for him. Horacio De Paz, are you superstitious?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. So I drew the 13 hole in the Kentucky Oaks with Serengeti Empress, and I didn't sleep for the next 3 or 4 nights. I used to, when I get on a plane, if they gave me row 13, I'd go back to the counter and change it.
Really?
But after I won the Kentucky Oaks, it's just black cats now and $50 bills. 13 doesn't bother me in the least.
Only stupid if it doesn't work. Superstition in sports. We turn the page. 2 stakes races remain. The Mike Lee, 7/8 of a mile, 3-year-olds, 9-strong Bravaro. Tom, who you really like, coming in at 8-5. More on the race in a moment, Richie, but Mike Lee. Who was Mike Lee? What should our viewers know about Mike Lee?
He was the longtime sports editor for the Long Island Press. He also founded the United States Harness Writers Association. He was very vested in our game and universally respected amongst all of sports writers, but in particular racing writers.
And his legacy honored in the form of this stakes race, the Mike Lee here at Saratoga, part of this day one of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. About 18 minutes to go. Top of the show, we talked about, Tom, what you were looking forward to most today. This is it. Bravaro, who is the current favorite for the Mike Lee.
Yeah, and a deserving favorite at that. Look at this company line, you guys, Bravaro. First of all, hasn't been beaten at over a mile, 2 for 2 going to that, and then try to stretch it out to those traditional 2-turn distances and almost try to make a derby horse out of him. It didn't work. They put blinkers on him in his last. Look, he doesn't have a lot of speed, but there's a lot of speed signed on in this race. Should set up well for Bravaro, and he's got the world's best jockey on him in Irad Ortiz.
How much better does that Wood Memorial look now in hindsight than in first glance? I saw the Preakness Stakes 3 weeks ago, and the Wood Memorial runners wound up at 1, 2, and 4 in the Preakness Stakes.
Yeah, the Wood Memorial looks a lot stronger now, doesn't it? And obviously, this is a really good horse, Bravaro. He's undefeated not only one turn, but against New York breds, and he's getting back with New York breds. He's well posted with a lot of speed. To me, he is the best bet of the day. I agree with Tom. I just think he has everything going for him in this spot.
That's next, the Mike Lee, 3-year-olds, sprinting 7/8 of a mile. And then on Saturday, with everything else in the wall-to-wall Grade 1 activity, one of the most celebrated races in New York every year, the Metropolitan Handicap, affectionately known as the Met Mile Breeders' Cup Challenge event. When you're in for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, 7 strong, journalism, last year's Preakness hero to the outside, 5-2, but the morning line favorite drawn inside. Nysos, JK, just an exciting thoroughbred, and one I know you've been a fan of for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, he's the poster child to me for a race like this, right? A horse that's got that big pedigree. He's one that shows up in the barn for Bob Baffert, so you know he's going to have speed, but he's got that stamina as well. That's what the Met Mile is for, in my opinion, is to combine that speed and stamina, to find that kind of perfect type of stallion prospect, and Nysos is one of those horses. The tough part that Nysos has to deal with is, I suppose, the inside draw. He's going to have to be dictated to, or he's going to have to be aggressive away from there. And he's also got to deal with a classic winner in journalism.
Oh, yeah, him. Journalism, just courageous, impossible Preakness winner last year. Tom, it's been longer distance races. Journalism, this will be his first one-turn race. It's out of the Wilson chute, but his first one-turn race since his debut back in October of 2024.
We'll call it a 1.5-turn race. So we're going to go a mile. We're coming out of the chute here. I think, look, I'm not trying to speak for the trainer here, but if I had journalism, I would be delighted to have that outside post in this race in a very small field. The 7-hole is not going to be a detriment in terms of being hung out wide, but at the same time, journalism can create his own trip from out there. One thing I've noticed about journalism in his last start, which was back at Oaklawn, in one of the biggest races we've seen all year, he was a little fractious in the gate, a little edgy in the gate. He won't be in the gate very long, since he's going to be the last one in, but he does need to leave there correctly. I think it's going to be very important to his success.
How do you think he responds, Richie, to the cut back in distance?
I think it's just going to intensify his closing kick. I really do. I mean, he's such a beautiful mover, and he's faced the best of the best. And I think the outside post aids him as well. I'm with Tom. And for the reasons of how he acts in the gate, but also he doesn't have to run the risk of getting shuffled around early.
Stars colliding. Based out west, it'll happen here at Saratoga. Nysos Journalism. And one of the biggest races every year in New York, the Met Mile, and Grade 1 after Grade 1. Richie, this day, which has evolved into and become one of the best days of thoroughbred racing anywhere, period. Belmont Stakes Saturday.
It's a summertime Breeders' Cup week, really. I mean, the whole week, starting with the New York breds. This is the appetizer. Can't wait for the main course.
Man, they put together some great race cars, the racing office did.
But today, all about the New York breds, and still a couple of stakes races coming your way with the Mike Lee 4-3-year-olds. That's next. And after that, the commentators. Our coverage continues. Day 1, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Yeah, last summer could have claimed it for $25,000. Not anymore. Skulkos Folly coming in hot. 4 straight wins. Trainer says he's in his zone. Rick Dutrow. Up next, the Mike Lee in 14 minutes.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kingsbarns was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 2-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kingsbarns, where the line of kings continues.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
$1,200,000 right there. $1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
Gather your group and head to Saratoga Racecourse this summer. Enjoy a private suite in the 1863 Club or take advantage of flexible seating options in the Trackside Rail Restaurant. Head down the stretch to the Casamigos Spa Verandas for casual gatherings of up to 50 guests, or bask in the view of the historic paddock from the Paddock Suite and nearby Surfside Party Deck. The Mia Netto Easy Goer features world-class Prosecco with sparkling views of the backyard. Book your group outing today at NYRA.com/groups.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
And here comes Willie Beeman on the outside. And night maneuver in between horses, but bringing cleans desperately. Willie Beeman surges past. Willie Beeman takes the lead as they come down to the finish. Willie Beeman wins by 3.
Steeman, Willie Beeman, 2012 Mike Lee winner. Richie, 2012 Kings Bishop winner here at Saratoga.
Yeah, so he showed he was a little better than just a New York bred.
Yeah, he did.
Mike Gluszy aboard there. Actually ran into Mike Gluszy, retired rider this morning, and Willie Beeman was good.
Point is, a horse can win a race like this. You're saying, well, he's just facing New York breds, and then Willie Beeman goes on and wins one of the most prestigious races for 3-year-olds at Saratoga. Who knows? Maybe that's where this is headed for a horse like Bavaro.
Oh, I certainly think it's a big possibility. Just looking at his resume, Jonathan, and what he's done in the past, he certainly seems like he could be one of the top 3-year-olds at these middle distances.
He'll draw from the outside. Bavaro drawing from the inside. Skulkos Folly. There he is. Currently 7-2. This was his most recent last month Aqueduct, the 6.5 furlong. Mind your biscuits, Jonathan. I promise we'll see it. Skulkos Folly. He went on this particular afternoon. There's running up the score, and then there's this.
Yeah, one of the things I like about this horse, if you look at his past performances, the various distances that he's been winning by open links at, right? He wins by open links going 6.5, the mile, 6. He ran well enough going 5.5. He just seems to have gotten that good. The biggest problem, I think, for him, probably not for Tom or others that like Bavaro, is that there's a lot of other speed in here. So he's going to get some pressure from that inside post position. If he's good enough, I think he could potentially turn some of those horses away. He's going to have a hard time turning away Bavaro when they turn for home.
Looking to knock down a 4th straight. Skulkos Folly. 4-1 in this Mike Lee. Over to Acacia, standing by with this Mike Lee. Paddock Report. Acacia.
And we'll start with Bavaro, who is getting saddled right behind me. And he is an imposing individual as he gets back in distance and returns to New York Bred Company after what I thought was a pretty solid effort in the Wood Memorial last time out, finishing 4th. He also finished 4th behind Commandment in the Fountain of Youth 2 starts back, and that 2nd in the Holy Bowl. I know that he's run well going longer, and I thought that he really made a big jump physically from 2 to 3. But as Safi Joseph Jr. had pointed out, he felt that he was always going to be a better one-turn horse, which is what he gets to do in here today. With that outside post going the 7 furlongs, I do think it sets up nicely for him. And as you guys were touching on, the way the pace should play out should set up nicely as well. They added the blinkers last time, making him more manageable, not necessarily to give him more speed, but to give him a little bit more of responding to his rider cues. And I think that has made a big difference for him as well, in a maturity too. He is a horse that looks the part, that's for sure. Though I will say he does strike me as one that a one-turn mile might be a bit more to his liking if I'm nitpicking, but as he returns against New York breds, I think he's very much the one to beat. Now, Skulkos Folly, who, as you were saying, has been on a roll lately, winning by open lengths, and he is fast. With the inside post, the way that he's acting, he's on the muscle, he's sharp, he's bouncing around the paddock here today. He's going to use his speed. Now, last time, he was able to get the lead from Illmatic, who's very quick as well, and he just pulled away pretty easily, and he's done that in his last few starts. He has been getting better. I love the 7/8 for him. I think it suits him to a T, the perfect type of distance. I just do wonder about tactically, as Jonathan was pointing out, what kind of pressure he may have, especially with horses like Stick Up Without a Gun present in this race. Now, the number 7 Arctic Beast is a horse that I find very interesting as well, as he is actually undefeated against New York Bred Company. He was the champion New York Bred 2-year-old as well for what he did last year, and as he stepped into his 3-year-old season, he won the Damon Runyon, and last time in the Lafayette, he took a lot of money that day too. He just was completely outfooted and never really looked like he was able to get involved in the race at any point. He has not changed a ton from 2 to 3, but I like that they're keeping him at a sprint distance. I think that suits him well. He's incredibly fit, very strong, acting very well here in the paddock as well. He is a horse that, returning to New York Bred Company, I think should really suit him well, and one that is pretty tactical, that he's not going to be compromised no matter how the pace does set up, Lafitte.
Arctic Beast hiding behind the tree there. Contender 9-2. We'll revisit that Damon Runyon in a moment. Bavaro, we're going to revisit his last one-turn race. Going back to last fall, Tom, it was the Sleepy Hollow at Aqueduct. Bravaro in his impressive second start, undefeated at the time.
Look, he had no speed from the gate that day, came from last, comes around here, and just absolutely shows he is much the best. I think he's got the chance to get the same setup here as more than half of this field either wants to be in front or wants to try to entertain the pace early, and that will work well for a horse like Bravaro.
Acacia was talking about the blinkers, and the assumption is you hear blinkers and you just assume you get just focus. Not always the case. Just trying to get him, in this case, as she said, a little bit more manageable in general.
I think Acacia hit it right on the head, and horses are oftentimes about testing things out and trying to see how they work, and you're constantly working with your stable help, the exercise riders, the jockeys that get on in the morning. You want that feedback for a trainer to make a decision on, do we put blinkers on, is this the right distance, so on and so forth. So it's a team effort.
Communication is key. And he was still making mistakes as a 2-year-old. It took him till almost the 70-yard marker to change to his right lead, and he was still going by horses. And I really do think the race shapes up to him. 4 to 5 is pretty short, though.
Acacia mentioned that a little bit of a concern about the 7/8 a little bit too sharp, and that maybe a mile might be right up his alley. Is that a concern?
Well, certainly it is a concern, and he's had a steady diet of 2-turn races as a 3-year-old, so this is going to be a big test, but I think it's just going to intensify his late kick when they go as quick as they should early here.
Yeah, I think the mile would probably help him if he wasn't going to get the pace he's likely to get in here. Now, I'm going to pick the 1 because I think if us 4 bozos sitting up here can look at the past performances and see that the pace is meant to be fast, the other riders in the room are likely going to look and see the same thing. And I think that the 1 from the inside has to be aggressive from there. I think the others might actually sit off. I think the 1 could get actually a softer trip than it looks on paper.
And the one has shown that he can take a challenge early from another horse and still finish. A lot of speed horses are so one-dimensional they can't. That's not true of School Coast Folly.
Listening to you on a radio interview yesterday, Rich, you're like, yeah, dude, jocks read the racing form too.
Yeah, how many times you see a race that looks like no speed, and all riders will go, well, I'm going to come out forward to get position, and then it winds up being faster, and then when it looks like a lot of speed, they all come out looking at each other.
Was that a knock on you or a knock on his dad?
It was a
were
quote.
You making fun of your dad, who was one of the greatest of all time?
I know he wouldn't. It wasn't me because I'm sitting here on the desk with him.
Homework wasn't always, the focal point. He's one of these riders that, what you were saying this yesterday, where you appreciate trainers allowing riders to be riders and not being handed this scroll of instructions to follow.
You can't micromanage, and if a rider's riding well, the difference between riding poorly and riding well for me was if I went to the half-mile pole, and let's say I'm riding for Tom Amoss, and he's sitting on my shoulder, I'm riding bad. I go to the half-mile pole, and I'm just me, then I'm riding good.
The worst thing a handicapper can see is a trainer that walks out all the way to the racetrack with his horse and rider and doesn't stop talking to him.
When I rode for Angel Cordero, he never stopped talking to you. Love Angel. Too many instructions.
Golf to Post for the Mike Lee. These New York-bred 3-year-olds. We start with School Coast Folly, Razor Sharp, 3 straight daylight wins.
Oh, yeah, 5 of the last 6. He can take a challenge early. Watch him out of the gate. He's not always that quick those first few steps.
Be the Donald arrives with momentum.
Yeah, he does. He's going to have to get a little bit faster for this group.
Party in the Army, another coming in hot.
Coming in hot, has a layoff since January, but certainly has good form.
5 of the 9 runners entering off of a winning effort. Then Max Money just graduated. He's improving.
Yeah, there's been a couple of horses that have ran well out of his last race, but he's going to have to improve to beat the top ones in here.
Stick Up, Without a Gun, Quick Colt, graduated here last summer.
Yeah, definitely one of the speeds in this race, of which there are many.
Christopher Elliott, 33-1 outsider, long shot side by side, number 6 in Waymo. A lone victory took place with Flavien Prat.
Are we in the twilight zone? Flavien Prat won a $25 horse earlier. He's 28-1 in here.
Pull a rabbit out of his hat with this one. Then Arctic Beast, 3-time New York Bred Stakes winner.
Champion 2-year-old male, New York bred, and comes back to show he can do it at 3.
5-1, Ricardo Santana. Then Time to Roll, runner-up in the Bayshore.
Yeah, between the 2 Horacio De Paz horses, I think this one probably has the best chance. Has some tactical speed. We'll need to kind of rate off of some of those other speed types.
De Paz looking to saddle back-to-back winners on the program. Bravaro, 4th in a most productive Wood Memorial.
Yeah, look, he's going to be coming from back. Don't panic if out the gate he's last. It's what happens from the 3/8 pole home.
4-5. Star jockey Arad Ortiz, the runners, the 3-year-olds, and the Mike Lee nearing post time for the 8th of 10 on this day one of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. You heard Acacia touching on Arctic Beast. There he is at 5-1. His last win, 2 starts back. The Damon Runyon Aqueduct in February. Arctic Beast here, running away and hiding.
And just a tour de force here. I mean, he was decidedly best, and she made a great point. He's undefeated in New York Bred Company. He went to Keeneland, caught a sloppy track and a much tougher group in the Lafayette. He's back where he belongs, and he's tactical.
Yeah, no, this is a dominant race. You mentioned the Keeneland race, which I was in. It's a sealed racetrack that day. You know, it looked like he would run better than what he did. I just think you got to throw that race out, which makes him a player in this spot.
3 of his 4 races he was odds on. To me, he's one of those types of horses that runs where he's supposed to run, where the public thinks he's going to run. They're saying he's going to run 3rd or 4th here.
What a summer Ricardo Santana had last season, Richie, here at Saratoga.
Yeah, and one of the things that makes Ricardo so good in Saratoga from a jockey standpoint, Saratoga's a position racetrack. You want forward position. You want to be in contention, turning for home. You want to save ground. All strengths of Ricardo Santana's, and he's a very strong finisher.
3-year-olds warming up for the Mike Lee. Over to Acacia.
And taking a look at that Flavien Prat mount that you all were touching on in Waymo, and he is a big price, and he's not a winning type. He has been beaten by several in this field before, namely the major contenders, but he has been running figures that make him a contender. And at 31-1, if you want to use him underneath, say you like Bravaro and like the kind of trip that he's going to get like I do, you could do worse. This horse looks sensational out there on the track. He is a horse that I thought was really aggressive warming up last time out when he was beaten by B. the Donald, who is a little bit of a shorter price and looks like maybe he had to step forward. Waymo is far more composed today. Not that he's lost that sprinter intensity, but he's keeping it under wraps, which I really appreciate. And I think he looks far better today than he did in his last race where he was beaten at a shorter price. Now, the number 5, Stick Up Without a Gun, he is one of the major pace contenders. Watch him early because, as Richie can touch on in more detail, Christopher Elliott has learned from this horse. He ran off with him 2 starts back, and that's why he got beat at the end. This horse had his mouth open, he was aggressive on the front end, and last time he was able to get him to switch off on the front end and contain that speed to go a mile, which is a distance that I don't think he necessarily prefers. He has to go, I think. I think that's his best running style, but I think that Chris has really learned from him a lot in getting him to settle, and maybe he will not be running off and pushing that pace as much as we have seen, Lafitte.
Prepared, ready for it this time, Richie.
Yeah, I mean, and just what she's talking about, 2 back, he kind of squeezed him. He smooched at him and tapped him on the shoulder with his crop leaving the gate, and the horse just flat ran off with him. Some horses you can't turn on because you'll never get them to turn off. And then last time, he broke like a whisper, quiet. Didn't ask him to do anything, didn't take him back. Sometimes as a jockey, you got to be a good pilot. Sometimes you got to be a good passenger.
Good passenger. Here, JK, you touched on paper, the speed. Quick 3-year-old. Who do you think is the quickest of the quick?
Well, I mean, I think you could argue that it could be the 1, it could be the 3, it could be the 5. But what I do know for certain is that the rider intent has a lot to do with who makes and doesn't make the front. And it feels like to me that down on the inside, I don't know why you would not want to hold that position with a horse who's run off and hid in his last 3 races. Why would you want to take back and eat a bunch of dirt?
To Megan.
Well, very quickly as they're loading into the gate, my top selection, the number 8, Time to Roll, could have the right trip coming for him. Lafitte been up against some tough customers, including a Solitude Dude and the Woody Stevens. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Exciting Mike Lee. These 3-year-olds at the gate. Bravaro odds on. Here's Frank Miramati.
Bravaro goes in. They're in the gate. Movement from Stick Out Without a Gun. And they're off in the Mike Lee. And it's a fast start for Time to Roll on the outside, but there are several across the track, including Skolko's Folly, who comes through to challenge, and Bravaro is up close. In fact, Bravaro takes the lead while in hand. A very Nice early bid from Bravaro to the front. Skolko's Folly will now match strides with him in second. Down at the rail, Party in the Army is third. They're followed by Max Money is fourth. Then Stick Up Without a Gun, 4 lengths off the pace in fifth. Time to Roll is just outside of that group, 3 clear of Wamo as the field moves into the far turn. Arctic Beast is next. And at the back, the distant trailer is Be the Donald. 22 seconds flat. It's Skolko's Folly on the inside and Bravaro going at it with Party in the Army. Coming after the top pair has 2 lengths to make up. The others are well behind, headed by Wamo. They're at the top of the stretch, 44-1 for the half. And Skolko's Folly goes on and quickly opens up 3. Bravaro has come up empty on the outside. Party in the Army is taking up the chase. And from well out of it, Be the Donald is closing some ground. They're past the 16th pole, and it is Skolko's Folly to win the Mike Lee stylishly. Be the Donald from far back came into second. Party in the Army and Bravaro.
Trainer Rick Dutrow said he's in a zone and performs accordingly. Wow. Michael Dubbs, Skolko's Folly, Richie, 4th straight daylight victory, this time in the Mike Lee.
He was fast early. He was fast in the middle. He was fast late. He took heat early, surprisingly, from Bravaro, who was the favorite. I didn't see that coming. But Skolko's Folly shrugged everybody off, finished on his left or wrong lead, if you will. And that was racehorse time, guys.
Man.
Look, I'm glad I was right while I was a little bit wrong. I didn't see it being him and Bravaro looking each other in the eyes. But speed is a weapon on the dirt, and you talked about it at the top, Lafitte, when you talked about Willie Beeman. I can tell you right now, this horse is running in a great stakes next.
No doubt. I think you're looking at a horse that will be a contender in a race like the Alan Jerkins later on. I almost said the King's Bishop, who Alan
when Stephen Willie Beeman won
yeah.
the Alan Jerkins, the King's Bishop then. And yeah, how surprised were you, Tom? Well, we figured Skolko's Folly would be right where he was. Bravaro, so sharp from the outside.
Yeah, stunned. I mean, you can look at this horse's resume and all 5 starts for Bravaro and never shows that in his resume. And when you take a horse out of their game, which obviously Bravaro was going that quick early, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get a horse that's going to come up empty. And it brings to mind looking forward to the Belmont Stakes and the style of Renegade, would be one that comes from well off the pace. And where are those horses going to be? Golden Tempo as well. Where are they going to be? You can't take their style away from them. So they're going to be back. And Golden Tempo and Renegade are going to make their late run just like they did in the Derby. But, if the pace is reasonable, they're not going to be so far behind that it was like the Derby. But you cannot change a horse's style and expect to get the best effort.
Richie, what do you do in a situation like that with Bravaro, like Irad? I thought Bravaro, I don't think Irad sent him there. I think Bravaro took him there. What do? You don't want to take away a great break from a horse.
I wouldn't have grabbed him. I mean, everybody has principles of riding, right? And mine was don't ever take anything away that comes easy. And Bravaro was doing that easy enough. I think it probably took Irad just as off guard.
High five there. That smile, Rodriguez, says it all. Rick Dutrow, Skolko's Folly in a zone and then some, traveling easily. Pressured by Bravaro, dispatched Bravaro and opened up a 4th straight win, and now a Mike Lee winner at Saratoga. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on FS2. New York Showcase Day, all about the New York Breds, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. And that is one fast, talented New York bred, Gold Coast Folly. He was in the lower level claiming races, Tom, and now for trainer Rick Dutrow on this roll, and not just winning, dominating.
You know, Lafitte, you brought it up. This horse has won 5 of his last 6. And as a trainer, rider, handicapper, we all know when horses start winning streaks, as this horse has, they get good and they can all of a sudden jump up and be even better than you ever imagined.
Another win, Day 1 Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for owner Mike Dubb, trained by Rick Dutrow. Gold Coast Folly and the Mike Leake to Megan in the winner's circle.
Thanks, Lafitte. And Jamie Rodriguez, a pilot, the regular one for Gold Coast Folly. And it was something interesting you told me off camera, Jamie. He's certainly not this kind of workhorse in the morning, but man, has he come alive in the afternoon. Dominant performance after dominant performance.
I love it, because the way he works and everything in the morning, you never expect to run the way he's doing it right now, and it's impressive. And he leave everything in the afternoon, in the morning he just playful and everything like that. And then he's a wild horse, man, and I love it. I love it.
Talented individual you have on your hands. But as far as what was playing through your mind, obviously his speed, you saw the 3-horse maybe didn't break as cleanly, and you were able to, again, it was still a pressured, fast pace there. Did you feel you were going that fast?
I was a little bit worried because we got maybe 3 speed outside, and one was a little bit acting in the gate. He broke a little bit slow, and then I think I got the advantage just to let him run free in the beginning. And then once then I put a little bit of pressure, I let it put just ahead in front, and then I just let it do cruise control. I said, do whatever you want. When you're ready, you're gonna let me know. And then literally when we hit the top of the lane, I tap once in the shoulder, and then he just take off.
Well, you certainly have a talented horse on your hands, you and Mr. Dutrow, and it looks like bright futures ahead this summer for this New York bred.
Yeah, hopefully we can go in the way he's doing it and see something better.
Gold Coast Folly, yet another dominant victory, Lafitte, and could see him as Rick Dutrow had a 2012 Alan Jerkins winner. He could be right there with Willie Beeman. We could see him later on this summer.
Fan favorite, steaming Willie Beeman, Gold Coast Folly, big Day 1 Belmont Stakes Racing Festival owner Michael Dubb. And Richie, you were observing something about Rodriguez as the horses were coming off the far turn, entering the stretch.
Yeah, I really love that isolated replay when they really lock in close on a horse. And they turned for home, and Jamie Rodriguez is going left-handed with his crop. Tried to get him to switch to his right lead a few times. He refused to do it. But when he switched his crop from his left hand to his right hand, it was as fast and as smooth as you're ever going to see, and he lost no contact with his horse's mouth. A lot of times you rider change his hold, change his crop, and they lose the bridle a little bit. He did it as perfectly as it could be done, as smooth as it could be done. It was almost like a magic trick. And as a former rider, those are the kind of things I appreciate. I see that and go, man, this kid's riding really, really well.
Tom, it's one thing for an expensive horse to go out and do great things. That's what they were cut out for, right? How much fun is it as a trainer when you watch this horse who's competing at lower levels and then cultivating him and watching them improve the way Gold Coast Follies is?
Well, I don't know what the background is on this horse, but when horses get on streaks, the barn feels like they're making a big difference in how the horse is performing. He's gotten good. He's eating well. His color looks good. His weight looks good. All those things are attributed to what the barn is doing in the mornings, his training regime as well. So Rick Dutrow has done a great job. And don't think that Dutrow doesn't say to himself, thank God nobody claimed this horse for $20,000 last year. We all do that.
One of the biggest moments of Dutrow's career right here, a few summers back with Wida Barrio, winning the Whitney, going on to capture a Breeders' Cup Classic. Look forward to seeing what's in the future of Gold Coast Folly. 4 straight dominant wins. And the pick 6 follow along here, JK, broke all the rules, shaking things up 25-34, a little at first, and Gold Coast Folly is second or third choice in the Mike Leake.
Yeah, that $25 horse is going to help quite a bit. You'll notice, though, the shortest prices are $8 horses. I mean, you're looking at a pretty nice situation here if you're alive in this. And if you're not alive in it, you're a couple of long shots away, maybe just one more away from a potential double carryover.
Still have 2 left. Commentator. So popular, super talented. And there's the field. Iron Dome out. Significant defection, 8 deep with Winstock and Bank Frenzy. Bank Frenzy looking to go back-to-back in the commentator.
And he's just a warrior, shows up every time. Look at his record at the distance. 3 wins and a second from 4 tries at it. His record in Saratoga, 2 wins and a second from 4 tries. He's a warrior. He shows up every time.
What stands out, Tom, looking at this commentator?
Oh, I think I think pace. When I'm looking at a race, I'm always, whether I'm a trainer giving instructions in the paddock or just an observer, I'm always looking at pace. Where can my horse be based on his style with what the pace is? So, you know, when I look at this race, I see very little pace in this race. So, to me, you need to be close to have a good chance to finish up well in the end. I just don't think this race is going to back up.
Yeah, the 2 inside horses feel like possible horses that could try to take advantage from a pace standpoint. And when the race before was run on the dirt and someone wires the field, fast fractions like that, the riders get a little bit more confidence that maybe being down on the inside and being aggressive early is not the worst thing that could happen. They'll be a little bit more aggressive from the inside.
As we get closer to the 9th of 10 races, 18 minutes out, this commentator, as we celebrate the New York Breds, New York Showcase Day, commentator, final stakes race on the afternoon, field and updated odds. There they are. Winstock, who is on the Derby Trail, the Los Alamitos Futurity winner, years back 9-5, and Bank Frenzy 8-5. Horses in the paddock. The commentator is next. Riders up. Post parade, 18 minutes out. To the commentator next from Saratoga.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga. Here's Dornoch headstrong in the early going. Mindframe is 4 deep, but up and on the pace, and Antiquarian is in the field. Turns for home. Mindframe on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch. Dornoch in an absolute thriller. Dornoch and Mindframe. It will be Dornoch and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Play the Belmont Stakes presented by Naira Bets. New members get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Bet the 3rd leg of racing's Triple Crown from historic Saratoga Racecourse. Download the Naira Bets app now to play any track, anywhere, anytime. The official wagering partner of the Belmont Stakes is Naira Bets. Sign up now and use promo code BELMONT25 to claim your $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
A reputation of excellence isn't built overnight. Day by day, year by year, decade after decade. For over 100 years, Claiborne's commitment to quality has led to unrivaled success. Building on the past, building for the future. Claiborne Farm. The tradition continues.
Monmouth Park's Haskell Preview Day on Saturday, June 13th is bigger and better than ever. Wager on the Naira Bets Pegasus Stakes plus 3 graded events, all on the road to Haskell Day, Saturday, July 18th. Plus, play the $2,000 Pick Your Prize Handicapping Challenge for the chance to win huge prizes. Racing's biggest stars prep for the Jersey Shore's biggest race on Haskell Preview Day at Monmouth Park.
The official Belmont Stakes Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.naira.com.
Get your ticket to the longest season in Saratoga history. Season tickets and season passes are on sale now for 46 days of action at Saratoga beginning Friday, July 3rd. Lock in your summer plans at naira.com/Saratoga.
And here's commentator turning for home in the Whitney with a 3-length lead. On the far outside, Student Council trying to reel him in, but time is running up. There's less than a furlong to go, and it's commentator well clear. Followed by Student Council, and here's commentator to win the Whitney again.
Again is right. Tracy Farmer's commentator, Richie. 2005 Whitney winner, 2008 Whitney winner there with Johnny B.
And he's just a remarkable horse that possessed speed and could carry it. He's a horse that could also take a challenge. And a couple times they ran multiple rabbits at him, actually, Rick Dutrow, and that was his undoing in a few spots. But when he was good, he was really good.
He did that as a 7-year-old.
2 Whitneys 4 years apart?
I know. Think about that.
Man.
And look, it's kind of fans love, right? He goes to the gate. He tries to bury everybody right out of the gate.
Yeah. Trained by Nick Zito. Gary Stevens rode him the first time Johnny Velasquez there. There's great horses, JK, that are good for, a series of races, and then the ability for a horse to maintain their excellence for an extended period of time, multiple years in this case.
Yeah, you don't see it all the time. I mean, some of the greatest that I can think of, like Rachel Alexandra, right? Her 3-year-old year was sensational. She just wasn't quite the same as a 4-year-old. As good as she was at 3, she just couldn't really carry that on. So to have a horse that can do it over the years says a lot about the horse.
Incredibly popular. Come and catch me if you can, and they usually couldn't. Commentator, 2-time Whitney winner, and the race that lives in his honor is next. The commentator here with horses in the paddock. You're looking at Bank Frenzy. Richie out to defend his title. A winner a season ago. Where is he, in your opinion, right now compared to where his form was, where he was this time last year, Bank Frenzy?
Well, I think he's a horse that does well in the summertime. I thought the last few races of his campaign last year, maybe the distances were a little short of his best, but he also looked like a bit of a tired horse to me. He was a little bit drawn up, a little bit thinner than normal. It is a tall task, a tall ask, I should say, to go 1 1/8 off the layoff. But he's one of those old, classy warriors that shows up, and I would expect that Rudy has him pretty fit.
3 for 4 lifetime at the distance. Proven off the bench, and ready or not off the bench. A title defense here next for Bank Frenzy. And then same sire with Bank It. What Bank It was able to do in the slop on that particular afternoon. 20 and 23 winners sharing the same sires as Bank Frenzy in Central Banker.
And Central Banker stands just down the road at McMahon Farm, and he has become that marquee or that go-to New York stallion. Over the years we had Talc, we had Dixie Brass Rod. We've always had kind of that go-to stallion, and he certainly has become that.
It was something that you had referenced at the top of the show about how we view New York breds now versus how we used to look at New York breds, and we'll follow up with that conversation. But first, we go to Acacia for this commentator paddock report. Acacia.
The fun thing about this year's rendition is that you have the last 2 winners of the commentator in this race. Bank Frenzy trying to defend his title, and Drake's Passage, who won this race 2 years ago, beginning with last year's winner, who you guys were just discussing, in Bank Frenzy. He's a little bit of a quirky horse. He comes back off of a layoff, and he looks incredibly fit from the point that there's no excess. And sometimes he is a little bit of a lighter framed horse. If anything, I wish he would just strengthen, bulk up a little bit off of the layoff, as he has not raced since December. The thing with him too, and as we talked about the tactics of this race, he is a horse that can position himself forward, but he's not the quickest gait horse. And sometimes you really see that in large part because of the equipment that he wears. He wears an extension blinker, so he has a short blinker cup over the left eye, and his right eye is completely covered. I think there was only one race throughout his career that he ran without it, and they're putting them blinkers on him now. It looks like the same blinkers that he has worn. And so he cannot see any of his company to his outside, sometimes in the stretch and sometimes at the start. That has been a little bit to his detriment, but he's a very cool New York bred. He's been incredibly consistent, and we'll see where he's able to position himself with regular rider Manny Franco off of the layoff. Now, Manny 6 with Bank Frenzy, he was actually the regular rider of Drake's Passage, who won this race 2 years ago. He comes off of an even bigger layoff, not having run since August of last year. And he is a horse that, as we've talked about with him over the years as well, he does not like kickback. He doesn't like being in behind horses. With his best races, he has been forward. He's been on the lead. In fact, he won the commentator 2 years ago on the lead. He is a big-bodied type of horse. He's a little bit tough to get fit. He's been training exceptionally well, but he takes up so much space in the gate that sometimes he too rocks back and is not the quickest breaking out. So to be up to Flavien Prat to get him into the race as well. He's a horse that has struggled with his feet over the years. All of those issues have been solved with him, but much like his main rival Bank Frenzy, the layoff will be his biggest hurdle to overcome. The horse taking a lot of attention though has the recency, and that's Windstock, cutting back in distance from 1.5 miles. You might have noticed they saddled him on the walk. He's very hot. All of that is completely normal for Windstock. He's a lot of horse. horse prior to the races. So for him, he's actually doing pretty well, which is always good to see. He's been proficient at the mile and an eighth. He can position himself not too far off the pace, which I appreciate. It's always just a challenge for him, making sure he can stay out of his own way prior to the races, Lafitte.
Feast or famine, win stock. This was a feast day. Tom, couple of starts back here. Stalks, pounces, draws away impressively at the end.
Yeah, you saw how wide he was in that turn. He was just as wide on the first turn. This is just a dominant performance. He is going to show you he's much the best here. He covered more ground than anybody else, but probably a good 30 or 40 yards, and he's still going to draw off and win.
Same Winstock that was on the Derby Trail a few years back. He was trained by Bob Baffert. He won the, 2023 Los Al Futurity, I believe, as a 2-year-old. Richie, he was actually 6-1 in a Mystic Dan's breakout performance in the Southwest at Oaklawn Park as a 3-year-old. Ran last, but just saying, that's who they thought he was at the time.
Well, Bob Baffert at the time, shipping into Oaklawn Park always is going to garner a lot of attention. The horse doesn't seem to like a wet racetrack either, so he gets a fast track. He turns back in distance. A mile and a half was probably not what he wanted. And he goes back to New York bred, so you can understand why he is your favorite at the moment.
The back class, Jonathan Winstock here.
Yeah, he's got some back races. I don't necessarily trust him, though. And I certainly don't think he should be a shorter price than Bank Frenzy. But you'll see that from time to time with Brad Cox runners. And Brad trying to run this horse at a mile and a half for a horse that's gone.
Right.
To me, that seems a little, not a lot of confidence in an effort like that, an attempt like that, excuse me.
So if you don't necessarily, it's a short price, not with Winstock. Who did you come up with in this commentator?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think ultimately, Bank Frenzy, especially if he's going to go off as a second choice, just makes the most sense as an opportunity. I wouldn't have a problem necessarily with the 8 or the 9, Drake's Passage or Donegal Surges, and I wouldn't talk anyone off the 2 inside horses at huge prices. So I think this is more of a wide open type of race. I felt pretty confident that in the last race, but this one I feel like is wide open. The opinion that I have that I'll try to use to make money is that I think the 4 is entirely overbet.
In Winstock, and Bank Frenzy trying to successfully defend his title, Tom, off a layoff, which is not the case when he won this race last year.
Yeah, and so one is in form, currently running Bank Frenzy. Look, as horses get older, and Bank Frenzy is now a 6-year-old, and the layoff is about 5 months. I wouldn't call that a dramatic layoff. But the further the layoff is, as horses get older, it's like a middle-aged athlete trying to get back into shape. The body's different. It's harder to do. So that's a definite detriment to a horse like Drake's Passage, who hasn't run since last August.
I feel like Tom's talking to me, Lafitte, like when I was coming back from injuries.
Bank Frenzy with the trainer things. Rudy Rodriguez standing by live with Megan.
And Rudy, always good to catch up with you. I haven't been in New York to see you, but with Bank Frenzy, this horse has been training particularly well off the bench. But do you find he's going to be a fresher kind coming off of this layoff with that extension blinker?
He always trained very, very good. We was the braid, they take a little chip out, and he's been training very, very well. So I wish I got a couple more weeks into him, but nothing is perfect. But he's training very, very foully. I'm just hoping he break good and then take it from there. But that's a good start for him to start the year up for sure.
And just such a sturdy individual. Acacia alluded to that extension blinker, sometimes maybe even perhaps getting in his way a little bit. How do you find him being able to get out of the gate and get into position as he's kind of gotten older and more mature?
I've been galloping every day without the blinkers, and he's been training very, very well. Even before the surgery, he was always trying to get up a little bit. And right now, the last couple work we work with blinkers because we want to put some solid works into him, but he's been a steady forward, and he's been training very, very good.
Thank you for the just being able to be so candid about him, and best of luck in here, Rudy.
Thank you very much. We need you.
Lafitte?
Said he would have liked a couple more weeks. Bank Frenzy, see him again in the post parade as we meet the field for the commentator, starting with Dr. Kraft. Inside Speed, 5th in last year's edition.
Yeah, look, and a big price at 31-1 for a horse that could be close early and have a chance.
Pedal to the metal, then Quick to Accuse number 2. He can run with these. Distance is a concern.
Distance is a concern, but he has more recency than some of the other contenders, and I'd like to see Dylan Davis be aggressive.
Alan Turing in form and just finished second to a horse who doesn't lose, Commuted.
Yeah, and but I mean, you could make a case this horse is really stepping up here. But again, another one that can be close early and be a part of that early pace.
Johnny Velasquez aboard the current favorite, Winstock.
Turning back 3 furlongs from that 1.5 mile effort in slop. He's 4 for 8 at the 1 1/8 distance, and you get the Hall of Famer in the boot.
Russian Realm, the closer with Irad Ortiz.
Yeah, so Irad Ortiz, as you mentioned, and that's the best thing I think this horse has going for him.
Title defense for Bank Frenzy.
Just a warrior. Shows up every time, gives you an effort.
Drake's Passage, the 2024 commentator winner.
Big, stout horse. The layoff is a concern with him as well.
Donegal surges to the outside, who was second to Drake's Passage in the commentator.
Got Todd Pletcher as the conditioner there, and certainly Todd knows how to win these kinds of races.
Yeah, he does. Yes, he does. Todd Pletcher seeking a 5th Belmont Stakes win on Saturday. Has 2 runners, including the morning line favorite Renegade, as they move the starting gate into place this mile. And an 8th commentator with Winstock at 9-5, the current favorite. Donegal surges towards the outside. There's Winstock. Richie, John Velasquez, what figures to be the approach and strategy employed?
Well, especially coming off a 1.5 mile race, you know that stamina should not be a concern, and you don't want to change horse's style, but 2 back going 1 mile and a furlong at Aqueduct, he was stalking in 3rd. I think he can get a very similar trip to that day.
To Acacia.
And taking a look at Donegal Surges to the outside, he's where I'm going to land. I wanted to reserve judgment before seeing him on the track, and I really liked what I saw. He perked up a lot, and at first he was kind of trying to stay a little bit quieter with the pony, which is not typical of Kendrick Carmouche. And then he did his patented solo warm-up, and just so much more energy out there on the track. And that's why we talk about warm-ups. Yes, sometimes it can speak to a jockey's intention, but sometimes it can also, I mean, look how well this horse is framing up out there. It can really just show you if a horse is wearing how they're doing on their sleeve. Now, Donegal Surges, he had a terrible performance in the Haynesfield 2 starts back, where he just never really looked like he was able to get involved in the running of the race. And then last time, he broke slowly. It was going 7 furlongs and on a wet track. He made up the most ground, and I thought ran exceptionally well in there. I think he's going to be a lot more forward today with that good race under his belt and just the way that he's warmed up out there on the track. And we know Kendrick, if he can get a horse forward and get some position, he will do so, Lafitte.
The aggressive warm-up, Donegal surges, and Kendrick Carmouche towards the outside. Down towards the inside, quick to accuse Dylan Davis. Yeah, so distance is a question, but yet he's proven time and again that he can compete with these New York Bred Stakes runners.
Yeah, and he's a horse that can be forward. His conditioner, Panagiotis Sinifius, he is good with speed horses. It seems like he trains his horses to be fast. And when this horse is forward, go back to his Alex M. Robb, that's when he runs his best. And you've got a situation where there's not a clear-cut pacemaker here. And as a rider, it's almost like an elaborate game of chicken. Come out of the gate like I want it at all costs. See who blinks first.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't see a lot of pace in here. If there's any pace at all that can materialize, it's with those 3 horses, the 1, 2, and the 3. All of them seem to be a bit underbet as opposed to overbet.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we talked at the top. It just feels like the 1 or the 2, especially when you're a big price. I defer to Richie on this, but I think when you are warming up your horse, you look in the infield and you see that you're 35-1 and you're 16-1. It's a little bit less pressure on you in terms of being aggressive. It's not like you're 4-5 and you're going to get, embarrassed by going too fast and getting into a speed duel. This is the type of horse that you try to wire the field with when you're not the best horse in the race.
And you also have a psychological edge when you're a long shot because other riders are going to, I don't want to get involved with a 20-1 shot and then get picked off by a favorite, and they let you go, and that's how you steal races.
To be trending in the right direction, Alan Turing, who you're looking at, Junior Alvarado, last year's Belmont winning rider aboard. At post time, we check in with Megan.
And Winstock for me, Lafitte, is just the horse that's really come alive for trainer Brad Cox, and one that we talked about in Acacia's Paddock report regarding his energy levels and how he's always been more that type that got a little bit keen and had to be tacked outside. That was the same behavior I observed from him last summer. But the thing I love about him most is the fact that he's been able to be more engaged in his races and more forward. That was always my main complaint with him, because judging from his disposition last year when I was able to see him, I thought, man, I feel like this horse needs to get out of the kickback, get out behind horses, and be able to find that unencumbered run. And with Johnny V aboard and a murkier pace where the 35-1 shot on the inside, Dr. Kraft likely controls Lafitte. I find he has an incredible tactical edge, and obviously bettors agree.
At 2-1, the favorite Winstock, Johnny Velasquez, getting ready to ride in his 28th Belmont Stakes on Saturday. Unreal. As you look at our selections from our handicappers, Richie, first day of racing here at Saratoga in 9 months. We focused on the turf course, how fast it seems. The main track, has anything caught your eye in the first few dirt races?
It feels like it's very glib. It's yielding faster times. They're bouncing right over. I mean, I think the dirt course is in great shape. I think the turf course is in great shape, but definitely on the fast side.
Yeah, and we've seen in the past meets here that there are days, even weeks, where everybody wants to be off the rail, and the riders ride the course that way. They're winning on the rail here as well. Very even racetrack.
Yep.
Final thoughts here, JK, as they approach the starting gate for the commentator final stakes race on this New York Showcase Day.
Yeah, there's a couple things. I think the first thing is that the pace is interesting to see who ends up on or near the lead. I think if any of the shorter price horses, whether it be the 4, the 6, the 8, or the 9, end up close, sitting first or second somehow, they're going to be very tough to beat. But for me, it's Bank Frenzy. I wish Rudy wouldn't have said he wished he had a couple more weeks.
that kind of stuck with you, didn't it?
Yeah, it does sometimes.
Yeah. Bank Frenzy, can he successfully defend his title? There goes Russian Realm. And Gerardo Ortiz, Winstock, the favorite, 2-1. Quick to Accuse steps forward. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 2026 commentator, live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Drake's Passage. 2 more. Winstock comes up. And Donegal surges. And Kendrick Carmouche to the outside. Kendrick looking for his second winner on the program. Just a little bit of hesitation for Winstock. And now here's Donegal surges. We're ready for the 13th running of the commentator. Donegal surges, walks in smoothly. They're in the gate. And they're off in the commentator. And Dr. Kraft is hustled hard. Quick to Accuse is up close in the opening furlong, and they are joined by Drake's Passage, and the pace hot and heavy through the early stages. Alan Turing is next, followed by Winstock, who's in between horses, just now passed by Bank Frenzy, who's wide but only 3 lengths off the lead. Donegal Surges is just behind this group, and he is now just behind Winstock, and after a slight hesitation, Russian Realm is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 23-1. Dr. Kraft being hustled along with Drake's Passage comfortable alongside in second. And last year's winner, Bank Frenzy, in the clear while 3 wide in third. At the rail, it's Alan Turing racing a joint fourth as they head toward the half-mile pole. In between those two is Quick to Accuse. Then Donegal surges outside of Winstock in a gap of 6 to Russian Realm. 47-1 for the long shot Dr. Kraft. Drake's Passage, the 2024 commentator winner, has been cruising alongside him in second. Bank Frenzy called on now outside of them. Alan Turing is down at the rail. Then Quick to Accuse, 6 furlongs in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Dr. Kraft trying to shake loose. Dr. Kraft has been there throughout. But he is now getting some serious company on the inside from Alan Turing, who's had a beautiful trip and takes the lead with 1 furlong to go. Russian Realm has moved from well out of it into third, a 16th to go. Alan Turing and Junior Alvarado, Dr. Kraft and Silvestre Gonzalez. It will be Alan Turing, a difference-making ride from Alvarado to win the commentator. Dr. Kraft was a huge second. In behind them, Russian Realm, Bank Frenzy, and Quick to Accuse battled out the minor awards.
What a battle. What a horse race. Absolute slugfest. Alan Turing finally wearing down and putting away a game-gutty Dr. Kraft in the 2026 commentator.
Frank Miramati called that shot a difference-making ride. Junior Alvarado saved every inch of ground, slipped through a narrow opening at the top of the stretch, and got it done.
And you know what? In fairness, it wasn't that narrow an opening. I think that was a mistake by the rider of the one-horse Gonzalez. He could have closed the gap. He had the lead by himself, and he let him get in.
Don't give up the rail. Don't give him an easy pass. But congratulations to Marlene Brody, Gallagher's stud. Her and her husband, Jerry Brody, founded that, owned Gallagher's Steakhouse in New York City for years, and they ran it when it was to me, the best steakhouse in the city. And they do a great job breeding their horses and taking them home when they're finished and letting them live a great life.
11-1, over 32-1, over 16-1, J.K. Alan Turing on the inside. Last year's Belmont winning rider, Junior Alvarado, and a stubborn Dr. Kraft. In the end, just too much Alan Turing, who, again, in form, coming in, puts forth a commentator-winning performance.
Absolutely. I mean, look, the Dr. Kraft made the front, 32-1, and was 6 inches away from winning. But like Frank Miramati said, Alan Turing come up the inside and he just saved every ounce of ground and when it mattered the most. And it's a big exacta. And we talked about it a little bit. This is the 11-1 shot that was needed. But we'll see in a couple seconds when this goes official. We'll give you a two-day possibility.
Who's covered, who isn't. Junior Alvarado, Alan Turing. At what point could you tell Dr. Kraft on the lead, this 32-1 shot isn't going to run like a 32-1 shot?
Early on, when he got comfortable down the backstretch, when the first quarter was very fast, then it moderated enough where he got super comfortable in a great rhythm. And I'm just laughing at myself because we got a former jockey and a former trainer on set. I'm trying to be kind to Sil Gonzalez and say, well, the winner came through a narrow opening. And Tom called it like it is. That's a trainer speak and jockey speak.
There's no question. There's
Very
no
on
question.
brand.
But really, at the
Very
half-mile
much on brand.
pole, Dr. Kraft, you knew he was going to run big with a half mile to go in the race. He controlled the pace. We all talked about it. It was not going to be quick up front. It wasn't. He was hard to run down. You had to have the shortest trip home to get him.
Nearly stole it in front-running fashion, but Alan Turing said no. Takes down the winner's share of the $200,000 purse. Patrick Quick, winning trainer Gallagher studs Alan Turing and Junior Alvarado, and the commentator. An exciting first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races, Fox Sports 2. Stakes racing in the books in this New York Showcase Day. And a thriller in the commentator. Outsiders, long shots, Alan Turing at 11-1. Wears down, Dr. Kraft 32-1. Jonathan, what happened to the favorites? Winstock, Bank Frenzy and Company.
Yeah, well, I didn't like Winstock, so that's what happened to him.
Yep.
I was right about that one. I was wrong about Bank Frenzy.
Needs
I
another
thought
couple
Bank
weeks.
Frenzy would
Needs
run
another couple
better.
weeks.
Hindsight's 2020.
What a race.
Great race, great ride, and really nice to see Marlene Brody here from Gallagher Stud accepting the trophy for the commentator. She has been involved in racing for longer than I've been alive, and she still enjoys it just as much.
Alan Turing broke the code, 25.62.
I see what you did
like
there.
That? You like that?
Yep.
If you know, you know. Dr. Kraft, Russian. Well, yeah, it was a race that the form going in, the horses you expected to be there were not. Alan Turing and Company take advantage, and we go to Megan in the winner's circle.
Yes, Lafitte, an upset in this commentator, but also due in part to what an incredible ride put forth by Junior Alvarado. Talk me through the inside, the rail, how it's been playing today, and from your eye, this track overall.
You know, the track has been playing pretty fair. As I mean, maybe if he saw a little bit toward the speed. So he put himself today in a good spot, good position right there. You know, it's a horse that I know him. You know, I rode him before. You know, he has never given me the win, but he always have trying hard for me. And I mean, today, you know, I didn't have more choice. You know, I decided, do I go outside? But I felt like one time I put him in the outside, and he kind of got a little lost right there. So I took my chances, and you know, we dove into the rail, and then you know, he fought hard for me there.
Certainly played it right, but we will move to your Belmont Stakes mount, Chief Wallaby. You've been on this horse every step of the way. What has he shown you as a young horse in his progression? As you find he's a baby. You've discussed about some of the mental cues that he's given you as he's continued to move forward in his 3-year-old campaign.
You know, he's a very talented horse, you know, like we all know. I just think, you know, like we have asked him a lot to do for his, you know, young racing career so far and racing career. And, you know, he has given us what we asked for. You know, I just think, you know, now heading into the Belmont 5 weeks off, you know, I think Mr. Mono how to do that very well. And you know, I'm very optimistic for this Saturday.
This isn't a completely different pace dynamic as was the Kentucky Derby. Do you find he will be more forwardly placed? And at the end of the day, do you find you figured his true running style out?
Yeah, you know, that's the thing, you know, we was still trying to figure it out. Like I say, he's a horse who's still kind of learning each race by race. And, you know, wouldn't be crazy, you know, if he's on the lead in this race, you know, and I won't take anything away that comes easy, like Mr. Mott say. But, you know, we'll figure it out. We play with the break. And, you know, certainly I think we're going to be forwardly placed Saturday.
Well, congratulations here and best of luck. A big weekend for you.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
More on Chief Wallaby in a moment as we travel back in time. Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle Lead-In brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton July Selected Horses of Racing Age sale July 14th in Lexington, Kentucky. Nominate your racehorses today. Alan Turing in the commentator, JK. All right, so what's the story with a 25.62 winner in the commentator in terms of the pick six?
With only 200,000 in the pool, I'm shocked that there's this many horses alive in the pick six. Let me just double check here. I don't want to lie to anybody. 1, 4, 5, 7, and 12 are alive. 1, 4, 5, 7, 12 with the lowest payout being the 1 at $30,981.
Adding intrigue to the 10th and final here, Saratoga. Wanted to circle back to Chief Wallaby. Tom, and what'd you make of his effort in the Derby? And those are the winning silks you just saw in the winner's circle following the commentator. Chief Wallaby, and how much do you think he was really impacted by some of the trouble in the stretch?
Well, look, full disclosure, he was my pick in the Derby. I thought his Florida Derby, which was his prep leading into the Kentucky Derby, he really got a learning experience, got bounced around a little bit, was kind of in and out of the bridle down the lane. They put blinkers on for the Kentucky Derby. I kind of saw the same thing. As a trainer, it can be so frustrating to try to teach a horse to go into closed spots, to go through. He's a timid horse. That's why they put the blinkers on him, and only racing is going to make him better. Is he going to be better and more professional in this Belmont Stakes on Saturday? That's up in the air.
Is that something a horse will grow out of, or just kind of remains a characteristic of
There's
theirs
some
throughout
that do
their
not grow out of it, but certainly the trainers are constantly working on that in the mornings, and it's obvious by the change of equipment in the Kentucky Derby that the Mott Barn has been working on this.
You've ridden those types?
No doubt. Yeah, some of them never come out of it. It's just their personality. You know, I always equate horses to people, right? You get people that are very hardworking and generous, like horses. Then you get people that are lazy. You get people that are afraid of their own shadow. Horses are not dissimilar.
My last year to play football was 9th grade, and we used to have a drill called head across the bow, where you line up some dummies and you just picked a hole, and you had a defensive player and an offensive player. You were going to take a hit. I wasn't any good at that.
You had to run in there blind,
yeah,
huh?
I'm still not.
Chief Wallaby Jockey Junior Alvarado looking to register back-to-back wins in the Belmont Stakes on Saturday. Much more on the third and final jewel of the Triple Crown. But first, to look ahead to the 10th and final, these $50,000 maiden claimers. JK, who graduates?
I really like the horse to the inside. The one horse, Ross Bay. I thought that the race that this horse ran first time out was very good. If they can improve off of that, I just think they're going to be better than these. Hopefully can work out a nice trip from the inside as well.
Much more on the nightcap when we return here at Saratoga, plus a most memorable, most recent Belmont Stakes at Saratoga, downstate. Arcangelo, Jenna Antonucci. We'll revisit. We wind things down with one final race on the first day of this Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x. Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland Sale, you got to be here.
Tomorrow on America's Day at the Races, great racing continues from the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Thrilling stakes excitement includes the Belmont Gold Cup at 2 miles on the grass. America's Day at the Races, live from Saratoga tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern on FS2.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man O' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Now's the time to subscribe to the NYRA YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NYRA Bets on YouTube.
The field is in the stretch in the Belmont Stakes, and Arcangelo has now taken over. Arcangelo is in front. National Treasure back running in second. Then Hit Show, Tampa Trice, Forte, and Angel of Empire. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards, and it's Arcangelo to win the Test of the Champion.
Arcangelo just learning how good he was. Trainer Jenna Antonucci always knew. In a moment for Jenna Antonucci, Tom, breaking barriers, becoming the first female trainer to saddle Triple Crown race winner.
What a day. She broke the class ceiling that day by winning a Triple Crown race as a trainer, a girl. There's so many talented, I'm going to call them horsemen because that's just a generalized term. So many girls that are talented horsemen that are not getting a chance. but Cherie DeVaux winning the Derby, I know she doesn't want to have that moniker, but nonetheless, they're opening doors for these other trainers to come along.
That was the last Belmont Stakes downstate at Belmont Park. Certainly a memorable one. It's an amazing story. It was just 5 years ago. We watched trainer Cherie DeVaux become the first female trainer ever to saddle a Kentucky Derby winner in Golden Tempo. But yeah, first it was Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to saddle a Triple Crown race winner with Arcangelo downstate at Belmont Park.
I see those silks. Those I know. Dugan! Yay! That's so cool. I love it. I love it. So that picture, my niece had made that after we won. We live in South Carolina. She sent it up to me. So it's really cool. Seeing everything back together as it pulls different parts of the journey. Taking myself back. You know, I think your mind imprints through emotion. And so obviously there was a lot. Always say a last prayer. Always. I can very visually remember, like, we're loading, you know, just my little prayer, just keep him safe. And wherever we end up, just be safe. You just want to see him break well.
And they're off in the 155th Belmont Stakes.
We knew we were going to be a target. I remember everyone being around and, you know, where Manny, my husband, was, you know, just where everyone was.
Then it's the trio of Arcangelo, Forte, and Hit Show.
Watching him kind of get through that first turn and then just settle on the backside and just find his cadence and find his rhythm. The freak out that everyone obviously refers to, because you just don't expect you're going to get the rail. That it opened, it was like I could hear like the angels of like, oh, the rail opens, and that's why I was screaming, you know, come through now, because you didn't want that to close on him.
And Arcangelo has now taken over. Arcangelo is in front. It is Arcangelo with the lead. Arcangelo in front, trying to hold on for the final 50 yards, and it's Arcangelo to win the Test of the Champion.
My first mind was, holy crap, we just won the Belmont. Like, we did it, we won. We did this together. That's what that is in that moment. Like, you put a life into something and you put your team into it, everything you've got into it, to watch your team do that is very special.
Historic achievement at the highest level as we hail to the Queens in the Sport of Kings. 1965, Amara Van wins the Kentucky Oaks. Mary Deekheim, still the only female trainer to capture the Lilies. Fast forward, 93 Belmont, Julie Crone, Colonial Affair, only female jockey to win a Triple Crown race. Fall of 96, Janine Sahadi, first woman to saddle a Breeders' Cup winner, Lita Justice in Toronto. 2003, another first for Crone aboard half-bridled Breeders' Cup Glory for a female rider for the first time. 2012, Lilies for Rosie Napravnik, first female jockey to win the Oaks. Believe you can. Believe she did. Just like Jenna Antonucci always believed in Arcangelo. Belmont Stakes victory, first for a female trainer in a Triple Crown race. And finally, 5 weeks ago, Cherie DeVaux, first woman to saddle a Kentucky Derby winner, breaking barriers in the Sport of Kings. Hail to the Queens. Richie, it's a part of a bigger conversation. Can you expand on just that, how the sport has changed in terms of gender equality as we see Jenna Antonucci there with Arcangelo at Lane's End?
Well, it wasn't that long ago, up into the early 80s, where women were not allowed on the backstretch after sundown. And to go from that to the success they've had, really, that's not that long ago. My brother came to take me to dinner when I was living on the track, and he brought his girlfriend, who's now his wife of over 40 years. And we took me to dinner, came back. She had to wait at the stable gate while he dropped me off back at the barn.
Unreal. Unreal from Jenna Antonucci and trailblazers and women that have achieved at the highest level of thoroughbred racing. And Cherie DeVaux will try to saddle a Belmont Stakes winner on Saturday with the Derby winner she saddled in Golden Tempo. This year at Saratoga, yes, one final time. Next year, Belmont Stakes returns home to the new Belmont Park, ushering in a new era for the iconic event. Enter the pre-sale drawing today or place a deposit on your preferred hospitality experience. Visit BelmontSteaks.com/2027 to enter. Over to Acacia.
And taking a look at horses in the paddock for this nightcap here, the number 4, Blame It on KJ, is where we'll start. So we'll take a look at a couple of horses going back to the turf. And while he has not been a winning type, I give him that. He's had a couple of close misses. He does come back, and he's since gotten very sharp. He wasn't like that when he first came in, but he has filled out and developed a lot from 3 to 4. You know, we talk often about that jump from 2 to 3, and you want to see that physical improvement from horses. I think sometimes it's an even bigger one from 3 to 4. And I have seen that from this horse, who looks incredibly fit for Dave Duggan coming back off the bench. Like I said, he's getting a little bit wound up now, so hopefully he can keep a wrap on it. But I do think that he certainly has run races fast enough to make him a contender in here. Let's just see how he is getting back off of a little bit of a freshening since January, but I do like him back on the grass. The number 9, Zeus Lightning, also returns to the turf. He has been very energetic. That is normal for him. He's actually doing quite well for his standards. I remember seeing him last summer as a 3-year-old, and he was really wound up in the preliminaries, but he just looks so much more like a turf horse. He has that flat hoof to him, slacker pasterns, incredible coat. And I watched his last race because you look at his first 3 starts, and slow start is the short comment for each of them. Last time, he actually broke with the field. He just didn't really have much speed. And it's funny, we often talk about horses that are sharp and energetic as ones that show speed. Sometimes, Lafitte, those horses that are very energetic are doing a bit too much and not focusing enough on the task at hand. Hopefully he can do that and get better out of the gate today.
Keep an eye on him, see how he gets out of the blocks. Zeus Lightning, as you look at the heavy favorite, Ross Bay. 10th and final, riders up in a post parade, winding things down on the first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, the 10th in 7 minutes. We'll be right back. Back just in time to meet the field for the 10th and final America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Horses have left the paddock, front side now, post parade for this $50,000 maiden claimer, mile and a 16th on the outer turf course. We start with the favorite, Ross Bay. There he is, a solid debut last summer, unraced since.
Unraced since, has been gelded. Oftentimes that can be a big help. We'll see what happens here.
Manny Franco in the saddle, followed by number 2, G5. One geared, one pace has been the issue.
Yeah, and has been close to some slow paces and hasn't been able to see those races through. Doesn't make him very trustworthy.
Long shots to break side by side. Out of the fog, make the rider Edgar Zayas.
We just saw Jenna Antonucci in her big win in the Belmont Stakes a few years ago. Out of the fog, is going to try to stretch out from 1 to 2 turns.
Blame it on JK. I don't care what his name is, blame it on JK.
There's plenty of times I could have done that. Usually after hours.
The first-time starter he took off running somewhere, Bourbon Centric. Got a camera on him to say somebody else just went by. All right, now you guys are just messing with me. That was the 5. That was the 5. Quick look at the 5. There's Pilot Knob. Blame it on JK.
That's the 6-horse, JK.
I know.
Blame it on JK. Free refill.
I'm off a layoff, guys.
Free refill took money in his last start.
That was my go in college. If I went somewhere with free refills, I was in.
Zeus Lightning, and watch him at the start. How will he break today? Then Nas and Junior Alvarado looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, a horse that was sprinting last time, didn't do much running there. I mean, I suppose the stretch out could be something this one horse wants to do, but he didn't show enough to me.
Lobbyist Dylan Davis takes over 29-1.
29-1. Added blinkers last time. It didn't make much difference. They're searching for an answer here.
Beau Cheval, Javier Castellano a win this afternoon.
You know, I don't typically mind stretch outs if they draw inside. I don't love it when they're outside. They're going to be in the clear. They're going to probably go a little bit further than everyone else. Don't love it.
Uncle Barry draws in far outside.
Far outside and far outside chance. He's had a chance to break his maiden 24 times. In one of those 24 times, he was a second. It would be a surprise.
There's Bourbon Centric, the first-time starter by Central Banker. 12-1 for his debut.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention odds because whenever you get a first-time starter in one of these races, you always want to look at the board, the smart money, the money coming from the ones that are following this horse, training, etc. It's not there yet.
Trained by Tom Morley, but John Velasquez does take the call, Richie.
Johnny takes the call. The mare was a 2-time winner on turf, but she really has not produced anything with much ability yet. Horse has a decent gate work coming in here. You always got to take those gate works on the Belmont training track with a little bit of a grain of salt. They're usually a little faster than what they are because it's not a concise pole. It's a little bit short of a half a mile, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
That is good info.
Velasquez, Morley teaming up. Bourbon Centric, the first-time starter. Ross Bay, 3-2. Let's revisit his debut and go back to the start, Richie. What happened? This was last summer here, obviously, at Saratoga.
Yeah, just, broke okay, but just looked like he was trying to find position and being outside.
He gets pushed out right here.
Pushed out wide,
and,
you know?
And look, the winner got through. So, I mean, this right here is the difference between winning and losing.
Hey, you're 6-7 wide into that first turn. You're giving away valuable ground. I don't know what you call it because I didn't go to school. Geometry?
Geometry.
Okay.
Allegedly. But here's the thing. We saw it the race prior, right, with Alan Turing coming up the inside.
Right.
And the difference that made. You have to assume that there was a difference being made here by him being wide in that race on both turns. He lost a lot of ground.
And nearly wins.
Nearly wins. And since then, he got a little bit of a break. He also had the ultimate equipment change, which can sometimes help a horse improve. And he's drawn well enough now where he should be able to stay down on the inside and be able to save ground and get that good geometry trip like we saw with Alan Turing in the race prior and not like we just saw here with him.
Big effort from him. Let's see what he does in his return. Over to Acacia.
It is the horse to beat, and it does look fit off of the layoff. But taking a look at the first-time starter, who, as you mentioned, had an aggressive warm-up out there, the number 5, Bourbon Centric, debuting for Tom Morley, certainly does look well spotted, absolutely well suited to the turf. Got much more energetic when they got out onto the main track, and that's why Johnny took him right off for that big warm-up to expend some of the nervous energy. He's come back to him nicely, but they have kept him moving throughout. Like I said, I think he's very well spotted. He's a little bit more angular and lighter in his hind end. He looks like he is one that could stand to put some muscle mass on, which will come with a race. But like I said, he's in the right place to begin his career. The 12 Beau Cheval finally got to run on the turf last time out. There wasn't much movement in that race. And while physically, I don't think he necessarily immediately strikes you as one that wants to go longer. If you watch his races, he runs very evenly. And often that running style really lends itself well to going a little bit longer and stretching out in distance. He too perked up a lot on the track. He's absolutely a turf horse. I can see why they were waiting to get on the grass. I know that Beau Liam does not necessarily have a ton of turf stats, but I've seen plenty of horses that can handle it and maybe even prefer it. And this guy certainly looks like he is one of those if he is able to handle the added ground today, Lafitte.
Beau Cheval, Javier Castellano trying to work out a trip from that outside post, crossing over to the turf course. Blame it on KJ for you, Tom.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, this horse sat behind a slow pace last time, still finished up and ran second. I think he gets more to run at today. I do believe there's some speed in here. Between the 3 that's coming off of sprints and the 12 horse, I think they set up for something to close in here. And it just seems like we see a lot of pace in some of these turf races.
Free refills, Richie.
Horse just had a most ridiculous trip last time. There was no pace. It was slow. But he went from 9 lengths back to first in the first call. He made the craziest, wildest middle move. Not one for Dylan Davis's highlight reel. I think if he gets a more settled, better trip, the finish last time didn't tell the whole tale.
Yeah, for me, guys, I just think that the 1 is the best horse. I like where the horse is drawn. You get Manny Franco. If he works out a good trip, he wins.
1, 4, 5, 7, 12 covered.
Whoa, geez, Lafitte. 1, 4, 5, 7, 12. Yes.
And he picked 6. So he's covered.
That's towards good geometry.
The outside, you like that? Blame it on JK. Blame it on JK. Beau Cheval, one final time on the first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival to Frank Miramati, the 10th, live from Saratoga on FS2.
Pilot Knob will be next. Beau Cheval. Free refills is in. And the last one to load, Uncle Barry. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Bourbon Centric with good debut speed goes right out to the front. Zeus Lightning is up close, as is G5 down on the inside, flashing some early interest too. Into the clubhouse turn, and it is Bourbon Centric who is just in front, now passed by Pilot Knob, and Pilot Knob takes the lead. 2 more back to Zeus Lightning in third. G5 along the rail is in fourth. That pair is followed by Out of the Fog and Naz racing side by side. Just behind them, Ross Bay steadied ever so slightly. Gets a little bit of clearance to their inside now and moves by them both. It's another 2 back to Lobbyist, who's towards the back of the field. Then Blame It on KJ, who is racing side by side with Uncle Barry. The 2 trailers are Beau Cheval and Free Refills. 23 flat for the leader, and that's Pilot Knob in front by 3 lengths now into the far turn. With Zeus Lightning taking the second spot, Bourbon Centric is down at the rail in third. Now Out of the Fog gets a little nudge to get closer in fourth. He's under a hard ride as they move into the far turn. The half went in 46 3/5 seconds. G5 is down on the inside. Ross Bay is advancing steadily. He's 3 wide with 4 lengths to make up. And Beau Cheval is getting underway on the far outside there at the top of the stretch. The lead still belongs to Pilot Knob, but it's tenuous. On the far outside, Beau Cheval continues to close stoutly, and inside of him, Lobbyist, and Ross Bay come to the 16th pole together. Beau Cheval is into third. Lobbyist on the outside. It's a close photo coming up. Photo finish. Blame It on KJ was hidden inside of Lobbyist. They hit the wire together. Ross Bay was third, and behind them, Beau Cheval was battling it out, trying to get fourth.
Fireworks in the stretch of the nightcap. Blame It on KJ. Lobbyist hitting the wire simultaneously.
What an exciting horse race, and I love turf racing, but it's Turn for Home, and there's like 8 horses with a chance to win. Blame it on JK, half a step, KJ, excuse me.
No, you had it right. You had it right.
A little bit slow away from the gate, but got a beautiful, patient ride from Jamie Rodriguez. Muscled his way between horses.
Took a real gamble between horses,
Boy,
didn't he?
did he ever, but you love to see that kind of gutsy ride by both horse and rider. And a point of pride for me, and I will say it, that is a Joseph Migliore bloodstock purchase.
Very well done.
$25,000 right down the street 3 years ago.
Excellent.
And here I am thinking you were rooting for my pick. you didn't care about my pick. Jeez.
Not as much.
Tom Duck selection. Blame it on KJ. Inside to the outside. Lobbyist. Photo is down. Blame it on KJ by a flared nostril. 4:11.17. What a horse race to wind down this first day of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival.
That was a really exciting race. It was fun to watch, wasn't
absolutely, yeah. I mean, Tom thought you were rooting for him because he picked it. I thought you were rooting for it because you thought it was JK.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Dylan Davis is trying to tighten it up, close the door, but he had already established that position. But talk about brave by both horse and rider to not flinch in that spot.
Anything significant whatsoever in terms of some of the trading of paint rushing there?
The trading of paint was all, the onus was all on the second place horse, the 11, Lobbyist. He was coming in when Blame It on KJ was trying to get through the spot.
Lafitte, he's
I'm all messed up now. And I'm not off a layup.
I love it when a plan comes together. Blame it.
Another note, too, I think, Richie, is that, and even Tom as well can chime in on this. At the beginning of, I know this is the beginning of the meet, but we're here in Saratoga. It's a great setup for the summer. For Jamie Rodriguez to have the success early in this meet, it goes a long way when his name comes up to trainers and owners as possibilities to ride when the meet does start here in a couple of weeks.
That's an excellent point.
It's the ground running. Another win. Blame it on KJ. 4:11.17. 5-2 in the end, graduating in his 7th career start. We'll wrap it all up when we come back here on America's Day at the Races from Saratoga Belmont Week.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Blame it on KJ in the nightcap. Fired up Jamie Rodriguez. Richie, and trained by Dave Duggan as he graduates in his 7th career start.
Dave Duggan is such a tremendous horseman and a very underrated trainer. And he had this horse ready. He hadn't been seen since January 4th. And you're going to see him. You know, he got to save ground. He's edging out, looking for room. You see him in the black and white colors of a Delphi Racing Club. Yeah. And right here, this is where it gets dicey.
It's Dylan Davis ride, man.
He's trying to close the door, but he's already established that spot. You know, as far as if the 11 had won, he has to come down.
He does. As a matter of fact, on the head-on, you can watch the chestnut strip on Lobbyist, and that head is cocked to the inside. He's being guided to the inside to try to shut the door. As you said, too late.
Yeah, he had already established his position.
What a race to close out this day one of the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Results are in. Blame it on KJ, 702 over Lobbyist, 35-1. That was Dylan Davis on the horse trying to spring the upset and initiating some of the contact there. Ross Bay having to settle for a 3rd place finish, 4-11-1 in the 10th and final. Blame it on JK. The pick 6 scenario, 41,000 plus in the end.
It's pretty good.
Pretty good?
Pretty good. No, I got to tell you, though, whoever hit this ticket, I'm very curious about the construction. It was a hard one to get to. It's why I thought there was very likely a chance there would be a carryover. Not an easy one to get to.
As we get closer to Belmont Stakes Saturday, the lineup, it's Grade 1 affair after Grade 1 affair. Tom, one of the best days of racing anywhere all year, period. And those two from the West meeting here in New York. Nysos journalism in the Met Mile.
Oh, what a fabulous race it's going to be. There's too many good races on Saturday not to be excited about any and each of them.
Champions that'll be running that Met Mile, and then everything leading up to the 3rd and final jewel of the Triple Crown, and somewhat historic, the last one that'll take place here at Saratoga.
You know, I always thought about when they were rebuilding Belmont the first time in the 60s, Aqueduct the Belmont was at. I would have loved to have been there. You can still be here, Saratoga.
And we'll be right back at it tomorrow afternoon. Another full slate, Day 2 Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Some of the highlights from this afternoon. Rodriguez, big afternoon. A stakes win earlier in the Mike Lee with a horse who just won't lose. Skolko's Folly make it 4 straight devastating victories. And Junior Alvarado in the commentator aboard Alan Turing. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow with a trip to the Melbourne Gold Cup on the line in the Belmont Gold Cup.